Hello, and welcome back to Zen and Fanfics. Today we're starting an exciting new series. What if Deku became Beyblader? If you enjoy this video, please like and subscribe for more content. The story we're featuring is written by Lorenzo J. 10 on fanfiction.net. You can find all the relevant links in the description, so be sure to check out the author's profile and say hello. Now let's dive into the story. The world of heroes is a fantastical one. This world, everyone is born with a quirk, a special power that with practice can give them the chance to be a hero. Heroes were worshipped. They were put on a pedestal like no other. The best hero in the world was All Might, a hero who always saved the day with a smile on his face. Everyone looked up to him. Villains feared him, and kids wanted to become him. One child in particular wanted to grow and be a hero just like him. Izuku Midoriya had wanted to be like his hero. He had watched all of All Might's videos, bought all of his toys, and planned to follow in his footsteps. "Sorry, kid, it ain't going to happen," said the doctor, as he was pronounced quirkless. He would never be able to manifest a quirk, no matter what, in a world where quirks were everything. Being quirkless was a nightmare Izuku would have to deal with now for the rest of his life. "Come on, Izuku, I know what would cheer you up," said Inko Midoriya, his mother who was trying her best to cheer up her son. "Come on, let's get you a new toy, or how about ice cream?" Izuku was still too stunned to make a proper response, but in the end he nodded his head. Soon Izuku found himself in a small toy store near Muzudafa Park. It was a small shop, but had a wide range of toys. "Izuku, grab whatever toy you want. I need to make a phone call." Izuku mindlessly walked through the aisles, not really looking at any of the toys. He was moving as if he was walking in a dream or a really bad nightmare. He wasn't paying attention to any of his surroundings or anyone. Izuku didn't even notice the old man he walked into. Izuku fell backwards, but didn't hit the ground as the old man caught him. "Wayo, you okay there, little man?" asked the old man, though the man could clearly see that the boy was not all right. "Hey there, dog, what's wrong?" "Nothing, sir," said Izuku, politely bowing at the man. When he did, he noticed that the man had dropped something. "Oh, you dropped this." Izuku handed the toy to the man. "Oh, thanks, dog. I was trying to find something similar to give to my grandson." Though when the old man looked, Izuku was already walking away. He could tell Izuku wasn't trying to be rude, but was just too depressed. "Kid," the old man wanted to help, but it wasn't his place to. Though when he looked back at his hand, things changed. "It's glowing. It's chosen that boy." Izuku was so lost in thought that he left the store without telling his mother and just walked across the street into the park. The park was practically abandoned. There were very few people around. Izuku found a bench near the rock gardens and sat down alone. He wanted to cry, but a part of him just couldn't believe that everything he wanted was now impossible. As the tears were about to pour, he heard footsteps approach him. He looked to see the old man walking towards him. "Hey there, my dude. You mind if I pop a squat here?" Izuku said nothing, so the old man sat down next to him. "So mind telling me why you're so blue?" Izuku simply said quirkless. The old man then nodded at that. "Oh, that would do it. All you youngins love your quirks, don't ya? I don't have a quirk myself, but I do have something. I'll be honest, I ain't one to beat around the bush, but I may have something that can fix your problems." The old man then put something in Izuku's hands. "If it likes you, you can keep it." Izuku just stared at the old man for a moment before looking at his hand. It was a toy made of plastic and metal. "A top. Not just any top, my dude," said the old man, attaching the top to a device. "A Beyblade. Come on, how about you give it a whirl?" Izuku was still in a daze and simply did as he was asked. Without really thinking about it, he pulled on the ripcord, causing the top to spin and launch off of the launcher. To Izuku's surprise, it kept spinning on the dirt. For a moment, he kept his eyes on the top. For a moment, he imagined the top spinning in circles if it was on pavement. Then, to his surprise again, the top began to spin in a circle. Wah! He then imagined it staying in one place, and it did. He imagined it going left. It did. Then right. It was mimicking each thought Izuku was making. He could feel a connection with it. Now Izuku's mind was racing at what exactly he was looking at. The old man could see Izuku was connecting the dots. "Hey dog, try aiming it at that rock over there," said the old man, pointing at the large rock in the garden. Izuku then imagined it. The top sped up really fast and slammed into the rock at full force, shattering the rock into pieces. "What? Ha ha ha. That was pretty awesome, my dude," said the old man. "Is this some kind of weapon?" asked Izuku, worried now that he may be breaking the law. "I told you, kid, it's a Beyblade," said the old man. "And it's yours now." Izuku then stopped the Beyblade, making it slow down enough for him to grab it. To his surprise, it was completely unscathed. It clearly wasn't made of high-grade materials, and yet it stood up to high speeds and hitting a rock. "What is this exactly?" "A Beyblade is your partner," said the old man, examining the bay in Izuku's hand. "It helps you through thick and thin. It gets stronger the more you get stronger. With it, you can perform feats that would be impossible. The possibilities with a Beyblade are endless." Izuku stared down at the top, getting a new hope that he was losing. "I got so many questions, but first, who are you?" The old man blinked, realizing he hadn't introduced himself. "Sorry about that, my dude. Guess I got carried away there. The name's Tyson. Tyson Granger at your service." "Hi, Mr. Granger. I'm Izuku Midoriya," said Izuku. "My next question is, why are you giving this to me? We just met. Easy that Bey likes you. You think those are regular toys? Nah, man. Those be ultra stuff right there. Bey's pick, you spin them, not the other way around. When you hand it back to me, it liked ya, so I introduced ya. Simple as that." "Wait, this is alive?" Now Izuku was getting a little skeptical now. "How?" Tyson grinned. "That's for you to find out, my dude." Though Tyson saw Izuku, giving him a confusing look. "Don't worry, dog. I won't leave you hanging." As he fished through his pocket. "Here's my business card for the Granger Dojo. Believe or not, I teach Kendo like my grandfather before me." Izuku held the card for a moment, as he now got a look at the old man, who he could now see was wearing an Hawaiian shirt and wasn't exactly looking like a Kendo teacher. "Okay, I have a few other people teach, but the art of the blade does flow through my veins." "Right," said Izuku, not really believing the funny man. "Anyway, if you got any questions, you can call or come by the dojo. But how about we go find your mom?" said Tyson. "Mom," said Izuku, now realizing he left his mom back at the store. The two ran back to a panicking Inko. 1 week later, Tyson was just enjoying some tea while he watched the sunset. It was nice and relaxing, only if it would last. The door to the dojo slammed open. "You gave it to a child." Tyson sighed. "I don't remember saying you can come in here." The young man didn't care. He stomped towards Tyson. "Have you gone senile? You just gave away one of the most powerful Beyblades that ever existed. It's not some toy. It could change the world, and you gave it to a snot-nosed brat." Tyson put his tea down, as the power of the dragon filled the room. 1. Never talks to me that way, boy. 2. Izuku Midoriya is more than a snot-nosed brat. If you would speak to him and see him spin his bay, you could tell he is a lot more and worthy of that bay. For a moment, the young man didn't say anything. "Midoriya, that's the kiddo's name. Midoriya," he said now, remembering something as if it was long forgotten. "Wait, do you dash?" Tyson then realized he was already gone. I see. Then maybe it was destiny that led you to that bay, Izuku." Izuku has been spending all of his time studying and figuring out his new Beyblade. He has discovered so much, and the more he learned, the more he could feel something inside the Beyblade. He was beginning to understand what Tyson was saying, that there was something living inside the bay. Though the biggest thing that he discovered was all that he could do with it. He was successful kicking trash can around with it, and if he focused really hard, he was able to make a large dust devil. He was excited because he could tell he was scratching the surface. "If I work hard, I wonder what else I'll be able to do. So I got to keep practicing." Izuku launched his Beyblade, sending it through an obstacle course he made in the alleyway of his apartment building. He was measuring his speed and strength by hitting trash at the end of the alley, but first he had to get through the maze of trash cans. His bay whizzed through the cans and hit the trash bag with enough force to splatter against the wall. Whoa, that had a lot of power. "If I can control this, then I can send the bad guys packing," said Izuku, smiling with hope. "Who the F did that?" yelled a voice at the end of the alley. A man came into view of the alley, revealing a man in a white suit with a pissed-off look. Izuku could see some garbage slime on his shoulder. "Were you the one that did this?" Izuku began to shake in fear. Even though Izuku found a new power, he was still a 4-year-old kid. Sorry. The man whistled. Boys, we got a little piece of SHD to clean out. Soon 4 more men came into the alley. All of them looked mean and were willing to hurt Izuku. Now, Brad, do you know how much money this suit cost? Izuku was too scared to say anything. Well, do you? No, sir. Figure a brat like you wouldn't know. Brats don't understand what we adults do. You kids just keep playing hero. Well, let's show you what happens when you try to play hero. The men start to get close to Izuku. Izuku pointed his launcher at the thugs. Stay back. I'm warning you. The 5 of them stopped and stared at Izuku for a moment. They all began to chuckle, trying to hold in their laugh, but soon all 5 of them began to bust out laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha, look at this kid. He's so scared he's going to fight us with a toy. Stop it. I'm going to pee. Ha ha. Izuku's face began to turn red with anger. Just a toy, you say? Then take this. Let it rip. Sending the bay flying. I got this, guys, said one of them as he put up a small barrier. The bay collided with the barrier, and for a moment the thugs thought it was going to bounce off, but instead it stayed there slowly cracking the barrier. Wah! The barrier broke, and the bay hit the thug in the face, laying him flat out on his back. What? Said the remaining thugs. The moment the bay hit the ground, it began dancing around the thugs at high speeds. The thugs tried to follow it, but it was too fast. Then it bounced, hitting a thug in the foot, tripping him. The leader was getting angry. What are you fools doing? It's the one child. But the top thingy. The leader grabbed a pipe from the ground. It's his quirk, you morons. It must be the cause for this thing's movements. If we attack the kid, then this is all over. Izuku began to sweat as they discovered that he himself was weak. Oh, indeed, Brad, said the leader as he raised the pipe and brought it down directly on top of the Beyblade. Oh no, yelled Izuku. Whoa, boss, how did you hit it? See, the boy is controlling it. The moment I told you to aim for him was the same moment this top thing slowed down. He then used the pipe as a golf club, sending the Beyblade past Izuku. Izuku watched in horror as his Bey landed motionless on the ground. No, not gonna lie, Brat. That was impressive, said the leader as the 2 other thugs picked their friends off the ground. Maybe in a few years, you might have been able to become something. Though I can tell letting you live now will only be bad for business. Izuku was now shaking. For a moment, he thought he could take them out, but now he could see he was nothing more than a scared kid that was way over his head. Please, how are you begging? Please, someone help, yelled Izuku, hoping someone would come. The thugs were grinning while Izuku was crying, but as if a miracle from the heavens, red lightning struck right in front of them. Quit your whining, kid. Izuku had to rub his eyes not only from the tears, but also from being blinded by the light. When he could see, he saw a man wearing a black sleeveless shirt, black pants. His hair was white with a red streak in it, and he looked very angry. I don't know who you assholes are, but this kid is with me. So beat it before I beat you. The thugs were frozen for a moment, but it did not last. Well, what are you waiting for? Get him. They all charged the newcomer. Wrong choice. El Drago. In another blast of light, Izuku witnessed a red, flaming dragon appear and send all of the thugs flying. In a single moment, this man had taken all of them out. Izuku couldn't tell how badly hurt they were, but he could tell that they weren't getting up anytime soon. The man wasted no more with them and turned his attention to Izuku. Your name is Midoriya, right? Yes, sir, said Izuku as he grabbed his Beyblade. Who are you? You don't look like a hero. The man huffed in annoyance. The name's Ryuga. We need to talk, brat, and I better not hear any more crying out of you. That night changed Izuku's life forever. It opened his eyes to the world and made him train twice as hard to MSTR his Beyblade. All right, boys, it looks like we're home free, said the driver. You sure, boss? I haven't seen any heroes chasing us, or cop cars at all. How about any of you? Anything? No, nothing on this side. See, we're home free, he said as they cheered before suddenly all the tires on the car popped. What the? As the car skidded to a halt. What was that? As he and his men got out of the car. They looked around them, seeing no one on the highway but them. Hey, do you guys hear that? Said one of them as they all tracked the noise to something spinning on the ground. As they went to examine it, it dashed straight at the car, going under it before turning into a tornado, sending the car flying through the air. All of the criminals ducked out of the way from the falling vehicle. The car landed upside down, being completely unusable. It looked like it was thrown off of a cliff. "What the hell was that?" yelled one of them before the top spun around all of them really fast before dashing off the road into the bushes. Seriously, anyone see what that was? Sirens then blared as the police closed in on them. SHD grabbed the guns and the money quick. They scrambled for the cash to try and make a quick escape. "Hold it! Freeze!" said an officer getting out of his vehicle, with more police behind him. "Shut it, you pig!" yelled one of them, pointing his gun at the cop, only to find something wrong with his weapon. "My gun is all chewed up." The other criminals all found their guns had been cut by some sort of chainsaw. They all quickly surrendered. A man fired his machine gun into the ceiling. "All right, everyone stay calm, and you all get to go home today," said an armed robber as he and his gang were robbing a grocery store. "Now get to the ground, and unless we tell you personally, stay there. We're going to go one by one to get any valuables you may have. If you don't hand them over, we will have a problem, and trust me, you don't want that." Everyone complied, and soon all the robbers had begun to STRP every one of their valuables. Things were going smoothly, no problems, and so far no heroes or police. "Looks like those new toys we bought really do jam emergency signals." Finally, a nice, easy operation. Suddenly, something broke through the window, moving so fast no one could make out what it was. It bounced through the aisle, hitting every gunman. The gunman wasn't fast enough as the object hit their guns, disabling them, and after hitting the guns, began hitting the gunman in the head hard enough to knock them off their feet. It slammed them into the aisle racks and hit them hard enough to where they could have sworn to see the stars. The leader quickly grabbed a hostage. "I don't know what you are, but you better think twice or this lady here is going to get it. Please, I have a son," pleaded Inko as she cried in fear with the gun to her head. The object stopped in front of the man. "It's a top." For a moment, though, he thought he saw the eyes of a demon from the toy before it disappeared. It then hit him so hard he flew out of the building with every bone in his body broken, but miraculously still alive. Maruko was finally having an eventful day. "You dumbass ain't getting away that easily." As she began to speed up her hops after the white van. "God damn it, Bunny Beach is after us," said the one in the back. "Relax, man, we have a hostage," said the man in the passenger seat as he turned to the girl who was tied up. "I've done this a few times, so don't sweat, rookie. If she comes near us, we'll simply put a bullet into this girl's leg. Say, what's your name, sweetheart?" He ripped the tape off of the girl's mouth. "When my dad gets here, he's going to kick your butt." The man smirked. "That's quite the mouth you got. But tell me something, why the hell do you think we grabbed you?" "Huh. It's because your daddy is making life very hard for a few friends of ours." Which isn't very nice of him, but as you can see, I'm trying to be very nice here. So how about you tell us your name, sweetie, before I become very unnice? "Is unnice even a word?" asked the driver. "Can it? Keep your eyes on the road and make sure we don't hit anybody," said the man. "Well, sweetie." The girl glared at the man hard, but couldn't deny some part of her was scared. She gave in. "It's Suka Kendo." "Hey, she's getting closer," said the guy in the back, seeing Maruko gaining on them. "Oh, for the love of," said the man as he leaned back and grabbed Kendo. "I need to ask for less green help next time." He opened the back window and pointed his gun at Kendo's head, making a clear sign if Maruko tried anything, then Kendo would get hurt. Maruko didn't like it, but backed off a little. The man smiled. "See, rookie, it's that simple." As Kendo was facing the window, she saw something chasing them. The top. The man looked back outside, seeing the infamous toy top gaining on them quick. SHD, that thing's here. The man was now somewhat concerned, as he didn't know where the person controlling it was. He didn't know if he would even hear him. "Hey, back off if you don't want this girl hurt. You're going to move that but of a top away from here." The top then disappeared out of sight. The man smiled for a moment, thinking he had done it. "Boss, it's up front now," said the driver. The top was now in front of them. The top began to glow green as the ground around it began to turn into sand. Soon the whole road was a giant sand pit. The driver tried to slow the van down, but when it hit the sand pit, it began to sink as if it was in water. Maruko landed in front of the sand pit, only to watch the last part of the sand pit sink underground. SHD, what happened? Maruko waited for a moment to see if anything was coming out. For a moment, she thought they all just bit the dust when suddenly the men were sent flying out of the sand, landing right in front of her. Okay, I did not see that coming. Wait, where's the hostage? Kendo slowly opened her eyes to see someone was carrying her. She remembered hitting the sand and then someone grabbing her and pulling her from the sand. It was the same person carrying her now. The person then gently put her down on a nearby bench. The last thing Kendo remembered seeing the back of a green hoodie and the top landing in their person's hand as he walked away. The water hose duo were having a terrible day. They managed to run into the nastiest criminal they have ever seen in their hero careers. The man had already killed over 30 people that day, and he was thirsty for more BLD and guts. Their guts to be more precise. They had managed, though, to lead the man to an abandoned train yard. "Oh, come on, is that all you two can do?" said the villain Muscular. "That intern I killed had more bite than you two. Come on, show me something. There's no one else here. So go all out, don't hold anything back." The water hose duo couldn't help but feel that this was their end. "Mizu, I'm going to distract him. When I do run." "I'm not leaving you," said Mizu. "You're my husband, and I am not going to leave you here to die. He already broke one of my legs, and we can't make Koda an orphan," he said. "So please run." Muscular just looked at them in disappointment. "Really, Yuug? I thought you two could be something. Oh well, if it makes you feel any better, I'll still kill you if you run." As he jumped at them, he wrapped his fist in his muscle fibers, ready for the kill. Time to die. A flash of light cut between them, cutting Muscular's arm fibers. What was that? They all looked over to see a top spinning on top of a train car. "It's the top." Muscular now was pissed. "Are you kidding me? I would love another hero to kill, but I get the Vigilante that's too much of a coward to even show his face. This is bullshit. At least come out and fight me like a man." No response came. "Fine, I'll just break your toy then." The top then moved again. This time it cut Muscular's leg. The villain tried to catch it, but it was too fast. It then cut his shoulder. Then his chest, back, continued to cut Muscular with each strike and began to pick up more and more speed to where it was moving too fast for anyone to see it. It was as if an invisible swordsman was cutting Muscular. "This is horse SHD," he yelled as he now realized he was losing. "This thing keeps cutting my fibers faster than I can make them. At this rate, I'll pass out from BLD loss." Muscular now reached a new peak of anger. "No, I ain't losing to some toy." As he wrapped his fist with fiber and swung his arm in an upcut. Whether it be by luck or skill, he was able to hit the top and send it flying into the sky. "Yee-yee-yee-wah," screamed Muscular in victory. "See that no way some fancy toy would beat me." Now, where was I? As he remembered the water hose duo in front of him. He grinned as he began to approach them, though he noticed that they weren't paying attention to him. He then looked up behind him, seeing a blue light coming down from the sky, like a meteorite entering the atmosphere. "No way." Muscular then covered his body with as many fibers as possible. The top landed on Muscular in a blue ball of fire with so much force that the dust all around the area kicked up, and for a moment the water hose duo thought a bomb went off. When the dust settled, they could see a massive new crater in the ground with Muscular laying motionless in the center with the top spinning on his chest. The top then jumped off of him and dashed away. The water hose duo could only watch as the top disappeared into the night. "Hey, I don't know who you are, but thank you for saving us." "You think he heard you?" asked Mizu. "I don't know, but I owe them big time. They just saved us and took down the villain." Mizu thought how close they both were to death, and how close Koda was to becoming an orphan. "Hopefully someday we can return the favor." "Okay," said Naomesa, who along with several police officers were in a meeting. "We still have no idea what this top thing is." As behind him a picture of the top was shown in super slow-mo, "This thing has been doing our job for nearly 10 years now, and we still have no idea what it is, who is controlling it, or even how it works." "This is troubling," said Detective Tanuma. "Nearly 10 years, and still nothing. Not even sure what quirk it takes to make this thing work." "Well, maybe it's more than one quirk," said Officer Sansa. "It does have a variety of powers." The chief of police, Kenji Tsurigami, scratched his dog chin. "Let's just go over those powers one more time, shall we? Maybe they'll help us out." "Unlikely," said Tanuma. Naomesa ignored that and continued. "Well, even though it appears to be a spinning top, it is capable of doing a lot more than that. We can confirm that it is able to move faster than the average eye can see and is able to cut steel with ease. Other powers include fire, making water appear, earthquakes, turning the ground into sand, making tornadoes, electrical storms. We think it can also mess with gravity, and part the sea. As the projection showing the top saving people from a sinking ship by parting the sea all the way to the coast. We sure this thing ain't a god, said Tanuma. Let's keep the ideas on the ground with reality. What it is in the end matters very little, said the chief. Whoever has been controlling this thing has been making it do acts of vigilantism. That is against the law. We must find this person and arrest them no matter what. Even though he or she has been helping others, we can ignore the fact that the law is being broken. As police officers, we must fix this. A middle school boy was on his way to school when he saw that there was a crowd blocking his path. Can you believe it? That guy just went full villain like that, said a man. Right out in the open, too. Oh man, I'm going to be late for work, said another. Hey, where are the heroes? Asked one girl. Suddenly, the giant villain on the railroad tracks began to break the power lines, causing the top part to break off and fall near the crowd. Then a hero named Death Arms came and caught the wreckages so it wouldn't do any more damage. Stand back, citizens. Let us handle this, said the hero Backdraft as he made a water fence to cut off the civilians from getting close to the heroes. Several wooden branches seemed to wrap around the villain. It's Kamui Woods, cheered the fangirls. Disrupting traffic and causing civil unrest, yelled the hero. You are the definition of evil. Prepare for justice. Kamui Woods prepared a signature move, but he was too slow as the Beyblade came crashing down on the villain's head, knocking him out and causing MT, Lady, to fly right past the villain. MT, Lady stood up confused. Wait, what happened? The top, as Kamui Woods tried to catch it but missed, as it went under him and hopped off the railroad tracks and out of sight from everyone else. The middle school boy from early was now walking through an alley when his Beyblade came and hopped into his hand. This boy was 14-year-old Izuku Midoriya on his way to school. Most people would say that Izuku was a troubled kid, though many would chalk it up to him being quirkless. He was quiet and barely spoke to any of his classmates. In fact, there would be some days where he wouldn't show up to class at all. Though he managed to keep good grades in all of his classes, except PE, he never even showed up for PE. Many knew the fate of a quirkless person wasn't kind, and even his teachers gave up on any future for him. They all saw him as a zombie moving through everyday life, which is exactly what he wanted them to think. He went to class today, though, wearing a school uniform that was slightly bigger than normal, so no one would suspect anything. He sat in his chair while reviewing his notes about his project, just in case he did make it in a strange code, so no one but him could read them, or at least no one who didn't understand the constellations. All right, class, right now, I'm supposed to be handing out career path papers, said the teacher while holding a stack of papers, before throwing them in the air. But why bother when you all want to go into the hero course? As the entire class erupted using their quirks. Yes, I know you all have amazing quirks, but don't use them during class. Understand? I don't lump with these losers, said a blonde, spiky-haired boy named Bakugo. Out of everyone here, I have the top scores. Maybe one of these extras may become a sidekick to a third-rate hero, but I'll be the #1 hero you hear. Oh, shut up, Bakugo. Just because you have a good quirk doesn't mean you're better than us. Yes, I am, he said as he jumped onto his desk. That's why I'm going to UA High. That silences the class for a moment. UA, that's the top school in the country. Yeah, they have a super low acceptance rate. Teach, is that true? The teacher grabbed his clipboard. Yep, Bakugo has only written one school he wants to go to as UA. Him, and as he looked at his board, he noticed another name was signed up to try and go to UA. Midoriya. The class was stunned silent for a moment. The silence actually made Izuku look up from his notes. He looked around to see that everyone was slowly looking at him. Who's he? I forgot what's his quirk. I don't know. If I remember right, he doesn't have one. What? Yeah, he's the quirkless kid. What the hell are you thinking? Asked Bakugo as he put one foot on the back of his desk to stand over Izuku. Izuku was shocked for a moment. Not out of fear, but on the sheer fact that Bakugo spoke to him. He hasn't spoken to him since the beginning of middle school. It's been well over a year since they said a word to each other. Izuku raised an eyebrow. How does me going to UA have anything to do with you? Have you forgotten Deku? I'm the future #1 hero, exclaimed Bakugo for the 100th time. I'm the only one who's going to UA here. Understand? You can see the future cool, said Izuku calmly, completely unfazed by Bakugo's threats. Give me the next lotto numbers. Bakugo was now pissed and was about to slam his fist on Izuku's table. Though to Izuku this was all going in slow motion. His reaction time was leagues better than the hotheads. Izuku kicked his leg out, hitting the chair Bakugo was on, causing him to fall, and hit his head on the desk. Everyone in the class heard the slam of Bakugo's head on the desk. To Izuku's surprise, Bakugo didn't scream in pain or even say ouch. He just began to growl before grabbing Izuku's table leg with his left hand. Izuku saw what was coming and quickly grabbed his notebook and closed it before Bakugo tossed aside the desk to throw an explosive right at Izuku. Izuku, then using his notebook, caught Izuku's attacking arm before putting a Sharpie to Bakugo's neck. The class was frozen in time as they saw the quirkless kid of class put a marker to the #1 kid's throat. Bakugo broke out of his stunned state and jumped backwards. How the hell? You won't do that again. Izuku didn't react at all and just grabbed his bag and put his things away. If that's all, teach, then I'm heading home. Bakugo was now ready for a full-blown fight. Where are you going? Get back here. I have something to tell you, Bakugo, said Izuku without turning around. Bakugo was silent as he waited for some declaration for a fight or him saying he was going to outdo him. Before you leave school, you should probably wash your face. Huh? Bakugo was confused as he watched Izuku leave. What? A dude your face, said a classmate trying not to laugh. Here, said a girl handing him a mirror. When Bagwell looked at it, he saw what Izuku did. He gave him cat whiskers. Bakugo stared at his reflection as rage began to build up inside him. His rage stopped for a moment as he also saw a solid black line across his throat. It was a sign that if Izuku had a real knife, he would have killed him. After realizing that his rage came back, and he broke the mirror in his bare hands. My mirror! Izuku walked back to his house to get changed and to begin another one of his walks, which usually consisted of him going to some tall landmark and looking for crime he could launch his bay at. He changed out of his uniform and into his hoodie as he hid his bay and his launcher inside his hoodie so no one could see it, then grabbed his fingerless gloves and double-checked his gear in bay. Before he left, he saw that his mom left a note and was going shopping. Let's hope she doesn't get into trouble again. Izuku has been wandering around Muzutafu, looking for some action, but found it really boring. Man, I guess I should have just used this day for training. Nothing's happening here. Deku, screamed Bakugo. Izuku looked over to see him and his posse approaching him. I finally found you. Bakugo, you were able to clean your face. That's good, said Izuku with not a care in the world. Maybe I can use him for practice. Now I should just go and see if old man Tyson is willing to spar. You're going to pay for what you did to me, you quirkless, but, said Bakugo as his cronies had Izuku surrounded. Though none of them moved, not just because of what he did in class, but also because they could see plain as day that there was no fear in his eyes. Only boredom. Maybe I should ask Merci about those part ideas I had, though I should deal with this first. Izuku yawned, which has pissed Bakugo off even more. Look, man, I don't care about your ego, so I'm just going to go. Oh, hell no, sighed Bakugo as he went off on one of his rants, but Izuku ignored it as the police became active in the area. Izuku saw several police and heroes arrive in the area. They weren't stopping anyone, and it looked like they were looking for something, though it was clear that it wasn't him. Pay attention when your betters are talking. Hey, Bakugo, maybe we should leave it for now. Heroes are watching, said one of his lackeys, which received a glare from him. Though Bakugo quickly realized that he was right as the place became filled with heroes for some reason. Even so, his anger and pride wouldn't let him leave. He needed to send a message to Deku. He grabbed Izuku's collar. We ain't finished yet. Izuku could feel something was wrong here. His instincts were going off on full blasts. An attack was coming. He turned his head, ignoring Bakugo, looking left and right, but couldn't see anything, nor from above. That's when he realized too late. Below, The ground below the group of kids erupted by a giant mass of green slime. Blue opened the street, capturing Izuku, Bakugo, and all of his minions. "Nobody move, or else these kids get it," said the giant sludge villain. All Might in his skinny form finally made his way to the crime scene to see several heroes surrounding the giant sludge villain, none of them able to make a move as he now had hostages. "How the hell could I fail this badly?" he said as he saw that the villain was using one of the students' blasts to keep the other heroes away. He also saw that in the mass of sludge there were other boys, some conscious and a few that were unconscious. "Damn it, I'm pathetic. I have no time left. If only I caught him before he slipped away in the sewers." Though inside the sludge something was happening. Izuku was waking up. For a moment, he was wondering why he was stuck in some sort of sludge before he remembered that the ground busted open and one of the rocks hit him in the head, knocking him out. No way am I going out like this. As he could feel himself running out of air, he began to use all of his strength to push himself to the outer edge of the blob he was stuck in. "Come on, almost there." Izuku pushed his head out of the villain's membrane and took a massive breath of air. When he did, the villain noticed and tried to push him back in. "Hey, all hostages, stay inside me." The sludge stopped when he felt a chill run through him. Izuku was glaring at him, which made him truly feel fear. "Go to hell," as Izuku was able to rip his arm free and was able to throw something on the ground. In slow motion, the villain saw what he threw and couldn't believe his eyes. "That's the top." The second the Beyblade hit the ground, it began to spin fast. Tonku, Leon-style Lion Gale Force Wall, a symbol of a tanuki, glowed for a moment. The base spun so fast it generated a massive tornado, sending the slime and all of his hostages flying in the air. Izuku canceled the tornado before the hostages got too high to survive. Izuku was able to land on his feet as the others just crash-landed around him. He looked to make sure everyone got out. "You're going to pay for this." The sludge villain reformed himself. "You're the top. You're the guy who's been using that top thing." He was in shock, and so was everyone else who was watching. "One, it called a Beyblade, and two, let me show what it can really do," said Izuku as his Bey landed in front of him. Tonku Woolborg style. The tanuki symbol glowed for a moment before the air around it became chilly. "Hee ha ha ha. Novi Rog." Ice shards then appeared around Izuku as his Beyblade sent a wave of ice at the sludge villain. The sludge villain tried to get away, but the ice was too fast and froze him solid, turning him into a giant sludgesicle. Izuku Bey flew back to him. "That will teach you," as he caught it. Though as he did, he remembered something. He slowly turned and saw the crowd of people, heroes. Police were all watching him, including reporters and cameramen. Eahawk CRP. For nearly 10 years, Japan has had an interesting question, one that haunted a few. For years, everyone has seen the top spin around and save the day. A top with powers and abilities that were impossible to explain. This top shows up out of nowhere and saves the day and then disappears without a trace. No one knew who controlled it or why it does what it does. This top has changed so many lives, from the police, heroes that had to deal with its aftermath, the civilians it saved, the truth scientists try to uncover, and most of all, the villains that it stopped. And at the moment, all of these people were glued to their TVs as they heard the news. The top has been identified. "Guys, get in here right now," screamed Ragdoll. Soon the rest of the wild PP Cats and the Water Hose Duo and their son rushed into the living room of the PP Cats rescue cabin. "Quick, take a look at the TV." "What's wrong? Did the TV special get canceled?" asked Pixie Bob. Soon all of them were watching the news, and the Water Hose Duo both dropped their jaws as they saw the news. The only one slightly confused was their son Koda. "Mom, Dad, what's going on?" His parents looked at each other for a moment. Neither of them told him how close they were to death a few months ago. "That boy on TV is the one that saved us. We have to do something to help him out," said Mr. Izumi as he grabbed his phone. "He saved our butts. He doesn't deserve to be locked up in some prison." Mrs. Izumi put a hand on her husband's shoulder. "I completely agree, but what can we do?" "I don't think you guys have to do much," said Mandalay as they all saw the TV. "That's the boy that saved me," said Momo, staring at the TV screen in the back of her limo. She remembered when she almost died 7 years ago. Her family's mansion was attacked by a group of villains, and it ended with the mansion on fire with her stuck inside. She tried to escape, but she had inhaled too much smoke and was losing consciousness. Before she did, she saw the roof was collapsing, and it was falling towards her before she heard someone yell Tiger Claw. The collapsing roof was then torn apart by something fast, and the next thing she knew, someone was carrying her out of the burning building. She later learned that her parents were saved by the vigilante that fights with a top. He was her reason to try and become a hero. To meet him someday. He's my age, as she stared at his photo on the screen. All of the teachers at UA were stunned as they looked at the TV. They were originally in a meeting until all of their phones blew up telling them that the top has been identified. "Hey Aizawa, you were asked to hunt down the top, right?" asked Mike. "Did you ever see him? Is he really a kid?" Aizawa was silent for a moment. "I was asked to look into the top case 6 years ago, and we could never figure out who was controlling the thing. My core couldn't do anything to it, and it was too fast to catch." Power Loader scratched his chin. "Well, who would have guessed a kid was controlling the thing? I wonder if they'll let me take a look at the top." Niza began to clap. "Everyone, as interesting as this is, we need to get back to the meeting." The heroes weren't the only ones watching the news. Stain sat in his hideout in a trance as he watched the news. He slowly brought his hand up to his cheek as he ran a finger over the long scar on the side of his face. The scar Izuku gave him 4 years ago, back when he went by Steindal, when he was hunting down Yakuza members. "Well, this makes things interesting. You better sharpen that top of yours, 'cause I'm ready for a rematch." Koichi and Kazuho, along with the others in the Vigilante gang, were watching the TV. "This doesn't look good for Izuku." "Well, shouldn't we do something?" asked Kazuho. "Nah," said Soga. "He's always been able to get himself out of tight situations. He'll get himself out of this. So relax." Though clearly on all their faces they didn't calm down at all. "Look, if you're that worried, just call that number he gave you." Koichi flinched at that. Kazuho, on the other hand, thought that would be a good idea. "Yeah, we can call that one guy. Izuku said we could call him in case of an emergency." Koichi began to scratch his cheek. "Well, Izuku said to call him in a life or death emergency. I don't think Kai would take this that well." Koichi then began imagining him facing Kai again. "He might actually hurt me this time. That guy is scary." "Don't bother," said Knuckle Duster as he walked into the warehouse. "I just got done talking to Granger. He said everything is under control. We just have to wait and see." Overhaul watched the news with some interests. He hadn't personally run into the top himself, but he has heard stories and the abilities of the top. The abilities are what interested him the most. "Chrono," he said, getting the attention of his right-hand man. "Once things calm down a little, try and procure the files on that boy. There might be something interesting there." Rikiya Yatsubashi, or Reed Destro, was grinning from ear to ear as he looked at his television in his office. He ended his office meeting early to watch this, and it couldn't give him more joy. He pressed a button on his desk. "Miyashita, cancel my meetings today. Something unexpected has just occurred, and if any of the infestors ask, this could be big." "Yes, sir," said his secretary over the intercom. Reed Destro then pulled out his phone and began to make a phone call. "Curious, please tell me you're going to report on the boy." "The vigilante that was just revealed," said Chitose Kizuki. "Who do you think I am? Of course I'm on this one. This is the biggest thing to happen in all of Japan. The only thing that could possibly top this would be in another world war started right now. Though I'm guessing if you're calling me, that means you like this boy." Reed Destro couldn't help but chuckle. It's clear this boy has been using his quirk for a long time. Probably since he got it. You could say he's been liberated for years. Curious knew where he was going. "Don't worry, I'm going to get an interview with him, even if it kills me." Shigaraki was glued to his TV as it showed the footage of Izuku freezing the sludge villain. He was studying the kid, analyzing each of his moves. Other than that bay of his, he clearly has some physical skill as well. "Sensei," he said, calling out to his mentor. "Yes, Tamura, I've heard of the boy as well. In your opinion, what do you think?" "He's skilled. Clearly he's been practicing for years. Though I can't tell what foundation he has, this footage isn't enough to go on. Has he gone through the arrangement?" "To be honest, I don't know," said his sensei, surprising him. "Our records are a bit scattered 10 years ago. His bay aside, his name is Midoriya." "Midoriya? Tomura hummed as he recognized that name. Well, this could be a problem. Indeed, I believe now is the time for you to get your arrangement done. Yes, sensei. The police chief Kenji was able to get his car into the Mustafa precinct. When he got there, he was greeted by fellow officers. Tell me we have him in custody, as he entered the building. Yes, sir, said the officer. He came quietly with us and gave little to no trouble. He's cooperating. Good. They made their way into the back of the building. Then do you have the top in lockdown? The officer was nervous for a moment. No, sir. What? He wouldn't let go of it, sir. Even Death Arms tried to pry his hand open, but he wouldn't budge. Though the boy did say he would cooperate, but he would die before handing over his Beyblade. That's what he calls the top. We were, however, able to secure the device he was using to launch it. Beyblader. The chief of police didn't like the idea that the Vigilante has access to his weapon. Did he say anything else? Yes, sir. He made a request that he speak with All Might. He wants to speak to All Might. Yes, but he never gave a reason why. The police chief was silent as they went into the monitoring room, where he saw other officers watching the boy through not only monitors, but a one-way glass. Inside the room were several detectives and heroes that were there on the scene when Izuku was brought in. On the other side of the glass, he could see Izuku Midoriya cuffed and chained to the interrogation desk. "Ah, Chief, you made it," said Detective Naomasa. "So this is the Vigilante who has been active for 10 years, as he looked close at the boy. He's still a child. Do we have any information on him?" Naomasa took a deep breath before reading off the information. His name is Izuku Midoriya, age 14. 14? You mean to tell me this boy has been a vigilante since he got his quirk? No, said Naomasa a bit quietly as he held a folder. He's quirkless. What? That can't be right, said Death Arms. There's no way that kid is quirkless. He was able to stop me from prying that thing from his hands, and unless he has a strength or grip quirk, I could have gotten it. He's right, said Kimui. I tried to use my branches to take it, and he wouldn't let go. I would have used more force, but I was afraid I would hurt him. That's what his records say on his BRTH certificate, his elementary school and middle school records. He has shown no sign of a quirk factory at any of his doctor visits. Even his own mother, who I just got off the phone with just before you arrived, sir, she said that he doesn't have a quirk at all. Also, I sent a few officers to go pick her up. She should be here shortly. The chief looked at the boy, who was sitting in the chair looking at his Beyblade. Has anyone gone in and talked to the boy? Yep, said Detective Tanuma. We've had quite a few officers go in there and try talking to him. He hasn't given us anything other than basic information like his name and birthday. The only things he's asked for is some food and to speak with All Might. Why All Might? Has he given any hints or reasons to speak with him? Everyone in the room either shook their heads or said no. Maybe for publicity, said MT Lady. I mean, let's be honest here, the kid's kind of a big deal. He's going to have like 1 million or so interviews when this is over. Maybe he thinks talking to All Might help him somehow. Kimui Woods didn't believe this. You think he did this for publicity? He's been doing this for years, and you think it was to become popular. Hey, I don't hear you coming up with ideas, she shot back. Both of you stop. We need to be professional here, said Death Arms. The chief thought for a moment. The boy is clearly acting logical. I think it would be wise to hit him with the facts first, and when he sees that his options are limited, he should hopefully cooperate and tell us what we would like to know. Naomasa scratched his head. Okay, so how should we proceed, sir? Izuku was calmly waiting for the police to do what they do before they finally cave and brought him All Might. In fact, if it wasn't for the cuffs, he would have rather enjoyed the peace and quiet, though it didn't last long. As the police chief, "Hello, Dash," AHHH screamed Izuku, startling everyone. For a moment, there was silence as Izuku stared at the chief. Oh, you're not Hokuto. The chief of police quickly regained himself. No, I'm not. My name is Kenji Tsurigami. I'm the chief of police, and I've come to have a word with you. You wouldn't have a relative named Hokuto, do you? No, I don't. To be honest, I'm a little surprised. With my dog head, no one has ever mixed me up with another person before. Does this Hokuto person have a similar dog quirk? Yeah, pretty much. Who is this Hokuto person? Izuku was calm now. Can I get some food? I haven't had anything since lunch. Young man, Do you have any idea how bad of a situation you're in right now? Seriously, I'll be good with a candy bar right now. Just something to hold me over, said Izuku, not answering the questions. The chief of police then snapped his fingers. When he did, several officers came in with several folders labeled top on them. They came and kept staking the folders one after another. These are just the files that are here in this precinct. This is only a fraction of what we have. Do you know what this means? Izuku looked over at the stack of papers. It means that you guys need to go digital. The chief decided to ignore that comment. It means that you've broken the law several times, involving yourself in police investigations, interfering with the work of heroes, and several hundreds more counts of vigilantism. Izuku was silent for a moment as a look of confusion appeared on his face. Okay, I get it. What I believe you're trying to say is, thank you. You're welcome. The chief said nothing, and his dog face remained passive. Young man, I know you're in a difficult situation, but please try to take this seriously. Oh, I am, said Izuku, now relaxing a little. I help you guys out, save lives. If you ask nicely, I'll happily take a job for you guys. A small tick mark appeared on the back of the police chief's head, but he remained calm. That isn't being serious. Izuku nodded a bit. Okay, fine, can I ask a serious question then? Go ahead. Why do we call it tuna fish? The room was silent, so was the side room as they heard the question. Tuna is already a fish. We don't say beef mammal or chicken bird, so why do we emphasize the fact that tuna is a fish? The police chief sat there and blinked a few times as his brain tried to reboot from the question that came from the depths of space itself. Finally, he came back online and slowly put his hands on the table. Clearly, we aren't going to get anywhere like this. As he stood up, well, we would get somewhere if you brought me All Might. The chief stopped for a moment. You want to see All Might that much? Why? Do you believe he will be on your side? No, I need to speak with him. Why? Bring him here. What's it about? How good is your smell? Asked Izuku, clearly trying to change the subject. Can you smell bullshit? Are you always this talkative? Well, for 10 years I've been fighting from good range, so I never got a chance to talk, and I think I like it. At least tell me why you won't tell us. Easy, I don't trust you, said Izuku as if it was an obvious fact. I don't trust you or anyone else here. You don't trust the police. No, I trust the police. I trust them to protect and serve. I don't trust you, and I definitely don't trust you people with the knowledge I have. Yet you trust All Might. Izuku laughed. No, I don't trust All Might. To be honest, I'd rather not rely on the guy, but there is one thing about him I trust. His hate. This caused the chief and all those hearing to pause for a moment. The chief looked at the boy to see if he could find any hint that he was screwing with him. His hate. Yes, his hate, said Izuku as he simply stared back at the police chief. The police chief kept looking back at Izuku before leaving the room and heading back to the monitoring room. When he entered, he was met with several confused faces looking at him, including all thinking the same question. What does that mean? The police and heroes began to discuss what to do next. The police chief assured the heroes that they were no longer needed here and should go back to the streets and leave the boy to them. Naomasa then got a message on his phone. Chief, his mother is here. Follow me, he said as he left the room. They walked down the hall until they saw a tall, thin woman with green hair seating in one of the waiting chairs, with a few officers talking with her, trying to keep her calm. Inko Midoriya. As she heard her name, she turned to him. I'm Kenji Tsurigami, the chief of police. We have some questions we would like you to answer. Inko nodded. Of course, but please tell me, is my son okay? Don't worry, he's just fine. He came willingly, said the chief, calming her down. I'll cut right to the chase, ma'am. Did you know what your son was doing? Inko shook her head. No, he's always been quiet. I had no idea what he'd been up to. I just thought he found a new sport or dojo to hang out at. Well, what do you mean by sports and dojos? A few years ago, I was held hostage at gunpoint when I was out grocery shopping. Afterwards, me and Izuku began to take self-defense classes and began to work out. It helped to get us both in shape, and I thought it helped get his mind off of the things that were happening at school. And what might that be? The bullying, exclaimed Inko. My son is quirkless. All throughout elementary school, he was constantly teased and bullied for not having a quirk. He always brushed it off, but I could tell something was wrong, and I thought that getting him out of the house was helping. I never expected him to do something so dangerous. Inko's eyes began to fill with tears. I'm so sorry for my son's actions. Can I please see him? Of course, ma'am, said the chief as he thought it might be a good idea. Hopefully, if he sees you, we might be able to get something out of him. The chief led Inko to the interrogation room, where Izuku was. Izuku, yelled Inko as she hugged her son. Izuku tried to return the hug as he could with his hands still chained to the table. Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? Izuku smiled. No, Mom, I'm fine. Really? Inko then looked her son right in the eye. Izuku, please tell me what's going on. Since when did you have that top, and why are you doing all of this? Izuku's smile faltered for a moment. Mom, I owe you of all people an explanation of what's going on. The police chief and everyone in the monitoring room were on the edge of their seats as they thought they were about to hear something about his reason or where he got the top. Mom, right now, I need you to please do something. I need to speak with All Might, so could you please go outside and tell the reporters all for one and one for all? Neo Mesa felt a chill go down his spine. He looked to see that while he may know what's going on, his fellow officers were quite confused. All but the police chief. Chief, get All Might here now. Fortunately, All Might was in the building. He was downstairs as Toshinori Yagi pretending to be working for a hero's agency just in case they needed to be called, cause right now there was the infamous Vigilante upstairs. Then he got a call from Neo Mesa saying the kid knew about All for One and that he requested to speak with him. Toshinori then made a quick bathroom trip before heading upstairs as All Might, the #1 hero. When he made it upstairs, he was greeted by several police officers and Izuku's mother, Inko, who was also greeting him and apologizing at the same time. Don't worry, miss. Your son has helped a lot of people. I'm sure he's a good kid. Right now, he just needs a little help. He made sure to reassure her before stepping into the room, where he saw Izuku looking at his bae before looking up and seeing All Might. Hello there, young man. I hear you have something you wanted to tell me. All Might, said Izuku with a smile before for the first time here, putting his Beyblade down on the table. They made me wait quite a while. Now we can get moving. As he stood up before anyone realized what he was doing, Izuku quickly whipped his hands so fast that they made a cracking noise. Then his cuffs fell off. All Might then could see that Izuku's thumbs were now wiggling as Izuku dislocated both of his thumbs simultaneously to get the cuffs off. Izuku then slammed both of his thumbs on the table to relocate them again. Okay, let's go. As he grabbed his bae, All Might then realized something else. You could have left whenever you wanted. Yeah, but it would just be easier at this moment to have you come to me, said Izuku as he made his way to the door. When he got to the hallway, he was instantly surrounded by the police. Really? You're not going anywhere, said the police chief. You've broken the law. You can't just do whatever you want, young man. Please, he's just a boy, yelled his mother, who was being held back by a few officers. This caused Izuku to look down at Tanku and think if he should prove these idiots wrong. Though as if reading his mind, All Might acted. Hold it, all of you. Officers, please let Mrs. Midoriya go. The officers looked at the police chief for a moment. Don't worry, you can leave the boy to me. I'll have him back before too long. The chief thought for a moment. Very well, All Might, but we will be tracking your location. Keep an eye on the boy, or we will bring him back ourselves. And you, he said, pointing to Izuku. We know who you are now. You won't be getting away. Izuku gave him a blank look. You might be eating those words. Just make sure my mom stays safe. He then turned to his mom. Sorry, Mom. I promise I'll take care of all of this. Izuku, said Inko. Right now, a million thoughts were flying in her head as she didn't expect any of this to happen at all today. She had no idea what to say to her son. Part of her wondered if she really knew her son now. So she turned to All Might. Please bring him back, safely. All Might gave her his trademark smile. Of course, there's no need to fear because I'm on the job. Come on, All Might, said Izuku now, making his way down the hall. That faster we get this done, the better. Though as he did, he passed a window, giving him a look outside. What the? Outside was a huge crowd of people, with a majority of them being reporters and news crews as they waited outside for something. What are all of these people doing here? Hey, All Might, you might want to do something about your fans. They look a little restless. The adults stared at the boy for a moment. Detective Tanuma stepped up to Izuku. Hey, genius, They're here for you. Izuku looked back with a blank face before his eyes went wide. What? Why would they be here for me? You're the Vigilante, kid. Well, I know that I just didn't think this many people would care. You stopped like 100 criminals and saved a dozen more. How can you take that so lightly? Asked the detective. I was just doing the right thing. That's all, said Izuku like it was the most obvious thing in the world. It made the adults realize that this kid really wasn't looking for fame. This just caused All Might to give off a hearty laugh. You know, I'm beginning to like you, young man. All Might then could feel his body give way. Come, let us move, or else the press will be all over us. Soon both of them were on the roof, as All Might put Izuku on his back as he took to the skies. All Might landed on a building not too far from the police station. So now that we are alone and away from prying eyes and ears, tell me, what do you know about All for One? As All Might got to his knees to let Izuku off. Izuku didn't move and stayed on his back. Dagoba Beach. Go to Dagoba Beach. That's where I left the evidence. It will be easier for you to understand everything if you see it rather than just hear the words from my mouth. These made All Might curious. Very well. Hold on tight. It didn't take All Might long to reach the beach. When he landed, he was met with the stench of the junkyard that had piled up on the beach. Hiding your evidence among garbage. Clever. Izuku jumped off. It's not hidden there, as he began walking to one of the trees in the parking lot of the beach. I wouldn't leave something so important in a bunch of garbage. Someone might find it. As Izuku then, to All Might's surprise, kicked the tree hard enough to break it open, revealing a small box. Well, that was impressive. Nice kick. So you hid it in a tree? Nope. As he opened the box, showing a strange device All Might didn't recognize. It looked like a wrist brace. This is a spare wrist launcher. Since the police took my main launcher, I'll just use this. He then put the launcher on his wrist and then attached his Beyblade to the bottom of it. Then with a quick swing of his arm, the device extended, launching the Beyblade into the air over the ocean. Tonku, Grand Sita style, part the ocean. The Beyblade hit the waster, and for a moment nothing happened until the water began to part, creating a path to a small sunken boat at the bottom of the ocean. Izuku jumped on the boat and lifted a compartment up, revealing a giant trunk that had a high-tech lock on it. Izuku pulled it out of the boat, and it began to beep. 1 second, let me disarm the alarm before the box explodes. It will explode, said All Might, surprised. Izuku pushed a few buttons. Nope, not anymore. As the beeping stopped and he grabbed one handle of the box. Mind helping me with this? We can look through this up at gazebo on the pier. All Might jumped up and landed on the pier. Izuku then called back Tonku. Izuku then opened the trunk, revealing several papers that were completely dry along with a laptop and a dozen flash drives. Izuku pulled out the computer and plugged one of the flash drives in. He then waited patiently as All Might began to go through the files on the computer. All Might began to be shocked at what he was seeing as he looked through the computer to the point he completely forgot about his time limit. He was completely focused on the computer as he began opening file after file, video after video, some of which sickened him to his core. Izuku took the time to clean Tonku, and he watched as several police cruisers began to pass the beach. Izuku could tell several heroes were nearby, so were several police officers. Though it mattered little to him, as he knew from All Might's face he could cut a good deal from all of this. All Might then shut the laptop. There is some serious evidence here, young man. I have several questions. For starters, why didn't you go to the police for this, or find me sooner? I tried that once, said Izuku, remembering the first time he was in a war zone. All for One has spies everywhere. When I tried the first time, people came after me. A friend had to pull me out. After that, I went deeper, and when I found out how closely my father was tied to all of this, I decided to try and figure it out on my own. Does your mother know about any of this? Izuku was quiet for a moment before shaking his head. How could I tell her? How could I tell her that my father sold his soul to the devil? The same devil that screwed up your body. How could I? Young Midoriya, do you know where your father is now? Izuku took a deep breath. He's most likely dead. For as long as I could remember, he would hardly come home. Only about once or twice a month. That was until about 4 years ago. I haven't seen him since. That's when letters started coming. I put them under a microscope and found out they weren't handwritten. They must have used a good printer to mimic his handwriting. I even recorded his last phone call, which was over 3 years ago, and ran it by Dizzy and Merci. They're AI computer programs, and both say that the audio is fake. Izuku looked off in the distance. I've known for years that he's a bad guy. He helped experiment on people, innocent kids, even myself, and I've come to terms with the fact that his deal with All for One has gotten him killed. Though part of me does want to avenge him for that. I guess you could say that was another reason I didn't want to tell anyone. I wanted to get some payback for my old man. I can understand that one. I lost someone to that man. She was like a mother to me. All Might could only stare at the boy in front of him. All Might could only imagine what this boy had to go through, the pain he's had to keep in, the destiny he tried to deny, to be a hero and not the weapon. Young Midoriya, you have been through a lot, and I've barely scratched the surface of everything you've done and have here. I promise you protection for you and your mother, but I will need to take this evidence in. I know some people who can be trusted with this. Though I have to tell you, you need to tell your mother about this. She deserves to know what has happened to her husband. She needs to know what you've been through. Izuku wanted to argue against it, but he knew it was time to come clean to his mother. He's known for a while he needed to tell her, but he couldn't do it. He tried to tell her, but every time he just froze. Okay, he said quietly as he nodded slowly. Okay, I'll tell her, but I have a few conditions. Of course, said All Might as he began to pack the folders and laptop back into the trunk. We can discuss them when we get back to the police. We have to get them on board, or else you might have problems. We don't need to tell them everything, just enough to get them to understand the severity of the situation. Izuku nodded. I'm curious, though, what was your original plan anyway? Easy, right before the UA entrance exam, I would somewhat crash UA to get your attention and make a deal with you and Principal Nizu. It's why I specifically asked for you. You're a big name, and with you on my side, I know I can get a better deal than if I just outright gave him the info. You are one terrifying kid, you know that. All Might paused for a moment, though that plan of yours might be the best solution here. They quickly returned to the police station with a huge crowd still there, though a majority of them now were just news crews and people trying to get answers. Answers they would never fully hear. When they arrived, All Might took the police chief aside and gave him a rundown of what happened and informed him that Izuku did have solid reasons to do what he did. While he did, that Izuku took his mother aside and began the toughest conversation of his life. His mother sat quietly throughout the whole conversation, but he could see the utter horror in her face, especially when Izuku showed her the evidence that his father and her husband were truly gone and that he wasn't a good person. To say she was in shock would be an absolute understatement. After everyone who needed to know about the situation was caught up to speed, they began to plan for the future. It has been 2 weeks since the biggest revelation of a decade, that the infamous Top, the vigilante that has been breaking hero records, is a 14-year-old kid. A lot has changed since then. For a lot of people, this meant something big. To Bakugo, this was nothing more than the biggest pain but he has ever felt. He couldn't even imagine anything so enraging than the fact that Deku was the vigilante. For the past 2 weeks, he has been hounded by reports asking about Deku and not him. He was supposed to be the star. He was the one who was going to become the next #1 hero, not Deku. Deku was supposed to be quirkless, so how the hell was he able to do all of this? What the hell is that, Top? Okay, class. Everyone take your seats, said the teacher as he walked into the classroom. You all heard the bell, class has started. Chitose Kazuki was not a happy reporter. For 2 weeks now, she has been trying to find any and all information on Izuku Midoriya, and has found almost nothing. After Izuku was revealed to the world, he and his mother dropped off of the face of the earth. They were clearly under some sort of police protection, and no prison or juvenile detention center has received any new residents. So they haven't put him in jail yet. Inko's job hasn't taken her off of their staff, and their apartment is still under the Midoriya name. Chitose had just walked out of Izuku's school, confirming that he's still registered as a student and has gotten no notice that he has left or transferred schools. She stomped her foot. This makes no sense. Where are they? Her assistant cleared her throat. Ma'am, maybe we should look for a news story in the meantime. We could always just have a freelancer keep an eye at the school. No offense, but when was the last time you did a field report? Chitose had to take a deep breath. It's been a while. she admitted. I just thought when those fools at the station told me they couldn't get anything, that they were just sending amateurs. Though it looks like there really wasn't anything to find. So it looks like I owe them an apology. Look out below, came a booming voice from above them. They both look up in time to see something crash into the ground not too far away from them. We are here. Are you insane? I could have walked to school on my own, said another voice. As the dust settled, the two women could make out two figures, a giant and smaller one. Soon they saw All Might and Izuku Midoriya. I can walk on my own. I don't need you being my personal taxi. Now, young Midoriya, you know the deal. From home to school, you have to be accompanied by a hero, said All Might. You can't go anywhere else, and no crime, fighting understood. Izuku gave All Might an annoyed look. I don't remember agreeing to an SCRT. No, but your mom did. Chitose was watching the banter with shock and joy, as if it was a gift from the heavens. Hold that apology. As she quickly grabbed her phone and set it to record audio. Excuse me, my name is Chi Dash. Sorry, got to go, said Izuku as he quickly ran towards the school. Everyone watched, including those in the building, as Izuku jumped over the school fence and ran towards the building, but not to the entrance. Izuku then surprised everyone by jumping up all the way to the third-floor classroom. He landed on the windowsill and then jumped over everyone and landed in his seat. Sorry, Teach. All Might took too long. That's when his class erupted with questions. Why the hell did I agree to this? Outside, All Might was giving a hearty laugh. That boy truly underestimated the impact he had on the people. Excuse me, All Might, if I could please get a small word from you, said Chitose, changing her target. All Might turned to jump away. Sorry, dear citizen, but duty calls. So you're endangering a school. This stopped All Might as he turned back to Chitose. The biggest vigilante has just been revealed, and for some reason, he's being allowed to attend a public school. All the while, villains are chomping at the bits for revenge. Are you okay with that, Mr. All Might? All Might took a closer look and recognized the reporter. I know you. You're that big-time reporter Kazuki, right? Indeed, said Chitose as she held the phone out. With the introductions out of the way, would you mind answering a few questions? If I don't, well, silence is also an answer to some questions, even the ones about the safety of all the people in the school, she said with a grin. All Might could see where she was going. He's had to deal with quite a few reporters in his day, but he could tell she was different. You're good. Chitose knew she had him now. I wouldn't be where I am if I wasn't this good. Now tell me, what is the situation with Izuku Midoriya? I'm not at liberty to discuss the details, but I can tell you this. The school is being watched by several heroes, police, and me. So if a villain is stupid enough to try anything, they will be arrested before they even come close to the school. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be off. As he jumped away, Chitose's smile never left her face as she put away her phone and walked to her car. Her assistant was worried that she might be angry, but Chitose just raised a hand. This isn't a bad thing. Ma'am, this encounter told us that the boy is still going to school and has somehow cut a deal with the police. This tells us we can come back later for a word with the boy, and it gives us a chance to learn more secrets. She began to hum with excitement. This is making me curious. Izuku was starting to regret his decision to return to school, as he was now hiding from his fellow students as he ate his lunch on the roof of the school. He took out his bay and looked at it. Hey, Tanku, do you think I made the right move, coming back here like this? He paused for a moment. Me neither. Maybe Nizu knew something we didn't. So you would like to attend school here? Asked Nizu as he and Izuku were talking in his office. Yes, sir, said Izuku, who was dead tired. I know I've broken a lot of rules, but that doesn't change the fact I want to be a hero. I want to help people, and well. Nizu sipped his tea. Don't worry, I understand. As a test subject myself, I understand the urge to go against your oppressor's will. I know you want to do the right thing. And do you think you can do the right thing here at UA? Yes, I do. Dash before he yawned. Sorry. Are you all right? Izuku shook his head. No, there's been a lot of changes, and my mom isn't taking them well. She's been staying in bed a lot and barely eating. Nizu was silent as he looked, not at the vigilante, but at the boy whose life has been twisted by the actions of his father, but one who is still trying to do the right thing. Midoriya, do you think working with us will help? Yes, I think it will help get things back on track. Not only with me, but hopefully it will allow for enough of a fresh start for me and my mom, while continuing to pursue my dream. Very well, I will help you. Izuku perked up a bit, but it requires you to agree to a few things, one of which was to graduate middle school without committing any more acts of vigilantism. I thought that the whole not fighting would be a challenge, but dealing with my classmates might be worse. He looked to see Tanku glow a little. Yet this can't be that hard. In a blink of an eye, this will all be over. That's when he heard the bell ring. All right, looks like it's time to go back to class. Midoriya, front and center, yelled the coach. Well, he really was the PE teacher, but Izuku never bothered to learn his name, but nonetheless he stepped forward. Do you have any idea how many classes you've missed? Yes. Or, I should say it would be easier to tell you how many times I've shown up for your class, said Izuku, not really caring as he counted down the seconds until school was over. I've only ever shown up for class on the first day of school. That's right, Buttercup. You've only shown up once, screamed the coach. I don't care who or what you are, boy. You show up to class, understand? Yes, because legally I have to be here now. For some reason, this just made the coach angrier. Trying to be the funny guy, huh? Well, it just so happens today we're doing a few tests. Greedy. Izuku wasn't intimidated in the slightest. Hurry, and put you gym cloths on, and prepare for a world of hurt. Izuku left for the locker room. Let this be a lesson for all of you. This is the punishment for thinking you can use your quirks like a delinquent. He said to the class. They could tell he wanted to make some sort of example out of Izuku. That kid may be able to be a vigilante, but he hasn't been doing anything but rely on that top of his. I'll give him his first real workout of his life. He then heard the locker room door open. All right, are you a dash? He and the rest of the class were shocked silent by Izuku and how fit he was. He wasn't bulky at all, but there was almost no fat on his body whatsoever. This caused the class to drop their jaws. All of the girls blushed and some boys. Okay, so what are these tests? Asked Izuku. The coach collected himself. Pull-ups. Izuku was keeping up a solid pace for 10 minutes before the coach told him to stop. Mile run. Izuku broke the record. Push UPS. Second verse same as the first. Long jump. Didn't even touch the sand. Bench press. Izuku was easily lifting his own weight, only feeling slightly sweaty when he made it to 1,000. What the hell? How the hell are you doing that? Is that your quirk? Izuku began to wipe the sweat off. No, I just had a crazy teacher. Izuku made it back to Tyson's dojo. Our huff we huff done. I told you his training was intense, said Tyson. An old but very fit Chinese man just grinned. Sorry, Izuku, we still have one more part left, said Ray Live Combat. Izuku looked up a little confused. Am I fighting you or Tyson? Oh no, you're not going to fight us, said Ray with a cat-like grin. I sent letters to those 2-bit temples saying that they were pathetic and that you challenged them. They'll be the ones hunting you down today. Izuku slowly turned to Tyson. Yes, sorry about that, my dude. He's somewhat gotten a little crazy in his old age. An explosion blew away the door. My door. Which one of you insulted the Beilin temple? Said a man in purple traditional Chinese garbs. Ray gave Izuku a thumbs up. Have fun, kid. He made sure I was in shape, and all those monks he threw at me helped as well, said Izuku as he remembered fighting them off. Though on the plus side, they did teach me some of their martial arts. The coach begrudgingly conceded and moved on. The first day back at school ended, and Izuku made a beeline to the exit, not wanting to be there any longer than he had to. Though he soon found his path blocked by several annoyances, including but not limited to Bakugo, heroes, and a legion of reporters. For the love of, they were all trying to get his attention. Izuku tried to move around them, but was cut off by Kim Yui Woods. Dude, I haven't done anything. Please move. I have orders to make sure you get home, clarified Kim Yui. You're going home, right? I would love to, but as you can see, the exit is kind of being blocked, said Izuku, pointing to the crowd. So either help me get through, or we go around. Take your pick. Kim Yui Woods could see the problem going through the crowd. Okay, fine. As he extended his branches out to Midoriya. I'll carry you out of here. No. Before Kim Yui could say anything, Izuku jumped on his shoulder and jumped into the air before using his grappling hook to swing him over the crowd and onto the roofs. When Kim Yui caught up to him, he saw Izuku making a phone call. You knew this would happen, didn't you? Oh, hello, Midoriya. So how did you like your first day? Said a laughing Nizu. What the hell, man? Seth Izuku into the phone. You knew this CRP was going to happen, why? Why am I putting you through this? Well, that's simple, it's a test. A test to see if you can keep that bay of yours in check, and to show you just how much of an impact your actions had. Izuku looked down at the crowd. Message received. I still don't see why everyone is freaking out about this. Wow. When we spoke before, I thought you were being somewhat modest, but you really didn't think people would care if they found out you were the Vigilante. I didn't think it would be this big. I thought a week of laying low would be enough for things to calm down. This is going to be a pain. Most likely, but remember, spin the bay and no UA. Yeah, I know. No bay outside the practice zones, or without the permission of a pro hero, said Izuku before saying goodbye to Nizu. Okay, Kamui, you see any paths that are somewhat clear? Kamui then led Izuku, trying to avoid the press. But father, it would be for just a moment, pleaded Momo to her parents. Currently, her and her parents were on their way to an early dinner with some Forgan business partners that her parents wanted her to meet. Yairo Zamito was getting tired of this. Momo, I know you want to meet the boy who saved your life, but we have other responsibilities. Not to mention, I think it's a bad idea. Your father's right, Momo, said Ria Yorozu. This boy might have helped a lot of people, but he still broke the law, and from what I heard, he acts like a delinquent. I don't think that's someone you should be hanging around. But dash, Momo couldn't finish as the limo suddenly lurched to a sudden stop. What was that? As the family looked outside, they saw a big rock man breaking cars. Where are you, brat? Shouted the rock villain. Come out, I know I saw you. Hold it right there, villain, said Kimui as he landed on a car in front of the rock villain. You've disrupted traffic and are trying to harm the citizens of this fair town. You are the definition of villainy. Surrender now, or I will be forced to arrest you. Do you really need to give a speech every time you fight someone? Asked Izuku from the sideline. It's kind of cringy. This earned an angry Kimui, telling him to move away. You, yelled the rock villain as he pointed at Izuku. I've been looking for you. It's time for a rematch. I need to pay you back for what you did to me. I'm good, said Izuku as walked to the side. What? No, fight me. Can't. Blame Woody over there. It's Kamui Wood, and no, I'm not giving you permission to fight, said Kamui Woods as he turned to the villain. Your opponent is me. Screw you. As he threw a car at Kamui, Kamui was able to dodge it with ease and began to use his special move on the rock villain, but the villain grabbed the extending branch and tossed him away. You are nothing but a second-rate hero. Kamui pushed himself up. Why you? Aim for the legs, said Izuku calmly, though this got the attention of the villain as he began to throw vending machines at Izuku. Izuku showed some incredible acrobatic skill as he dodged the vending machines. I suggest you hurry before there is more collateral damage. Kamui would dashed back at the villain, aiming at his legs, causing him to trip. By the time the rock villain was picking himself up, Kamui had already wrapped him up in so many branches that he couldn't escape. Justice prevails. Well, that could have gone better. I guess I wait now. As Izuku turned to find a place to sit when he realized there was a girl staring at him, with stars in her eyes. Hi. You're Izuku, Midoriya, said Momo, shaking with excitement. I wanted to meet you for so long. You saved my life years ago. I did. As Izuku noticed the fancy dress she had on. What are you, that girl from the Burning Mansion? Yes, my name is Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku visibly flinched at the name Yaoyorozu. I just wanted to thank you for helping me and my family. Yeah, no problem, said Izuku, trying to think of a way to get out of this. Momo could see this. Is something wrong? Did I say something? No, it's just my luck. Momo, said her father. Brat, yelled the villain as he broke free and rushed Izuku. I'm going to smash you. Izuku was about to grab Momo and jump away when a giant flail came flying and hit the villain, sending him flying. Oh, for the love of! What are you doing here, Junior? Momo followed the chain to the flail's owner, and to her surprise, she recognized the person. Robert Jurgen, the third at your service. Only my father and grandfather call me Junior. Use my real name, said the European noble as he handed his flail to his butler. Honestly, Izuku, why do you insist on calling me Junior? Izuku shrugged. Well, I met your grandfather first, and knowing 3 people who have the same name could be a bit hectic. But that aside, what are you doing here? Excuse me, said Kamui Woods after wrapping up the villain again. Young man, you can't go around interfering in hero work. Robert took out a brick of cash and tossed it to Kamui Woods. Here, keep the change. Robert, said Izuku as he felt a headache coming. You can't just throw money at your problems all the time. It doesn't work that way. I understand, but for the pointless ones, so far it's worked. He clarified as he signaled one of his butlers to deal with the hero. As for why I'm back here in Japan, Enrique invited me. And oh, why is Enrique here? Yelled Izuku as he heard the name. Why do you have a problem with him again? Asked Robert as his security began to block the crowd. Wait a minute. You don't mean Enrique Conzern, do you? Interjected. Momo was surprised at what she was hearing. Of the Conzern family. Indeed, Miss Hirozu, though I have to say I'm surprised that you and Izuku know each other, said Robert as another limo rolled up. You would be surprised how much of a small world it is, said a tall blonde man in a fancy red suit coming out of the limo. Those who have done great things often know others of the same value. Mito Yaoyorozu dropped his jaw. Julian Conzern. Julian looked to see Mito. Oh, hello, Mito. I wasn't expecting to see you till dinner. Mito came and bowed to Julian as a show of respect before shaking his hand. Yes, I wasn't expecting you here either. How do you know this boy? As he gestured to Izuku. Izuku was looking left and right now. Where's your nephew? Julian's face soured as he was wondering that himself. I don't know. He's around here somewhere. Again, I do apologize for his actions last time he was here. That was no way a member of the Conzern family should act. It's one of the reasons I was happy he invited Robert. Do you know where Enrique is? Robert shook his head. Sorry, he ran off when we arrived at town. His text said he was going to find his Japanese lady friend. This caused the group to sweat drop, while Julian slowly shook his head. Just keep him away from me, and we'll be good, said Izuku. Still, I feel bad with the way he acted. Will you be joining us for dinner? Asked Julian. No, I'm kind of under house arrest and need to be heading home, he said, pointing at Kamui Wood. So I apologize, but I have to go now. Tell your mom I said hi, came a voice behind them. Izuku's face turned to anger as he turned to see Enrique Conzern. Tell her I wish she could join us. Enrique, he growled before he noticed something. Enrique had a huge black bruise under his left eye. What happened to your face? Enrique brought out a mirror. My cheek. This caused both Robert and Izuku to laugh. Julian sighed and then came and pulled his nephew's ear. OW, uncle, what was that for? What did you do, young man? Enrique began to sweat. Oh, nothing. Just a speed bump with my new girlfriend. I'm not your girlfriend, yelled a girl from the crowd. She had orange hair that Izuku saw somewhere. This creep came out of nowhere and began hitting on me and my friends and wouldn't leave us alone. As she said that, Julian's anger rose as he grabbed Enrique's head and forced him to bow. I do apologize, miss. On behalf of my nephew, I deeply apologize. He will be punished for this. Izuku kept looking at the girl, which she noticed and froze for a moment. Do I know you? You look familiar. You're... Kendo quickly recognized Izuku. You saved my life a few years ago. I got kidnapped, and you saved me with a sand pit. Oh, you're the Kendo girl. Good to see you're doing all right, said Izuku after he remembered the kidnapping incident. Sorry about the sand. It was the best I could think of. Oh no, it's fine, and I thank you for the save. No problem. As Izuku checked his phone, he then turned to the Europeans. Sorry, but I really do need to get going. You know how to contact me. As he said his goodbye to the group before leaving. Though Enrique was the one with the final word. Tell your mom, I saw www. Uncle, stop pulling my ear. Mr. Conzern, said Momo, getting his attention and allowing Enrique to free himself. How do you know him? It's a long story. Not too far away, a certain reporter was watching with the biggest grin. You got that right. Every word, said her cameraman. This keeps getting bigger and bigger, said Chitos. Ma'am, who are those people that Midoriya was talking to? Asked her assistant. They're part of the wealthiest families in Europe, she said, shocking her crew. This boy is our golden ticket. So how do you know those guys? Asked Kamui Woods. Izuku stopped at the next rooftop. Oh, well, long story short, their grandfathers came to find an old friend who helped them a long time ago, and hoped that he could do the same to their grandchildren. I think I helped Jonathan and Olivia. Junior is getting there slowly, and Enrique hits on almost every single girl in sight. I swear I can put a skirt on a tree, and he try to flirt with it. Is that what he did with your mother? My mother, my aunt, and several girls at my school, said Izuku. I swear one of these days a girl is going to rip his pee-pee off. I see. Kimui Wood still had more questions, but he quickly learned asking too many questions is not a good thing with Izuku. Better have him just say something than ask. Anyway, we need to get you home before the police chief yells at me. Izuku didn't move as he was looking out over the city. Hey, let's go this way. Why? There's a purse snatcher. Kamui Woods tried to follow Izuku's sights, but could see anything. Where? It's only a few kilometers away. As Izuku took out his grappling hook and took off. Come on, you have hero work to do. That day, Izuku was able to get Kamui Woods to skyrocket in the rankings. Izuku made it to his new apartment. Him and his mom had to move to a more secure building after everything that happened. Lucky Izuku knew some people who owed him some favors and got a good deal. He entered the apartment and saw his mom sitting in the kitchen. Hey, Mom, I'm home. Welcome home, she said quietly as she was looking at a few papers. What you looking at? Asked Izuku, but he had an idea of what it was. They're the last police reports they gave me about Hisashi. They searched the building we thought he worked at and found it was empty. There is nothing proving he's still alive. It proves I really am a widow, she said as tears began to leak out. Izuku sat down next to her and gave her a hug. I'm sorry, Mom. I should have told you sooner. Inko shook her head. No, Izuku. It's my fault. What type of wife am I not to know that my own husband is gone? I should have realized that those letters and messages were fake. I should have known something was off about his job. I should have known when he took you on those trips that something was happening. I should have known that something was happening with you, she said as she turned to her son. I didn't even realize that you were going out each night or on your daily runs. I should have known you were doing something. Mom, none of that is your fault, said Izuku, trying to comfort her. I never told you, and as far as you knew, Dad was just an everyday office worker. That still is no excuse. I have failed as a mother and a wife, said Inko, causing Izuku to be silent for a moment as he tried to think of something to say to cheer her up. But that doesn't mean we can't do better. Izuku looked back to his mother. I want to do better, Izuku, and I want to be a part of your life. So please talk to me. I can't stop you from doing everything, but I want to at least know about it. So I shall make a promise to you right now. I will be a better mother. All I ask is that you please talk to me. I want to know my son. Izuku could feel his eyes beginning to water as well. Okay, Mom, as he was forced to wipe his eyes. I'll tell you everything. For the first time in a long time, the Midoriya household felt that it was on the right track. You're telling me that this boy knows both the Jurgen and Konzern families, said Redestro as he spoke to Chitos. Yep, I have footage and everything, she said as she played the clip. This boy has connections to some very high places. No wonder the police are giving him such leeway. He most likely has some dirt or some sort of inside. Chitos, somehow I want to speak with him as soon as possible. I'll make it happen. The next 10 months for Izuku were fast for Izuku. Every day Izuku would wake up and go to school accompanied by a hero and afterwards escorted home, though most of the time taking a detour or a different path, so the heroes could arrest any of the idiots that tried to arrest him. The worst part was avoiding the press. They hounded him constantly, and quite a few of them were more persistent than he would like. After he got home, he would hang out with his mother, upgrade some of his parts, or spare with All Might. All Might actually became a saving grace for Izuku, as he was pretty much the only hero that would give him permission to use his Beyblade. On the weekend, he was given permission to use training areas for practice, though unfortunately, he would also have to deal with the police and their endless questions. Ever since he had given them the information about his dad, they had been working non-stop to not only confirm the information, but also to follow them to see if they could find any leads. The only one he actually liked to talk to about all of this was Nizu. He felt a bit of a connection to Nizu. Also, he was the only one that actually was able to keep up with Izuku without too much explanation. Though 2 incidents did happen over the months that did have some impact. Izuku was waiting for Death Arms to get done talking to the police so that he could get home when a reporter noticed him. Izuku Midoriya, I found celebrities easier than you. I'm Chitose Kizuki, I know, said Izuku, finishing her intro. You've been following me for a while now. That's because you're still one of the biggest stories around, and everyone wants to know about you. The mysterious top, a vigilante that technically was never seen for nearly 10 years. Not to mention your age, that alone could be a page-turner, explained the reporter. But you don't want to talk, do you? Izuku then gave her a stare. You're talking to me, yet you know I'm not going to say anything. So that means you have something for me, or you want to make some sort of exchange. Chitose smiled. You are smart. As she dug through her purse, pulling out a small letter. An exchange for an exchange. She held the letter out for Izuku. Apparently I've been chasing you too long, and my people are practically begging me to find a different story, because you aren't talking and neither are the police because of your agreement. So I was able to get an interview with the CEO of the Detnerat Corporation, though his odd price was to give you that letter. Izuku looked at the envelope in his hand. He asked you, a reporter, to give me this letter. Well, he said if he sent one of his assistants, they may scare you off, and it gave me an excuse for one last chance to ask you some questions, as she pulled her phone out and hit record. So, Izuku Midoriya, can you at least tell me what's on your mind, or what you're going to do about that letter? Anything. Detnerat, as Izuku remembered where he had heard that name before. He thought for a moment. I'm not going to read this. Chitose kept it straight, but inwardly she was screaming with fury and rage. Yo, Death Arms, we gotta go somewhere. Huh. Death Arms was now getting tired with these surprises. Okay, and where do we need to go? As he separated himself from the police. Need to meet with the CEO, said Izuku, as if he was simply going to the convenience store. Wait, what? Hey, could you call the guy up and tell him me and Death Arms are on our way? He asked Chitose. Izuku, as Death Arms got Izuku's attention. What the hell is going on? My orders are to make sure you get home. Yeah, well, this is needed. Trust me. Look, kid, I hate to tell ya, but no can do. I don't even have my car right now. Oh, don't worry about that. She's driving us, as he pointed at Chitose, confusing everyone. An exchange for an exchange. A drive to Detnerat, and on the way you get an interview. Chitose stood there wide-eyed for a moment before she brought her fingers to her mouth and made a loud whistle. Then in a flash her assistant appeared. Get the car, get the car, get the car. Death Arms saw this and groaned. You know, I'm really starting to regret taking this job. Oh, don't say that, said Izuku, seemingly trying to reassure him. The worst part is yet to come. Soon Izuku found himself in the back of Chitose's car, having an on-the-go interview with Death Arms riding shotgun, and Chitose's assistant was driving. Izuku made sure she understood that he couldn't answer some questions as it was classified with the police, but he would try to answer as best he could. Chitose didn't like that, but she took anyway as she was now the first person to interview Izuku. During the drive, they talked about his activities, the people he knows, and even some of the people he's fought. She wasn't able to get as much as she wanted, but it was a lot more than anyone else had gotten. Though their time came to an end when they arrived at a big corporate building. So, this Detnerat Corp, as he looked up at the building. It's big. Yes, it is, said Chitose. I've called ahead. Yatsubashi's assistant will meet you and lead you right up to him. Hey, kid, do you know this guy? Asked Death Arms as he remembered Izuku mentioning in the car ride he knew some powerful people. Nope, I've barely heard of him, clarified Izuku. Do rich people ask to meet you often? No, though when they do, it's usually a pain in the butt, said Izuku, earning looks from the others. Though when I don't show up, it's usually a lot worse. Chitose coughed, getting his attention. I see Yatsubashi's assistant, as she pointed to the man with a panda-looking head. This is where we part ways. If you have to do an interview anytime soon, call me, as she gave him her card. Izuku and Death Arms watched as she and her assistant drove away. Lucky brat, Death Arms said under his breath, though loud enough for Izuku to hear it. You want it, as he held out the card. Come on, let's get this over with. As he and Izuku followed the assistant up to the CEO's office. It didn't take them long as the assistant was able to walk them right through security without any form of check or search. Soon the two found themselves in a big Lavius office that screamed CEO. In the center of the room was a desk where a man, Rikiya Yatsubashi, was sitting with a big grin on his face. Welcome, Midoriya. It is an honor to meet you. as he got out his desk to walk around and shake his hand. "I honestly wasn't expecting you to show up, let alone to meet me today." "Neither did I," said Izuku honestly. "I hope you didn't clear your schedule for me." "Oh, don't worry about that," he said as he noticed the hero in the room. He knew he was coming but still didn't like it. "Oh, my apologies, and you are." Death arms, as they shook hands. "I'm the hero assigned to this kid for today. Well, I don't mean to interfere with your work, but if you would like to take a break, my assistant here can show you where the break room is." Death arms narrowed his eyes at the CEO. "I think I'll stay." "Whoa there, I wasn't trying to say I was going to do anything shady," said Redestro. "How do I get rid of this moron?" "He can stay," said Izuku, getting their attention. "He'll make sure we stay on topic, 'cause I do have a curfew I have to keep." "Of course," said the CEO. "Please both of you take a seat." As Izuku sat down, he made sure to notice and analyze each and every detail of the CEO's actions. "So what is it that you wanted to meet about? You want information on the Hiwatari family in Bioval, or how about the Zaggart Labs?" The CEO froze for a moment. He looked at his assistant, who was equally shocked. "Do you have info on them?" "That's usually the first thing I get asked," said the boy, which made the adults wonder what the hell was this kid's life. "But you did send a messenger, so please tell us what's going on." "Well, I will not deny this is somewhat business-related. Me and few others did notice how you interacted with a few big-name people. And with everything you've said so far, it's clear I'm not the first exposure to the corporate world you've had. To be honest, there's much I would love to discuss with you, mainly about your future, not only with hero work, but also about your place in our society," said the CEO as he waited for Izuku's reaction. "If you don't mind me asking, what do you think of our society?" Death arms raised an eyebrow at the question, but didn't interrupt, as he was also curious at what Izuku was going to say. Izuku said nothing as he took out his phone. "Do you mind if I get your contact information?" This caught Rakia off guard. "Of course, but may I ask why?" "You're getting political." This honestly confused the CEO. "Oh, you don't have to make that face. I can already tell the reason you don't want Death Arms here is because while the conversation itself might not be bad, the topic might get you in some hot water. Even though our society says government and business are separate, they often rub elbows with each other. You either want to make a deal with yourself or for a friend, and this letter was a long shot that actually worked. To be perfectly honest, I'm not the high society type of person, but I can't deny I'm most likely going to be involved in it for a while. So I'm willing to play ball, just not right now. I can't walk on these bridges right now, but I also don't want to burn them, if that makes any sense." "Oh, it makes perfect sense," said Yatsubashi. "To be honest, that works perfectly for me. I do admit I wasn't fully prepared for your arrival." "It's all right," said Izuku as he got up. "We can finish this another time, when I'm not being watched like some word of A-list celebrity." "Of course," said the CEO, happy by the turn of events. They quickly exchanged information before he watched Izuku and Death Arms leave the building. Either I'm really dealing with a kid, or something else happened during that talk. I'm going to have to keep an eye on him, that's for sure. "Okay," said Death Arms as he was driving Izuku home. He called his sidekick to bring him his car. "Mind telling me what the hell that was about? I may not be a salaryman, but even I could tell that was not normal. I wanted you there, so I wouldn't launch my bay into his face," said Izuku with anger in his voice. "I went there today to confirm he was related to Destro, the former leader of the Meta Liberation Army." Death Arms was now alarmed. "Wait, you mean the guy who was ahead of those fanatics that wanted to get rid of the laws?" "Yep," said Izuku as he pulled out his phone. "Merci. Analysis report. I can confirm that the DNA taken from your data ring shows that it had a 50% match with Chikari Yatsubashi, aka Destro," said his French AI companion. "What the hell is that thing, and what is a data ring?" "Merci is my French AI. Found him when me and Ryuga were searching one of my dad's old buildings. He recognized it as the old AI used in an experiment, but when they deemed the experiment a failure, they just shut him down and left him. And he didn't want to be left there, and I couldn't keep asking Dizzy as she and Kenny live in America. So I asked if he wanted to help me out, and he said yes. That gives me way more questions than answers. Well, to answer your other question, a few years back I was hunting a villain that had a quirk that could poison people. He went around and poisoned crowds of people without them knowing about it until it was too late. Deep in his poison was his DNA. Since I was still a kid, they ignore me if I bumped into people. So with Mercy's help, I made this ring. that not only monitors my vitals, but also scans for others. It also doubles as a spare ripcord if I need one, as it unraveled into a ripcord to use with his launcher. What the hell's with the gadgets, you James Bond now? Please, said Merci, Bond wishes he had moi. Well, when you get tossed into the dark criminal underworld at the age of 4, you learn quickly and take every advantage you can. Death Arms began to shake his head. Okay, what does that have to do with the CEO guy? Destro and his meta-liberation army for years tried to stop laws controlling quirks, even experiments or the production of equipment that would restrict or alter someone's quirk. Though being the hypocritical organization they stole a lot of the research and tried making it their own to help make them stronger. This research went missing when they all got arrested. Well, most of them got arrested. Some escaped arrest, and that research wasn't seen until my dad got his hands on it. And since my dad got his hands on it, I went looking for it, and I think I just found it. Death Arms followed where Izuku was going. You think the CEO was the guy who gave it to your father? Kid, that just sounds insane. For one, if that guy is related to Destro, that doesn't mean he is a criminal. True, but then tell me why Detnerat has been buying out remote locations and been purchasing the remains of villain equipment under the table. I didn't just start suspecting them today. Also, Monsieur Death Arms, said Merci. Why does a clothing company have security rivaling a government facility and a cyber network that is off the grid? You hacked them, yelled Death Arms. Watch the road. Izuku yelled back as Death Arms almost swerved into the other lane. Kid, do you have any idea how many laws you've broken? Merci. Would you like that list numerically or alphabetically? Responded the AI. Death Arms didn't know what to say. He wasn't used to dealing with a kid like this. This is ridiculous. You know I have to report this, right? I've already told Nizu, and Merci just sent the data to the police, said Izuku as he held his phone up for the hero to see. If Death Arms wasn't currently driving, he would have been losing it. Let me guess you're wondering what the hell I'm doing. Death Arms didn't respond as he had given up. My agreement also states that if I ever get into a situation that involves my history, that I have permission to investigate. And even if they don't allow me to continue past the day, I have a few friends that can cover that. Death Arms raised an eyebrow. Friends? You might meet them someday. Turns out that day wasn't too far away as the second incident happened. Though after the incident with Deternat Co., the police decided to undergo an investigation. Though it wasn't as big as Izuku wanted, but he was able to have his friends to help, especially after they helped a dozen or so more investigations. Izuku was currently watching as MT Lady had some trouble with a biker gang. She had volunteered to be his SCRT, but Izuku could tell she was trying to get more attention, though part of him knew she was trying her best. Hey, you might want SWCH from being big and being small. MT Lady was ignoring this as she tried to continue to stomp on one of the bikers that had a quirk that allowed him to bounce physical attacks back at her. The stumback fired as it sent her backwards off balance. Lucky she was able to shrink back down to her normal size before causing collateral damage. Don't worry, kid. I got this. I'll protect you. Izuku really wanted to say something along the lines. You sure you are? But he couldn't deny she nailed the reassuring smile. If she actually tried, she could be a good hero. So instead, he gave her thumbs up. Okay, keep up the good work. If you need any help, to hesitate to ask. You're the ones that's going to need the help, said one FO the bikers as a few bikers surrounded Izuku. SHD, said MT Lady as she saw this. Kid, I dash. Don't say it, said Kimui Woods as he and Death Arms showed up. The heroes have arrived. Time to start knocking heads, yelled Death Arms as he began punching bikers. Hurry up and kill the kid, yelled a biker to the ones surrounding Izuku. Izuku held Tonku in his hand as he sighed. Sorry, buddy. Looks like we're doing this a different way. He then jumped over a few of the bikers. And skulls, follow me, as Izuku walked down an alley. After him, yelled one of the bikers as they disengaged the heroes and chased after Izuku. They chased Izuku through the allies until they found him sitting on top of a box in a dead end. Gotcha now, Brad. You're going to pay for smashing our rides and crashing our hideouts all across town. You guys are morons, said Izuku, not at all scared. You have less intelligence than a rat. The bikers did not like that. What did you say? I found all your hideouts. Do you know how I did that? I'll give you a hint. It's why I dragged you here. The bikers were confused by this, and looked around seeing nothing in the alley. "What the F are you talking about, boy?" "I have friends," said Izuku as the heroes arrived behind the bikers, but stopped when they began hearing something all around them. "Friends that inform me what's going on all around town. They find criminals for me, and I pay them back with food like cookies or candy." The bikers began to turn their heads, scanning all around them, as they could feel that they were now surrounded. "What's happening?" Izuku looked at Tanku in his hand. "I don't know why, but ever since I got Tanku, I've just felt a connection with them. They become good friends." The trash can lid was launched off of the can, causing the bikers to stare at it as a small fuzzy head popped out of the can. "A raccoon." The bikers began to laugh. "I can't believe we got scared of a small raccoon." They continued laughing until they saw the raccoon point up. They followed the raccoon's finger upward where they saw the fire escape. The rooftops and windows all filled with raccoons. Raccoons. "Yep," said Izuku as the raccoons swarmed the bikers, engulfing them in a sea of black and gray as they scratched and clawed at the bikers. The heroes stood petrified by the sight of the horde of raccoons. "See, I told you someday you'd meet my friends." All three heroes turned to Izuku with eyes as wide as dinner plates. "Kid, what the hell?" asked Death Arms. "These are my friends," said Izuku. "Raccoons are everywhere. With their help, I can keep track of any villain who is trying to get away or any civilian that's in need of help. Even if my eyes are good, I can't keep track of everything alone. That's where these guys come in." "You trained an army of raccoons," said Kim Yui Woods. "Is this your quirk? How?" Izuku tilted his head as he thought of a good response. "I didn't really train any of them. They just listen to what I have to say, or at least to what Tanku says." "Hey, are they going to be okay?" asked him T-Lady. "Oh yeah, they'll be fine, you got this, Sly." A raccoon stood up on top of the pule and gave Izuku a thumbs up. "Yeah, they'll be fine." The one raccoon stepped out of the crowd with a phone under one of its arms. "Oh hey, Otto, is something wrong?" The CN then showed the phone. On the screen was the map of the city with a flashing red dot on it. "We need to go, right now." He yelled at the heroes with urgency in his voice. The heroes snapped back to reality. "What's wrong?" "The crawler's in trouble." Koichi was not having the best day. What started out as a usual night, just helping people find directions, became a life or death match of cat and mouse as he saw an office explode in one of the business buildings. Koichi saw a man jump out and run along the rooftops with a briefcase, and it seemed like this was a job for the crawler. He activated his quirk and gave chase and cornering the man inside a warehouse, but before he could even get a good look at the man, he vanished. Now Koichi was trapped in a warehouse with a guy shotting at him from above. "This guy is good," as the crawler dodged several bullets, rolling and returning fire with his shooty go blam, though the shoots only went through the roof. "Where the hell is he? I can't tell his location at all." "What's wrong?" came a man's voice. "Having trouble. Do you need your mommy?" Koichi tried to follow the voice. "Where is he? How come I can't find him?" "So you're a vigilante, huh?" said the voice. "Hey, that's a riot. I thought you were some hero. Looks like I don't need to hold back then. I didn't want the heroes getting wise to me, but now I can off you without worry." Koichi was now borderline freaking out. Then he heard a familiar sound, the rapid spinning of gears. "You're a Beyblader," as he limboed under the flying Beyblade. "Huh, you know my weapon. You must be friends with that DMN boy," said the man as he started getting angry. "Of course you are, but that will make killing you so much better." Koichi was putting every trick he had to dodge the bay as it bounced and jumped around the warehouse. This wasn't the first time he had tangled with a bay, but this was the first time he could clearly tell this bay was shooting to kill. "This is bad. I need to stop it. If only it would stop bouncing." Koichi kept his eye on the bay and waited for his chance. After several minutes it came. The bay charged at him straight while staying on the ground. "Gotcha!" as he put both hands on the ground. The bay then began to grind to a halt before digging straight into the ground. "What? You ain't the first blader I've fought," exclaimed Koichi. "Lucky for me, my quirk works well against Beyblades." "Oh, does it now?" said the voice. Lynx extend. As the bay glowed and jumped out of the ground, it flipped before bouncing off of the ceiling before heading straight at Koichi. "Kill him." "Oh, no, you don't," as a grappling hook was launched, intercepting the bay before hitting Koichi. The crawler looked and saw his friends. Knuckle Duster, Pop Step, you guys came for me. Of course, you idiot, said Pop Step. We ain't gonna let you fight alone. Crawler, the Vigilante, turned to see Izuku and the three heroes behind him. Well, look, you decided to show, said Knuckle Duster. You sure you ain't too famous to help us out? I couldn't leave you guys behind, said Izuku as he saw the Bey bouncing around. That Bey, Johannes. A man in a white coat with a yellow cap. Well, look what the cat dragged in. I should have known you were the Vigilante around town after I saw you pawing around with that annoying a whole Daichi. How the hell are you here? Last I checked, you should be rotting in a South American prison. Oh, I called in a favor from the Garcia family, said Johannes with a laugh. Honestly, they act like cats with catnip for even a little bit of dirt on Jenga. They hate him more than cats hate water. MT lady staring at the guy in disbelief. Okay, what's with this cat guy thing? Hey, I have a name, you know, said Johannes. His name is Johannes, explained Izuku as he loaded his Bey. He's a criminal that specializes in finding and stealing ancient artifacts. Also, I'm going to need permission right now to fight. Why? Johannes grinned. Let me show ya, Lynx. His Bey shot out of the shadows at high speed at the heroes. The heroes ducked for cover and dodged as the Bey began bouncing around the warehouse. Death Arms stuck his head out to confirm what he saw. This guy's using a top. Beyblade, said Izuku, Johannes slash and the Vigilantes. Whatever, said Death Arms, dodging from another attack. I thought you were the only one with one of those things. I never said that. Now give me permission to fight so I can take this guy out, yelled Izuku as he got ready to launch. MT lady began to grow. Don't worry, I got this. As she got so large, she went through the roof, causing the heroes and Johannes to run and avoid the falling debris. Oops, sorry. MT lady, what are you doing? Asked Kimui Woods. Ending this quickly, she said as she lunged at Johannes. Johannes looked insulted. Do you really underestimate me that much? Lynx, Johannes's Bey shot up at MT lady, hitting her arm and slicing it open, causing her to scream in pain. MT lady, yelled the heroes as they saw the Bey spin around her arm like a corkscrew, cutting it in the process. Koichi reacted first, launching himself into the sky, timing his hit, just right, intercepting the Bey on her arm and blasting it off with his quirk. MT lady fell as she shrunk down to be caught by Kamui Woods. MT lady, are you alright? MT lady slowly tried to raise her arm, but was in too much pain. My arm, this hurts. Aha. Everyone could see her arm was shredded. SHD, that was a bad idea. I may have to tap out. Johannes raised a bag as his Bey landed in it. Oh, don't tap out yet. The bag with his Bey began to expand rapidly. The fun is just getting started. The bag now was his size and looked ready to burst. Eat this Schrodinger's Bey. The bag exploded as several dozen Beys were launched at the heroes. The Beys came flying and bouncing off of everything, and some almost hit the heroes. Knuckle Duster started to intercept some of the Beys with his fist. Crawler did the same with his air shots, and Kamui Woods was covering the others with his quirk. Hey, shouted Izuku, getting their attention. Unless I fight, we're going to get screwed here. Damn it, said Death Arms. Fine, I give you permission to fight. Finally, Izuku jumped in the air and let it RIP as his Bey launched, intercepting the other Beys. Tonku go. Tonku began to glow as it became faster, hitting Beys left and right, shattering them into shards before they faded away. Popstep used her mic/whacking stick and hit a few of the Beys, shattering them. The same with Knuckle Duster and Crawler. What are these? They shatter on contact. It's his quirk, said Izuku as he dodged a few Beys. His quirk is a weird one. I don't really get it myself, but it allows him to somewhat bend the laws of reality. Bend the laws of reality? You're kidding. Tonku then, in a blur of speed, destroyed several more. Ever heard of Schrodinger's cat? Crawler paused as he remembered hearing it in a lecture. Wait, you mean the whole dead cat bow thing? Yep. As far as I can tell, he can mess with objects as long as no one can see the object being messed with, though the objects created or mess with aren't as durable as the original, said Izuku as his eyes darted back and forth between the Beys on the ground, trying to find the real one. The one that wasn't acting like the rest, the one that was just bouncing from place to place and not attacking. There, Tonku. Tonku bounced off of some Beys as it made a beeline to the one Izuku was targeting. They collided, causing Lynx to fly back to Johannes. Found you, Lynx. Johannes growled in frustration, though quickly calmed down seeing that Lynx was still spinning strong. You're gonna pay for that, huh? Johannes looked to see Izuku was gone. He darted his eyes left and right, but couldn't see him. Hey, where did he go? Lynx then got hit again by Tonk Lynx. Time to MOV dash. He wasn't able to finish as Izuku punched him in the face, causing Johannes to stagger for a bit. Why you? As he whipped his hand out of his sleeves, showing bladed claws on his hand. I'm going to cut you up like a cat toy. Izuku didn't say anything as he got into a fighting stance and signaled for Johannes to come at him. Alright. Johannes began to try and slash at Izuku, who dodged each strike and then countered the last one, but Johannes dodged himself and used it to strike at Izuku's arm. Gotcha! Ting what? Johannes then saw Izuku was holding something that ran across his arm. A tonfa. Here, take a closer look. As Izuku began to go on the attack, he expertly wielded his tonfa, spinning it back and forth, hitting Johannes several times. I got to thank Garland for the tonfa lessons. SHDLYNX, as he tried to get his bay for backup. Tonku. Stopped Lynx and sent it back to where the heroes were. Crawler, stop it. Way ahead of you. As Koichi used his quick to control the friction of the ground, making the bay go to a grinding halt. Lynx. As Johannes was distracted, Izuku took the opportunity to hit his arm right into the path of Tonku, destroying his cat claw. My weapon. Izuku then gave him a tonfa backhand, sending him to the ground. Johannes looked up at Izuku. This isn't over yet. Lynx, show them your claws. Extend. Lynx's base then extended upward, giving it enough power to escape Koichi's trap. Lynx then began to glow bright yellow. The light began to grow and take shape. The shape of a giant cat, yelled the heroes at the sight they were seeing. Is this the first time you've seen this? Asked Knuckle Duster. Tonku shot up, blocking Lynx from attacking Izuku. Johannes saw this and saw a moment to escape as he made a dash for the exit. Oh no, you don't. Tonku vortex. Tonku glowed and began to create a small tornado. I'm too far away. That won't get me, thought Johannes. Izuku then jumped over the bays that were locked in combat. Tonku then disengaged and jumped right behind Izuku, tossing Izuku with the small tornado. He's using the tornado as a big jump. Johannes could do nothing as he saw Izuku coming right at him with tonfa in hand. Izuku spun with the tornado, giving him more momentum. Lights out Johannes as he hit Johannes with his tonfa and knocking him out. Izuku did a flip to help catch himself from landing face first. He looked over to make sure Johannes was down and then looked to see Lynx spinning out. Looks like that's it. You guys okay? We're fine, said Knuckle Duster. Crawler here only has a few cuts on him, and MT Lady's arm is the worst injury we got, but it looks like it should recover quickly. How the hell do you know? Yelled MT Lady. That thing hurt like a beach. I won't be able to wear t-shirts now. You'd still look fine, said Kimui Woods. It will heal, but you should go easy on the arm. Injuries aside, I got a few questions, said Death Arms. For starters, who are you guys? Koichi and Kazuho flinched a little. Knuckle Duster just grinned. The Fists of Justice. This caused Koichi, Kazuho, and Izuku to facepalm. What? Oh, meow, came a feminine voice. It looks like the little Jerry's got the best of the big tomcat. They all looked up to the hole in the roof MT Lady made to see a woman standing in the moonlight. She was wearing a yellow top and gray skirt, both with cat paw print patterns on them. She had a choker with a bell on it, long brown hair, and looked to be in her mid-20s. Looks like Motti will have to come and save the day again. Hey, who's she? Asked Kazuho. Excuse me, ma'am, are you by chance a hero? Asked the Woods. Motti is Motti, she said as a Beyblade dashed on the ground, hitting Lynx up in the air for Motti to catch. And Motti is here to get Johannes back. She has a Beyblade too, yelled MT Lady. How many of you guys are there? We can ask that later. Surround her, yelled Death Arms. Motti put a finger on her cheek. Motti sees an old guy, a scary guy, a cute boy, and a woody guy. She looked right at Pop Step and MT Lady, a flat eye and a fatty. Both MT Lady and Pop Step got massive tick marks as their anger grew. Who are you calling flatty? fatty, 7 against 1, is not good odds for Motti, as her bae began to circle, causing a smoke screen to cover everyone. Izuku and Koichi used an air blast to clear the smoke. When they did, they saw Motti on the roof again, this time holding Johannes and the briefcase. "Motti will take her leave now. Be careful, boy, and bye, cute guy," as she jumped away. Izuku, Crawler, and Kamui Woods jumped to the roof, finding no traces of them. "That ain't good," said Izuku. He wanted to give chase to see if he could track him, but was told against it. Shortly afterwards, Ingenium showed up and said that Crawler, Popstep, and Knuckle Duster worked for him. Getting them out of trouble, Izuku would owe him for that. Izuku would try later to find out anything more about Johannes and Motti, but couldn't find anything. But soon as 10 months were up, and he found himself standing in front of his future as he looked at UA's gates. "We're here, Tanku, it's about time." Oaco was nervous now. She knew the competition would be fierce. She was so distracted she hadn't realized she accidentally tripped over someone who was crouching down. WHOA, as she fell, but she didn't hit the ground as she was caught by someone. "Oh, I'm so sorry." "It's fine. I guess that's what I get for crouching down," said Izuku before he crouched next to the bush again. Oaco instantly recognized who she was talking to. "Wait, what are you doing?" Izuku looked back up to Oaco. "Oh, I'm just feeding this little guy here." Oaco bent down to see that in the bush was a little raccoon eating dog treats. "A baby raccoon," she said with joy as she began to fawn over the cute raccoon. "It looks adorable." That's when Bakugo decided to ruin the moment. "Deku," as Bakugo walked up behind him, getting their attention. "Stop playing with the trash panda and prepare to die today, 'cause the one that's getting into UA is me." Izuku just gave Bakugo a blank stare, not bothering to respond, and Oaco, on the other hand, was staring back at Bakugo wide-eyed at his words. This is a hero school." Bakugo gave Oaco a death glare. "I know that," he shouted, scaring her and causing the raccoon to run off. "Because when I graduate UA, I'm going to become the #1 hero. I will be the next All Might. I'll be better than him. So remember that, you DMN extra." As he walked off to UA, "That's Bakugo for ya," said Izuku. "Come on, we should head inside as well." Oaco nodded and followed Izuku inside. Izuku sat down, ignoring the glare he was getting from Bakugo. Present Mike appeared on stage and began going through what the entrance exam would entail. Izuku already knew that they would be fighting machines, and that their overall score would be determined by how many they could destroy, but he also suspected there would be more to it than just destroying robots. "Doesn't matter either way. I will go in with the best of my abilities and see how well I do." "Excuse me," said a voice, getting everyone's attention, including Izuku's. "On the handout, it clearly shows 4 types of robots we will be facing. If this is an error and an embarrassment to UA." Also, as the boy turned to Izuku, "You shouldn't be here. A vigilante like you who has no respect for the law should be in a place for heroics. Leave now." In the middle of the boy's speech, Izuku took out a piece of paper and began to write something down on it before folding it into a paper airplane. He then proceeded to toss the paper airplane to the side, which then curved around the hall before landing right in front of Ida. Ida picked it up and began to read it out loud. "To my new fan, Izuku Midoriya. I don't want your autograph. I don't want—" Ida stopped for a moment as he saw there was more written down. Turn the page over. He did. "Now, could you please sit back down and stop reading this page out loud like a moron? You're embarrassing yourself," all of which Ida read out loud in front of everyone. The rest of the hall began laughing. Even present Mike couldn't help but chuckle a little. Ida, on the other hand, was not amused and was getting angry. Enough," shouted present Mike, causing some to cover their ears. "One kid, that 4th type, is an obstacle that you should avoid if possible. Also, please sit down. 2, Izuku is here to take the test like everyone else, okay?" Ida begrudgingly nodded before sitting back down. "Well, that wraps up this show. So get out there and go plus ultra." Izuku was standing outside of test area beta, doing some stretches as he waited for the test to begin. Some of the other applicants tried to talk to him, which he politely declined unless they asked for advice, and he happily gave his opinion on how to use their quirks. It was actually kind of nice until the boy from earlier showed up. As he grabbed Izuku's shoulder, Izuku had to resist the urge to throw him. "What do you hope to accomplish here?" try to ruin other people's chances of getting into UA. Izuku looked at the guy with an emotionless look. Who are you again? Ida was taken aback by this. I'm the guy who you humiliated. My name is Tenya Ida. Now, that got Izuku attention. Tenya Ida, wait, you're Ingenium's little brother. Izuku said with shock clearly in his voice. You're kidding. Tenya striated himself a bit as his brother was mentioned. Indeed I am, and don't talk about my brother as if you're friends. Izuku was still staring at Tenya in shock. This guy with a stick up his but is related to Tensei, the guy who helped me and the other vigilantes out. He's one of the most chill heroes I know. How in the world is he related to this robot? Begin, shouted Present Mike over the speaker. Izuku instantly jumped over the crowd and started running in. Izuku then saw several robots coming at him. All right, Tanku, let's put on a good show. Let it rip. Izuku launched his bay as it went straight through 3 robots in front of him. Izuku reached down and grabbed a shard from one of the robots, and then jumped on a 4th robot using the shard to cut its wires, shutting it down. As he landed, he saw a 5th and 6th charging at him. He jumped on one of them, causing the 6th to commit friendly fire, destroying the 5th, but it didn't get Izuku, as he jumped at the last second and then ran and slid under the 6th, ripping and cutting out the wires, disabling it. All right, take down 3 in less than 2 minutes, not bad. He looked to see Tanku destroying 2 more. 8, not bad. More were showing up. Not even 5 minutes in, and we're already on a roll. Let's go. Look out, yelled an applicant behind Izuku. Izuku quickly sent Tanku, creating a small vortex, pushing one of them out of the way. Oh, thanks. Izuku ran and grabbed 2 more before they were hit by robots. Geez, how many lawsuits does UA have? Izuku put the 2 down as Tanku blew up the robots. They may be training robots, but that doesn't change the fact that they can be dangerous. Be careful and stay on your toes. Izuku looked to see Oaco having to save a few other people as well. Looks like I'm not the only one helping others out. He then looked to see Tenya angrily crushing robots. Wow, he's angry, though I think I should be following his lead. Hey, you guys, watch out for each other and try your best. As Izuku went back to destroying robots. In the monitoring room, the heroes/teachers were watching the exam with great interest, though they could not deny there was one student who had their attention more than the others. Wow, that kid is a lot better than I expected, said Midnight as they watched Izuku. Yeah, said Snipe. I thought he would solely rely on that Beyblade of his, but he's holding his own all by himself. They all agreed. Even Eraserhead was impressed. You can't be a hero if you're a one-trick pony. Even if you take out the points he got from his bay, he still has plenty of points, said Cementos. I don't think he even needed his weapon for this exam. Maybe, but he is using it to get quite a bit of hero points. As Nizu pointed to the screen where they saw the bay making tiny tornadoes to catch and move other students out of the way of danger. Honestly, for a small top, it is quite powerful and useful. Hey Nizu, why is he taking the regular exam? I thought you already passed him, asked Present Mike. Nizu smiled. I did. It was clear before he took any of our other tests that he was more than ready for UA, but when I told him that he declined, saying that he wanted to get into UA like everyone else, and that he didn't want any special treatment. Tashinori smiled. That boy may have a few issues, but he does have a good heart. I think he will make a fine addition to UA and a fine hero. Well, let's see how he handles this. As Aizawa hit a button on the console, Izuku stared at the destroyed robots at his feet. If I counted right, my score should be somewhere in the 60s by now. He then heard some of the other students counting their own scores. They all have scores below 50, huh? I guess I have more than enough. BLM, what now? He looked to see a giant robot towering above the city coming right at him and the other applicants. Oh well, didn't see that one coming. I'll help, yelled one applicant. Izuku looked over to see it was Oaco, and that she was right in the path of the giant robot. Izuku also saw that all of Titanku, yelled Izuku as he grabbed a ball out of his pocket. The ball split open, his bay then hopped inside. Izuku closed the ball and got into his pitching stance. He then raised his leg all the way up. Tanku, triangle. Fiery fastball, Izuku dropped his leg and threw the baseball launcher over 120 miles per hour at the giant robot. Halfway to the robot, the ball exploded as a giant fire bird launched out and went right through the giant robot's head, destroying it in the process and sending it backwards away from Oaco. Oaco was in so much shock, and she didn't notice Izuku walking up to her until he was right next to her. "You saved me." Of course, Izuku grabbed the rock and with a grunt lifted it off of Oaco. "I wouldn't be much of a hero if I left someone." He then held his hand out for Oaco to grab, which she did. He was careful not to move her too hard with her leg still injured. "How bad is the leg?" "Not bad, but..." Oaco stopped his pain shot through her leg. She yelped a little. Izuku went to support her more. "No, I need to keep going. I need to get more points before it's too late." "Everyone stop, the test is over," came Present Mike's voice over the loudspeaker. Oaco went stone-faced at the sound and collapsed to her knees. "No, I only had 32 points." Izuku smiled and put his hand on her back. "Don't worry, I'm sure you did fine. From what I could tell, the average everyone else got was around 20, so I believe you have a passing score." "Really?" she said with tears in her eyes. "Yeah, I'm positive we both will be attending UA," he said, reassuring her. "Does that young lady need medical attention?" asked Recovery Girl as she approached the two. "Oh yes," said Izuku as he helped Oaco up. When he did, he quickly raised his hand as well, catching Tanku, who hopped back, which caused a few oohs and ahs. "It's her leg, ma'am." Oaco stuck out her leg for Recovery Girl to see. "Oh, that's not too bad, but I'll fix you up." Recovery Girl gave Oaco a kiss on her leg, causing it to be healed almost immediately. "That should do." Oaco moved her leg around, checking if it really was better. "Wow, what did you do?" "It's my quirk deal. It allows me to quicken the healing process," she explained. "It also keeps parents from suing you guys," added Izuku. "Just how many lawsuits have you helped UA avoid?" Recovery Girl was silent for a moment. "Too many." None of the teachers wanted to admit it, but Recovery Girl was a godsend to them. Thanks to her, they have avoided quite a few legal issues that have come up, including ones for the entrance exam. "Anyway, you both are good to go. Now, if you excuse me, I have to go check on the other students." Izuku and Oaco watched as Recovery Girl left to go check up on other patients. Afterwards, Oaco and Izuku walked back to the bus. "Hey, you gonna be okay?" "Oh yeah, my leg is doing fine now," said Oaco, forcing a small smile. "I guess all I could do right now is wait and see if I passed or not." "I'm sure you'll do fine," said Izuku as he checked his phone and saw Merci left him a message. Merci would do this when they were in public. He asked if Izuku wanted him to hack into UA and monitor the scores if not change them. Izuku thought about it for a moment, and the mere act of him hesitating this question made him question his own morals. Oaco snapped him out of it when she tapped his shoulder. "Izuku, are you okay? You took out your phone and kind of just left Earth for a moment." Izuku's mind raced for a moment to think of a solid excuse, and not that he was contemplating breaking into UA's network. "Oh, I was just wondering whether to ask you for your number." Oaco's face slowly went red at this request. "No one has asked for my number the first day we've met, especially not a guy. What do I do?" she thought. Now her mind flew as she began to fluster. She didn't get back down to earth until Izuku poked her. "Oh, sorry. Sure, we can exchange numbers." They began to exchange numbers while Recovery Girl was watching. She smiled as they left. "I ship it." The next week flew by without any issues, and like he had predicted, he had passed the UA exam with flying colors, and he may have had Merci take a little peek into UA's computer to see if Oaco passed. She did, and they went out to celebrate their passing of UA. "I can't believe it, we passed," said Oaco, still ecstatic about passing the entrance exam. "I can't wait to start school, and soon have to be a real hero." Izuku chuckled at her excitement. They both were walking down the sidewalk, heading to a small cafe for some coffee. Lucky Izuku was able to convince the heroes watching him to ease off for a moment. "You're really excited, aren't you?" "Yeah, I'm surprised you're not." "I am. It's just I've already celebrated with my mom when we got the letter." "Oh, is she happy that you got into UA?" "Yeah," said Izuku as he remembered how his mom acted when they got the letter, which she was happy for. But that didn't come close to her reaction when Izuku told her she had made a friend that sent her through the roof. It took All Might coming to say congrats to Izuku to get her to calm down, though she's more excited by other news. Not too far away, just around the corner, was Inko and All Might. Inko stuck her head around the corner to see her son entering a cafe with his new friend. Look, there they are. All Might was starting to feel a little uncomfortable. Yes, there they are, but why am I here exactly? Well, you're the only one that is able to convince the other heroes to give Izuku some space, and so far you're the only one that will actually work with Izuku instead of making him a dog on a leash. Also, you and Izuku respect each other, she explained. That didn't make All Might feel any better. Okay, so why are we here? This girl is the first friend Izuku has that isn't a vigilante, hero, or related to the last two. I need to make sure with my own eyes that she is a regular girl and not some sort of secret warrior or alien, said Inko as she signaled for All Might and her to move closer. All Might followed her, but couldn't help but feel that he was going to ruin this. When he was still in his big form and was just wearing a big coat, sunglasses, and a hat courtesy of Inko. He didn't think this disguise would work long. Look, Miss Midoriya, I understand you are worried about young Midoriya, but as a big boy, he can handle himself. Oh, come on, it will be fun, said Inko as she moved closer to the cafe. Hesitantly, All Might followed her. All Might tried to be stealth, but stealth wasn't his strong suit. In fact, it was a skill he was lacking. Not to mention, he had the problem that his time limit was being wasted here. All Might had to figure out a way to get out of this without being rude. Maybe I could deter her from this. All Might cleared his throat, getting her attention. If you don't mind me asking, since when were you so interested in your son's social life? A solemn look appeared on Inko's face. I've always been worried about my son. I'm his mother, but when he was told he was quirkless and that he shouldn't become a hero, it destroyed him. And for a brief moment, I was so worried, but then right after that, he got a new hope, one that he said he didn't want to tell me until he got it down. I didn't understand then, but that's when he got his Beyblade, and for a while I thought everything would be okay. And then one day, he came home looking like a husk, like his world got shattered all over again. That was the first day he missed school. After that, I started asking his teachers what was going on, and that's when they admitted some of the students had been messing with Izuku. After that, I tried to help Izuku when I could, and that didn't work all that well. And then I was held hostage at gunpoint, and my own son came to save me. Well, I didn't know it was my son at the time, but it did help us. It kept us close, and then we got into self-defense and working out together. That still didn't improve him getting friends, and now, finally, after so many years, he has a friend, one that has nothing to do with his past or from the school that rejected him. Inko paused as All Might process the information. I need to make sure this is a good friend. I need to be a good mother for once. You're a good mother, said All Might, trying to comfort her. I didn't know my son was a vigilante or the fact my husband was a mad scientist. Giving him a real look. I can't change the past, but I can do better. Not to mention I need to get out of the house. You guys may be keeping me safe, but it's kind of boring to stay in all day. So today we're spying, saying the last part with a bit of excitement. All Might gave her a blank look. You know, I can see where Izuku gets it from. Izuku can safely say he was actually enjoying himself. For a while he thought when he blurted out to Oaco about getting each other's phone numbers, that it might have turned into a mistake, but Oaco has been really chill. She hasn't annoyed him with questions like everyone else, and she's been nice. The only problem right now was the odd looks everyone around them were making. He could tell that all around the cafe, they were looking at them, or to be more specific at him. Are they all really looking at us? Asked Oaco as she noticed it. Izuku sighed. Yeah, sorry about that. I still can't believe the amount of attention I'm getting. It must be rough having a celebrity status, said Oaco as she drank her coffee. Yeah, to be honest, I never thought I would get this much attention if people knew I was the vigilante helping everyone out. I thought everyone would be surprised for a minute and then move on with their lives. Has it been that bad for you? She asked. Izuku thought for a moment. Kind of, I wouldn't say it's the worst that could have happened, but it has been a bit of a pain, said Izuku as he took a sip of his drink. I'm more surprised that this is the first time you've asked. Oaco stopped for a moment. Well, it might be a little weird, but for the longest time, I wanted to become a popular hero and have big interviews and all of that. But when the reporters kept saying you wouldn't comment or give interviews, I remember my parents saying how it must be a hassle for you, and I didn't want to add to that. Though to be honest, I have questions, but I'll wait until you want to tell me. She finished with one of the sweetest smiles Izuku had ever seen. Izuku couldn't help but feel grateful for having Oaco as a friend. Oaco, you are a fantastic person. You know that. Oaco blushed at the compliment. Ah, thanks, Izuku. Izuku thought he should let her ask a question if she wanted to, but then he heard a small squeak. Izuku and Oaco looked up to see a raccoon eating sushi. Ryochi, what are you doing here? That raccoon is eating sushi, said Oaco, staging at the raccoon wide-eyed. For a moment, Izuku thought her eyeballs would pop out. Wait, you named him Ryochi. No, that's the name he gave himself. I got a few questions. That's fair, said Izuku. Hey, Ryochi, what are you doing? He asked the raccoon who was sitting above them. The raccoon then pointed to the window, and for a quick moment, Izuku saw what Ryochi was pointing at. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Oaco followed where he was looking and saw a woman and a big man outside talking. Who are they? My mom and an idiot. Izuku stood up. Let's go say hi. Okay, just one more second, and then we'll head back, said Inko as All Might tried to convince her to go back to the apartment. She looked back into the cafe and saw the two kids were gone. Hey, where'd they go? All Might looked. Huh, they were there a minute ago. What are you two doing? Said Izuku right behind them with Oaco standing right next to him. Izuku, said Inko as her mind began to race. She began to think of excuses to explain why she was here. All Might saw this and sighed. Greetings, young Midoriya, and hello to you, young lady. Hello, said Oaco as she bowed. Nice to meet you. Oaco trailed off as she got a good look at the man. Her eyes then went wide as she recognized the number one hero. You're. Izuku put a hand on her shoulder. Yeah, that's him. But if you could please keep it quiet so we don't have to deal with a fan mob. Izuku then turned back to his mom. So why are you here? You weren't following us, were you? No, we just happened to see you guys while we were. Inko just had an idea. While we were on our date. As she grabbed All Might's arm. All Might nodded. Right? Wait, what? As All Might's eyes opened wide, someone could have mistaken him for having a weird eye quirk. He turned to see Inko, smiling, and then turned to see Oaco's eyes were also wide, and Izuku. Well, Izuku looked like he'd seen better days. Anyway, sorry for taking some of your time. We'll be going now, said Inko as she pulled All Might's arm. He was in too much shock to think, and just went with it. See you at home, Izuku. Oaco watched the two leave before turning to Izuku. Your mom is dating All Might. Izuku didn't respond. Izuku. She looked to see his face was frozen and wasn't even moving. She couldn't even tell if he was breathing. Izuku. I stopped working. I'm so sorry, said Inko, bowing several times at All Might. I don't know what happened. I just panicked and said the first thing that came to mind. All Might put his hands up. No, it's fine. It just caught me off guard is all. I really didn't see that one coming. Yet neither did I, said Inko, finally taking a breath. Sorry, I hope your wife won't mind, or anything. Wife? All Might raised an eyebrow. I'm not married. I don't even have a girlfriend. What? Said Inko in shock. But you're the number one hero. You're loved by everyone. How do you not have a girlfriend? All Might scratched his cheek a bit as he began to get a little embarrassed. Well, being the number one hero takes a lot of time, and having a relationship as well has proven difficult. All Might felt a bit of regret, as he thought it was too late for such a thing. To be honest, I haven't been on a date in over a decade. Inko smiled. Hey, come on, she said as she grabbed his arm. I dragged you out here, so how about I pay you back with dinner? What do you say? All Might was a little surprised by this. Why not? I could go for a good meal. As they walked off to get some food. Maybe it isn't too late, after all. The next week went by fast, so did the relationship of All Might and Inko Midoriya. Izuku was trying not to think about it too much, because it kind of was weird. One, his mom was dating again, and two, she was dating his childhood hero. A hero he still looked up to the number one hero. 3, he didn't know how long it was going to last, especially with All Might's secret identity. Part of him wondered if he should tell his mother about it, cause he didn't want her feeling betrayed, not only by him not telling her such a big secret, when they told each other no more lies, or when she finds out All Might ain't always so buff. Izuku was in his room doing his usual routine of cleaning Tanku and making sure he was in the best condition possible, when suddenly the door to his room was practically busted open. By the time Izuku turned around, he had his launcher in hand and Tanku loaded, but didn't fire as he saw who it was. All Might, as he saw the hero in his skinny form. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be on a date with my mom? Toshinori ran up to Izuku. Yes, and you told her about my true form and my quirk, as he began shaking Izuku. Why'd you tell her that? Izuku broke free of his shaking. What are you talking about? I haven't told her anything. Then how did she know? The computer. They both looked to see Inko standing in the doorway. When I asked you to see Hisashi's research because I wanted to know what he did, there was a section on All Might and his fight with that big supervillain, remember? Toshinori looked at Izuku as he blinked, realizing that he gave away those secrets to his mother months ago. Oops. OPS, repeated All Might. Kid, that my secrets you gave away. Izuku looked at All Might. All Might, I want you to repeat how my mom figured out your secret. She learned it from the computer that had your father's research. All Might went wide-eyed as he realized the situation. Villains know my secret. They know I'm weak. You're just figuring this out now? Really? Izuku sighed as he turned to his computer. Merci. Show All Might the record of the data traffic. We said the AI as he brought up the files. From the data, we've collected the information of your true self hasn't been shared outside of a select few, and the information that is given says that you are slowly recovering. So, they don't know that the damage was that severe. In fact, some of the files suggest that you have made a full recovery. All Might looked at the files. So my secret is safe. All Might blew a sigh of relief before he lowered his head. I'm sorry for overreacting like that. I'll see myself out. Inko stepped in his way. Wait, don't leave. It's my fault. I assumed you knew that I knew about you, so it's not your fault. I shouldn't have thrown such a curveball without being more clear. Toshinori began to wave his hands. No, it's my fault. I overreacted and insulted Izuku. The blame's on OW. He yelped as Izuku lightly tossed one of his notebooks at All Might's head. There, we're even. Now if you want to apologize to my mom, go and get dessert or something. All Might was about to object. Go, or I'll have the raccoon steal your socks. Now go. After that, All Might and Inko's relationship got even better. They started going on more dates, especially since All Might could go out in his skinny form, and now he was coming over each night for dinner. Izuku still found it weird, but it did make his mom happy, and soon Izuku would start at UA. Izuku stood at the gates of UA, holding Tanku. The first day of my new school year, let's go, Tanku. It didn't take long for Izuku to find his classroom, and it was a lot easier since he heard a familiar, exploding voice. This might be a problem. Izuku opened the door to see Bakugo and Ida arguing, because Bakugo had his feet on his desk, though they both stopped as they turned to see Izuku in the doorway. Yep, this is going to be a problem. At that, everyone turned to look at him. Everyone knew who he was, and one of them wanted to see him again. Izuku, Midoriya, said Momo as she got out of her desk and walked up to Izuku. I don't know if you remember me, but Momo Yazu, as Izuku remembered her. I saved your life and ran into you about a year ago. Yes, I didn't think you would remember. It was a crazy day, and your pretty made it, said Oaco loudly as she made it to the classroom. Man, this place is big. I almost got lost. Oh, hey, Izuku. As she went to her friend. How's it going? Pretty good so far. Just catching up with Yaoyorozu here. As he gestures to Momo. Momo blushed a little before she looked Oaco up and down. Who is this? Girlfriend? No. But she is close with Izuku, and she is cute. Oaco was doing the same thing as well. This girl could be a supermodel. I could see her in a commercial with a celebrity. Just calm down and relax. Oaco took a deep breath. I'm Oaco Uraraka. Momo smiled. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu. Pleasure to meet you. Ooh, things are getting good, said Mina as she saw the sparks. What do you mean? Asked Kirishima. I hope things don't get so crazy and they start a fight, said Jiro, said Denki. Why would they fight? They look like they're getting along just fine. Mina waved at them to sit down. You boys don't worry about it. Just let us girls handle it. Hold it, yelled Ida. As heroes in training, we should not be entertaining this at all. The class was silent and confused by the statement. Entertain what? Asked Ciro. This, as he pointed at Izuku. Izuku saw this coming and was just bored of it. We have a known vigilante here, someone who has broken the law for years, and we're supposed to just allow him to come to a prestigious hero school like UA. How are any of you okay to have this criminal in our school? Momo stepped up to Ida. That criminal saved my life and my family when a group of real villains attacked my home. I would be dead if it wasn't for him. Yeah, said Oaco. Unlike you, he came and saved me before that giant robot squished me. You ran. He didn't. That was an exam robot, stated Ida. There's no way a school like UA would have let anything happen to you. Second of all dash, enough, said a man standing at the door. All of you quiet down and sit down. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa. Now I want all of you to settle down. The class went silent. Good. Now put on your PE uniforms and meet me on the field. Pointing to the uniform on the teacher's desk. Straight to the point, said Izuku, grabbing the uniform on the desk. I can work with that. Soon all of the students of Class 1 were outside in their PE uniforms standing on the training grounds. All right, time to put your quirks to the test, said Aizawa as he tossed a ball to Izuku. You got the highest score on the entrance exam. Throw the ball as far as you can. You may also use your equipment as long as you stay in the circle. Izuku wordlessly stepped into the circle. All right, Tanku, let's put on a show. As he dropped his bay. By the time the bay hit the ground, it began to spin at full speed. Izuku then tossed the ball straight upward. He then bent down before jumping high in the air and twisting in the air. His bay also hopped in the air right next to him, going a little bit higher than him. Izuku then backflipped, bicycle, kicking, Tanku launching the bay right at the ball. Tanku hit the ball with enough force to send it flying. Everyone watched the ball hit UA's fence. Whoa, awesome. So that's the power of the top, huh? Aizawa saw this and put up his phone. 1152 meters, not bad. For years your teachers have told you not to use your quirks in the hopes you are all treated fairly, but that will not help you as heroes here. Today we will be putting your quirks to the test. The class was getting excited about being able to use their quirks until one girl spoke. Wow, this sounds fun. Fun, you say? You probably all see hero work as fun. Well, then the person with the lowest score today will be expelled from UA. At this, there was a massive uproar from the students. This not only got Aizawa annoyed, but also Izuku. Shut up, yelled Izuku, surprising Aizawa and silencing the class. One, here at UA teachers have more flexibility than other schools. Two, we are trying to become heroes, and being a hero takes a lot of work, and it's not all about fame and fortune. So if you're not willing to put in the work, then get out and give room for someone who will. Everyone let Izuku's words sink in, and most of them steeled themselves for the trials ahead, while others were questioning themselves. Two, on the other hand, were getting angry. Bakugo for feeling Izuku was talking down to him. And how would you know? Ida, don't pretend to be some hero. You've done nothing but undermine the work of a hero with your vigilantism and your countless times you've broken the law. Honestly, do you hear yourself? You sound downright hypocritical. You should dash. Enough, said Aizawa, ending Ida's rant. We don't have all day, so let's get started with the tests. Soon the tests were underway. Everyone was giving it their best, as the fear of being expelled made them work even harder, though some weren't worried at all as they knew their skills were above the others. Izuku was one of those students, as even though he didn't use Tanku in every test, his physical skills were enough to where he was confident that he would do just fine. Though as the other students were doing the ball test, Class 1A had a visitor, a furry one. Everyone was in the middle of the ball throw test when Jiro, with her hearing, heard a squeak close by. Raccoon. After saying that, the other students also noticed a raccoon holding a piece of paper in its paws and standing not too far away from the group. Oaco lit up at the sight of the raccoon. After hanging around Izuku, he met several of the raccoons. Though when she stepped forward, Jiro stopped her. Hey, what are you doing? You can't just walk up to a wild animal. But that's not. Oaco was going to say she knew the raccoon, but another student decided to step forward. Don't worry, ladies, said Mineta, as he stepped forward. I'll protect you, as he gave them a cocky grin. With this, they will all see my hero side and love me. This is the start of my HRM. The girls just sweat dropped at. The boy, even the raccoon, made a face that asked if Mineta was serious. The animal raised an eyebrow and looked at Izuku while pointing at Mineta. I have no idea. I just started here today, said Izuku as he walked up to the furry animal. What you got there anyway? The raccoon handed over the paper. Izuku took the paper and unfolded it. Huh, interesting. What is it? Asked Oaco as she tried to look at the letter. What characters are those? Is that Mandarin? Asked Momo, looking over Izuku's other shoulder. Yep, looks like a friend of mine is in town from China. He looked at the raccoon's outstretched hands. Sorry I got nothing on me, but I'll get you something special later. The raccoon then made some hand gestures. Corn dog, you got it. Izuku then put the letter in his pocket. He then saw the whole class looking at him. What? Dude, you just had a conversation with a raccoon, said Kirishima, still wide-eyed with the others. Except for Oaco, who at the moment was scratching the raccoon behind the ears, and the raccoon was loving it. Yeah, they've helped out a lot. They're pretty awesome, said Izuku, completely serious, as he knew firsthand how useful his furry friends were. And they're adorable, added Oaco, who was still scratching the CN. Mineta couldn't believe this. You use those stupid things. The raccoon turned to Mineta, not enjoying the scratches anymore. You use a bunch of rodents that swim around in the trash. He then started laughing. That's so lame. The great Vigilante has to rely on a bunch of stupid squirrels. Izuku saw this and slowly backed away. I was going to warn you, but you went too far. Everyone back up. Mineta stopped laughing. Huh. Oaco began to pale as she saw it. Momo followed her sight and dropped her jaw. Izuku tugged her sleeve to move her back. 1, I consider them friends, not pets. 2, they've helped me more times than I can count. 3, I'm not responsible if you PSS them off. You reap what you sow. The class just stared at Izuku in confusion, until Aizawa looked behind them. What the hell? The class then turned around to see a horde of raccoons. You Midoriya. The class began to move away from Mineta as the boy began to sweat. You screwed up, said Izuku, getting Mineta's attention. If there's one rule about these guys is never ever call them squirrels. Mineta turned back to the horde. I, too, am not afraid of a bunch of coons. The biggest raccoon, which was double the other size, stepped forward. He reached behind his back and somehow pulled out a full-sized baseball bat. Mineta's eyes doubled in size before looking at Izuku. Izuku saw this. Okay, I'll do something. Hey, Slay, don't kill him. The raccoon known as Slay looked at Izuku and nodded. Good luck, as he gave Mineta a thumbs up. How was that helping? Before running off as the raccoons began to chase him around the school. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Okay, I got questions for starters. Why did you call him Slay? Asked Ciro, that's his name. Wait, said Toru. You've named them, all of them. Oh no, they named themselves. I thought it was kind of rude to work with them and not know their names, and just giving them numbers didn't feel right, so I asked if they had names. They were confused for a moment before they each brought me a scrap of paper with a name on them. Some of them are foreign names. They're a lot smarter than you think. Aizawa gave Izuku a tired look. Great. A problem child with a bunch of raccoon friends. Sigh. All right, let's get back to the tests. They soon got done with the test, with Izuku getting first place, shocking everyone with his athletic ability. He didn't care, though. With all the training he had, he knew he would pass. Not to mention Merci had checked on the teachers beforehand and had already figured out Eraserhead's tactics. He enjoyed watching everyone's face when he heard that the whole expulsion trick was a rouse to get everyone to work hard. It made Mineta very happy, especially since he came in last place. Soon the day ended, and everyone was about to head home. Some of the girls were talking and exchanging numbers in the classroom. Wow, today was crazy, and it's just the first day, stated Mina. Tsuyu agreed. I know it makes me wonder what else they have in store for us. Well, at least we're not alone, said Oaco. We have Izuku, and I think he can handle everything. Yes, said Momo as she grabbed her things. By the way, how do you know Izuku? For a moment, Oaco and Momo's eyes locked. Really, you guys are starting this already, said Jiro. Both Oaco and Momo were caught off guard. Yeah, I mean, he's not the only big shot here, said Toru. Take a look over there, as she pointed her sleeve at Todoroki, who was walking out. He was one of the students who came in on recommendation. I also hear he's the son of the #2 hero Endeavor. Wait, seriously? Asked Jiro. Yeah, he is pretty cute, said Mina. But he does have that scar. One moment, said Toru as she took out her phone. Just flip one half onto the other half, and ta-da. As she showed them a Photoshop photo of Shoto, which copied his nun-scared side and flipped it over his scared side. It showed him with white hair and no scar on his face. All the girls took a look at the photo and had to admit he still looked good without the scar, but this made Jiro ask a question. Hey Toru, when did you take the photo? Toru began to fidget a little out of embarrassment. Oh, well, you see. She didn't finish as she felt a hand on her shoulder. Izuku. He wasn't looking at her at all. That photo. Toru showed him the picture. Oh, I was just messing around with Photoshop, is all. Izuku stared at the photo as if he had seen it before. Is everything all right? Izuku saw that the girls were looking at him. Yeah, hey Oaco, he said, getting the girls' attention. My mom just wanted me to make sure you got those recipes. Oh yeah, I got them this morning, she said with a smile. Momo looked at Oaco wide-eyed. She already knows his parents. Cool then. Izuku then saw something was happening outside near the gate. Wait, what the heck is going on outside? Man, today was brutal, said Denki. You have no right to speak, said Mineta, who was dead tired. I was the one being chased by a horde of vicious raccoons. Dude, chill. You were the one to PSS them off. Ciro pointed out. And they didn't really hurt you. They mostly just scared you. Hey, how was I dash? Mineta stopped as he saw something that made him forget all of his pain. His eyes almost burst out of his sockets as his nose began to bleed. The guys followed his eyesight and saw a goddess. A total babe. The babe in question was a Chinese woman wearing a Chinese dress, which accentuated her features. She was currently sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, meditating right outside the UA gates. Soon she began to attract more of a crowd as several students saw her, making the boys drool and the girls envious. Perfect long black hair, killer bub, slim waist, and legs for days, said Mineta as he drooled some more. Who is that woman? Asked Cozy Eye, a student from Class 1B, when he saw one of his classmates do a quiet facepalm. It was the Chinese exchange student. Do you know her? Really? Those who heard this turned to see Izuku walking up. He sighed before reaching down for a rock. Everyone was confused for a moment. Izuku then threw the rock, and his target was the woman's head. For a moment, everyone thought the rock would hit her hard, but her hand moved like lightning, catching the rock inches from her head. The woman opened one eye and smiled. Nice throw. In one fluid movement, she stood up, put one hand over her fist, and bowed. It's good to see you again, Izuku. Izuku bowed back. It's good to see you to Mei. He knows her, thought everyone in the crowd. While Mineta began to cry BLD, he knows too many hotties, it's not fair. Miai, shouted a voice. Everyone turned to see Kendo with her mouth wide open. You're Mei, the women's Chinese martial art tournament winner, 5 years in a row. That Mei. Mei blushed a little. Oh wow, I didn't think anyone here would recognize me. Is that why there's a crowd? No, said Izuku, simply as he knew the kind of attention Mei would attract. I've heard of you, said Ojiro as he remembered. You're from that temple, the one that refused for years to participate in any competitions until 20 years ago, and ever since then you guys have been sweeping the competition. Oh, so some of you do know about my temple, said Mei, happy for her and her friends to be recognized. That's good to hear. Wait, Izuku, are you a student of Mei's temple? Asked Kendo, him somewhat. Izuku was never a proper student of the Bailin temple, but he did learn from the masters there. Kendo looked at Izuku in awe. I had no idea we had someone here like that. Actually, you have two here, said Mei. This caught Izuku by surprise. Wait, who else dash? Izuku instincts flared. He tossed his bag to Kendo as he turned around and put up his hands in time to block a powerful axe kick. Rin. The Chinese boy grinned. Sup, Izuku? As he kicked off of Izuku's arm, jumping back. Since when have you been here? Asked Izuku, surprised that he was here. Mei raised an eyebrow. Wait, did you not know he was here? Sorry, something came up and I didn't have time to track you down. Explained Hiryu Rin. I'm a transfer student here at UA. You're one of the transfer students. Izuku was still a little surprised. He is, said Mei as she stepped forward. And I came here to speak with the both of you. She then looked around to see there was still a bit of a crowd. Somewhere a little less crowded. Of course, said Izuku as he held out his hand for Kendo to hand him his bag back. But she didn't move. Kendo, can I have my bag back? Kendo didn't move for a moment as she was lost in thought. Can I please have a fight with you? Yelled Kendo to Mei, surprising the woman. I would love to test my skill against the MSTR, such as yourself. So will you please do me the honor of having a sparring match with me? Mei stared at Kendo, looking into her eyes. Mei thought for a moment. Hey, Izuku, is there a space around here we can use? Izuku thought for a moment. Yeah, I think the beach should be clear today. Will that work? Perfect, come on. All right, are you two ready? Said Mei as she stood in between Kendo and Izuku. When they made it to the beach, Mei said she came here to make sure Izuku was still in top shape. So she decided the best way would be to make him spar Kendo. Izuku and Kendo both nodded. Begin. Both Izuku and Kendo charged at each other. Kendo threw the first punch, but it didn't land as Izuku dodged and went for a low kick. Kendo backed away from the kick, but Izuku kept up the pressure as he aimed a few punches at Kendo's stomach. Kendo used her big fist to block the blows. His fighting style is strange. He's sticking low to the ground. Though Kendo was surprised when Izuku jumped for a high kick which hit Kendo in the shoulder before twisting for another kick. Now high movements. Mei was pleased with what she was seeing. He has kept up with his training, and that girl isn't too bad. She might be able to keep up with our training. Mei didn't take her eyes off of the fight. If you want, you can come down and watch. Rin looked at Mei. Mei-sensei, what are you? He then heard footsteps from behind them. Huh. Sorry, I was curious, said Ojiro as he walked toward them. It's all right, this is a good fight, said Mei, who was still watching the fight. Ojiro was now watching the fight as Kendo used standard karate and similar martial arts, while Izuku used a strange fighting style that he was unfamiliar with. Is that your temple's fighting style? No, that's his own fighting style he developed, clarified Mei. His style is based on speed and mobility, mainly striking from above or below. He developed it so that he could fight while keeping up with his bay, though when he needs to he will SWCH fighting styles if he needs to hold his ground, which is a lot easier than you might think since his style is based off of the crouching dragon. So switching to the basic dragon style is pretty natural, though we like to call his style the Tanuki form. I wouldn't recommend learning it, though, as it requires very odd movements not typically found in normal kung fu. Ojiro agreed with her words as he saw Izuku fight. Izuku jumped and kicked, and when Kendo would block, he would land in a handstand and spin for another kick. Kendo would try attacking again, only for Izuku to redirect the attack and intrude into her space. It's like capoeira and silent mixed together with a hint of karate and kung fu. Mei sighed, eyed Ojiro. Impressive, you know your stuff. You study martial arts as well, right? Asked Rin. Yeah, but I don't think I hold a candle to either of them. Kendo is amazing, but Izuku has been toying with her this entire time, said Ojiro as it was clear that Izuku was controlling this match. Mei hummed for a moment. I wouldn't call it toying, but yes, Izuku is the superior fighter between the two. Kendo didn't hear any of this as she was more focused on the fight she was having, but she could tell she was on the losing end and he wasn't even going all out. He isn't going all out, and yet it doesn't feel like he's underestimating me or toying with me, and he's focusing on the fight. He actually might be enjoying the fight. Okay, then time to go all out, she thought as she enlarged her fists. Grand slam, as she slammed both of her fists down at Izuku. With the timing, it should have hit Izuku, but he smirked before charging, planting his right elbow into her gut before she could bring her fists down. The hit sent Kendo to the ground. Damn it, you're good, said Izuku as he extended a hand for her. She took it. You got some real talent, though you should work on stance changes and for opponents that move a lot. Clearly you've fought a lot of people in a dojo, but haven't faced many outside where there aren't any rules. Kendo blushed at the compliment and took the advice to heart. She made sure to write it all down when she could. Thanks, but you're even more amazing than I thought. When you saved me all those years ago, I thought that you were a distance fighter, but clearly you can hold your own in a fight. I still have a long ways to go until I'm able to give you a good challenge. You shouldn't sell yourself short, said Mei. You did well, and I can see great potential. You will make a fantastic hero and a great martial artist. Izuku nodded in agreement. Yeah, and you gave me one hell of a workout. Kendo glowed at the compliments. So then will you be able to teach me? I've heard nothing but great things from your temple, and I would love to learn it. Mei thought for a moment. Well, I don't think I'll be staying in Japan that long, but while I'm here, I am more than happy to teach you a little. Kendo smiled from ear to ear, and Ojiro was hoping he could get some lessons as well. Can I join you as well? I may not be as skilled as Kendo, but I still would like to learn. Rin cracked his knuckles. Oh, don't worry, your test starts now. Mei stopped him. As much as I would love to see another fight, we are running low on time. So I'll give you another test. Mei took a few steps back. It's simple, block. Block, said Ojiro as he raised an eyebrow. Izuku and Rin knew exactly what was going and ducked for cover, while Izuku grabbed a confused Kendo. Ojiro then realized they were getting out of the way and got into a fighting stance as he got ready for whatever Mei was going to throw at him. Mei didn't get into a fighting stance. She stayed standing relaxed, not doing anything until her right leg disappeared. Ojiro's instincts kicked, and he moved his tail in front of him as he felt a massive wall of force hit him. He tried to hold his ground, but the wall forced him back several feet, and for a moment he thought he was going to be knocked to the ground, but luckily for him the force dissipated. Ojiro then slowly lowered his tail and saw Mei with her right leg raised. She did that with a kick. She's strong. Whoa, was all Kendo could say at the sight of the kick. He actually withstood the kick, said Rin, as someone who had been training with Mei for years knew that was a feat in itself. He may have some potential after all. Izuku nodded in agreement. Indeed. Well done, said Mei as she lowered her leg and took out her phone. All right then, if you and Kendo want to take some extra lessons, I won't mind teaching you guys a thing or two. Really? Yelped Kendo. Yes, please. They quickly exchanged contact information. That's when Mei said that she needed to be somewhere with Izuku and Rin. Hey, wait a moment, said Kendo. Izuku, can we fight again someday? Izuku gave her a grin. Of course, just give me time, and if I can, I'll be up for a spar. Kendo's face turned slightly red. You bet, and I'll give a good fight next time. Ojiro saw this and turned to Rin. Hey, how does he do it? I have no idea. Trust me, a lot of us have tried to figure it out, but we've come up with nothing, said Rin soon. Afterwards, both Ojiro and Kendo left, leaving Izuku, Rin, and Mei. Tyson was currently sitting in his family's dojo, cleaning his family's blades. Even Tyson would admit he is not a MSTR of the sword like other people, but he would make sure that his family's heirlooms were kept in good condition. He then heard the doors open. Oh, why, welcome back, little miss. Oh, Izuku too, I see, and I don't believe I've met you, young man. My name is Hiryu Rin. I'm from the Beylin Temple, sir, and it's an honor to meet you. As he shook Tyson's hand. I've heard so much about you, Mr. Granger. Tyson laughed. Well, it's nice to meet you, young man, and please call me Tyson. Mei raised an eyebrow at this. Rin, is this the first time you've met Tyson? Rin visible stiffened at this. Rin, you said when you would get to Japan, you would contact Mr. Tyson first. He is one of the few people who knows the temple and the closest one to the school. Rin looked down at the ground like a child, trying to avoid their parents' gaze. I just got busy moving to a new country, sorry. Mei saw the way Rin was acting and knew what this was about. Rin, as she said the boy's name quietly. Izuku didn't like being in the dark. Okay, can someone please tell me what is going on here? Why is Mei here, and what does that have to do with me and old man Tyson? Mei will be staying here in one of the guest rooms, said Tyson. She's here to help with Rin's Beyblade training. Beyblade training, said Izuku, shocked. Rin has a Beyblade now. Mei shook her head slightly. He's been chosen to inherit Dash-ino, yelled Rin. Rin was now shaking where he was standing. He looked on the verge of crying. He can still use it. Everyone was silent for a moment. Mei stepped towards Rin. His arm is almost useless now. He can still launch his Bey. They've made single-handed launchers before, argued Rin. He stopped, waiting for someone to say something else, but Mei knew it would be better to let this out of his system. Look, I'm not trying to brush off my responsibilities. I'm still going to be a great hero, even if I don't have a Bey. He needs it more than I do. I'm not saying you're trying to get rid of your responsibilities. You're afraid. This caught Rin off guard. You're afraid that you won't be able to fill the massive shoes he's left you. But none of us are asking you to take his place. That will be impossible. All we're asking you to do is take care of his Bey. You're the only other person that can use it. But it's not mine, said Rin as he looked down at his feet. I can't. Yes, you can. He and everyone back at the temple know you can, and the Bey has chosen you to be its new user. There's no one else in the temple who can do it. Only you. Rin was still silent. You're not alone, me. Izuku and Tyson are here to help. Still, Rin didn't respond, as he was too lost in thought. Mei sighed as she reached to the back of her belt. When I leave back to China, I won't be taking this with me. She then held up a Beyblade in her hand. Izuku recognizes the Bey. That's Rock Zarafa, Dashin's Bey. Izuku then remembered the martial artist Blader, the now head of the Beylin Temple. Izuku remembered the monster of a fighter he was, but that just brought a big question. What happened to Dashin? Nothing, said Rin, who was quick to reply. He still is the Grandmaster and still has many years left in him. Orion, shouted Mei. Dashin will be the Grandmaster of the Beylin Temple for years to come, but that has nothing to do with Rock Zarafa. Rock Zarafa has only reacted to you and Dashin, and right now it could do more in your hands than it can in Dashin's right now. Please, Rin, you're the only person who can use it. Rin looked down at Zarafa and was quiet. I'm not worthy. For a moment, no one said anything. Izuku felt too out of it to say anything proper, and Mei was getting to her wits' end. Tyson had another idea. Whack, OWE, yelled Rin after Tyson hit him with a bamboo sword. What was that for? Tyson decided to keep whacking him, though each whack was weaker. Will you quit your downing? Honestly, we're trying to be the unworthy hero. Come on, kid. I know you ain't down with the guy you look up to retiring or becoming broken. Tyson saw Mei's look. Not saying he is, but you're doing him more of a disservice denying him his wish. And his wish is that you man up and take the Bey for a spin. Look like you don't feel like you're ready, then get ready for it. You might not be able to spin it like your homeboy Dashin today, but with some help and a lot of training you can make it there. Rin thought over Tyson's words. Okay, I'll take Rock Zarafa. Mei smiled as she saw progress. Nope, said Tyson, and Mei looked at Tyson like he was crazy. What? Tyson started laughing. You ain't there yet, kid. When you spin Rock Zarafa, I want you to spin as well as you know how to fight. So you ain't taking it out of this dojo until then, or unless I say otherwise. You and Izuku will be fighting. So that's why I'm here, said Izuku. Tyson nodded. Okay, so we do this like every day after school, or something, right? Okay, said Rin. I'll come here right after school tomorrow. Tyson slapped his training sword on the ground. What are you talking about? We starting now. Huh, said the three others. You heard me. In agreement with your temple, I get to help with training, and we are starting now. Welcome my dudes to boot camp, said Tyson as a blue aura surrounded him. You're going to be begging for UA's training when I'm done with you. Rin was now sweating. He heard legends of Tyson Granger, but he also heard that he was laid back and not some sort of drill sergeant. Rin looked over to see Izuku was slightly sweating as well. Should I be worried? Very, said Izuku as he grew a nervous grin. He's trained me before, and it was a bit more intense than what Max had for me, but he's a lot more intense now. Tyson grinned as the Dragoon let his power expand. That's because you're older now, and it's time to take the kid's gloves off. Rin turned to Izuku again. Izuku gulped. Just to remind you, Rin, this is one of the very few people that have beaten Ryuga. Rin almost SHD himself at that piece of news. He beat the Dragon Emperor. Mei saw the two and chuckled. They may be a cut above the rest, but they still have a long way to go. She then cracked her knuckles. Well, let's get started. Izuku was having a terrible night. He couldn't sleep as there was too much disturbing noise, and when he finally did get some sleep, he began to relive a moment from his past and an incident a few years back when he was taking out a bad guy from afar. A few times he did get up close and personal, and this was one of those times. 4 years ago, a 10-year-old Izuku with his hoodie covering his head was standing in the middle of a construction building watching the police arrest a group of hijackers that Izuku had stopped with Tanku. Well, looks like things are settled here, said Izuku as he caught his Bey. And no heroes needed to show up either, so it shouldn't be too hard to get out of here without being noticed. Izuku turned to calmly head down the construction site, but stopped when he noticed something odd when he breathed. I could see my breath. When did it get so cold? Izuku looked down in time to see ice beginning to cover the construction site. Izuku jumped, and with his training, he was able to grab hold of one of the steel beams above him. He pulled himself up and began running as the ice gained on him. Izuku pushed himself to get enough speed to jump to the next building. Izuku took a moment to catch his breath as he looked at the now frozen solid construction site. I know for a fact I was the only one in that construction area. Someone was aiming for me. Izuku then scanned the ground where he saw a group of 3 men looking up at the building he jumped to. One of the men was wearing a beanie, baggy pants, and an oversized jacket, making him look like a common street thug. The second guy had brown spiky hair, wearing regular pants, and a plain red shirt with what looked like binocular goggles. The third one bothered Izuku the most. He was wearing a big black coat with jeans, and his face was covered completely. He was wearing a face mask, sunglasses, and a black baseball to cover his head. Izuku could tell he was the most dangerous. The Google man looked up right at Izuku and pointed when he did the man in the coat, then turned to Izuku. Even though Izuku couldn't see his eyes, he could tell he was glaring. Then Izuku saw more ice coming up the side of the wall. Izuku followed the ice and confirmed his suspicions, and the ice was a Beyblade. SHD. Izuku tightened his hood and placed Tonku in his launcher. Looks like Dad really wants me dead. Guess it's time to heat things up. Izuku made his way to the other side of the roof and waited until the ice reached the roof. The second he saw the bay, he ripped on his ripcord. Tonku, Sagittario style, Sagittario flame claw. Tonku glowed and then began a fiery arrow hitting the other bay directly. Izuku expected Tonku to blow the enemy's bay away, but the bay held firm. No way it's holding. The bay stopped producing ice, but began to spin faster until the power between the 2 bays became too much for the roof to handle. Tonku, said Izuku, calling his bay back as the roof caved in. Izuku then jumped to the next building, landing in a window on the top floor. Tonku landed next to him. Man, I hope no one was in that building. And as you can see, structurally this place is stable, but I say we just tear it all down, said a voice. Izuku turned to see 5 guys, a few in construction gear. Oh no. Izuku then saw the other bay crash through the wall, destroying the wall in the process, scaring the SHD out of the workers. What the hell? Yelled the workers as the bay moved so fast any normal person wouldn't be able to see it, as it began bouncing off the walls, turning everything it touches to ice. It's faster now, yelled Izuku in his head as he dodged the bay, with Tonku deflecting it when it almost hit Izuku. How is this thing so strong? Hey, Izuku looked to see the workers and most of the room being turned to ice. I need to get them out now. He took out his phone. Merci. Please tell me no one else is in this building. Merci in a fraction of a second hacked all the nearby cameras and watched the last hour of footage. Yes, no one went into this building. Only those 5 came in here. Izuku put his phone away. Tonku, Leon-style Lion Gale Force. The bay glowed before summoning a giant tornado that destroyed the top floor of the abandoned building, causing rubble to fly everywhere. Tonku slowly died the tornado down, keeping it going enough to carry the frozen workers and Izuku to the ground. Merci. Call an ambulance and tell them we got frozen people here. I need to lure these guys away. Fighting that guy is going to be messy. Izuku grabbed Tonku and ran across the street to an alleyway. He turned to see the 3 men show up, and then the man with the goggles pointing to the ground. That guy has a tracking quirk. Izuku ran through the alleyway. There should be a junkyard a few blocks down. I can fight him there without anyone getting involved. Izuku ran out the other side into a street with very few people. He ran across the street and hid behind a bus bench to see if they were still following him. He saw the 3 men come out of the alley, but when Izuku was about to move, he saw them begin to yell at each other. Huh. The man in the black jacket then grabbed the goggle man and dragged him back into the alley. Izuku decided to risk it and follow the men into the alley, and he saw something unexpected. The man in the jacket was holding the goggle man by the neck against the alley wall. What do you mean you lost him? Sorry, said the goggle man, barely making any noise to his throat currently being crushed. Hey man, calm down, we won't be able to catch the guy if we fight like this, said the thug-looking guy. The jacket man dropped goggles before punching the thug hard enough to hit the wall behind him. The jacket man turned to Goggles, who was holding his throat. How did you lose him? I thought you had him locked on. It was the tornado, he said quickly. When he activated it, I lost contact, and when we passed the guys you froze, I thought the trail that was left was his, but after going through the alley, I realized it must have been some brat that cut through the construction site. The jacket man bent down and grabbed Goggles' shirt. before slamming him into the wall. You mean to tell me we have been chasing a dumb brat? Izuku then rolled his eyes as he realized they didn't think that the blader they were after was a kid. Those idiots have no idea who I am. Hey, relax, said Goggles. If we're quick, we can still catch him. We just need to go back to the construction site. The trail won't go cold for another 30 minutes. I can still catch him. The jacket man did nothing for a moment before slamming Goggles into the wall again. Hey, I can't track him, lick dash. He shut up as the jacket man's base started cutting the wall at Goggles' feet before cutting its way up to the man's neck. He could feel the blades getting closer to his neck. What are you? Are you lying to me? Said the jacket man in a quiet voice. When we first met today, you said you could track anything as long as it wasn't 20 minutes old, and now you're telling me it's 30 and your so-called ultimate tracking quirk can lose a target. Are you F with me here? And no, said the man, now fearing for his life. 'Cause let me tell you something. I need to kill this vigilante. If I don't, I can't kill the one I want to kill, said the jacket man, seething with anger. So I'm going to ask you one more time. Can you track him? Yes, said the man, now crying for his life and wetting himself. The jacket man brought his face close. I don't believe you. Izuku had heard enough and launched Tanku. The jacket man saw this and dropped the goggle man. The bays collided, causing a smoke screen, though Izuku could see the goggle man grabbing his friend and running. So these guys ain't loyal. That's good. BSDRDS. Well, I paid for what I got. Tonka, move back a bit. Oh, you're not getting away that easily. His base slams down onto the ground, sending waves of ice at Tanku. Tanku. Flame salamander. Tanku turned into a flaming salamander with a sigh in his mouth. The flames coming from a salamander did melt the flames at first before the ice grew too much. Tanku, get back. Tanku flew back to Izuku, who grabbed his bay and escaped the alley. This guy is strong. I'm going to need to rethink my strategy dealing with him. Izuku turned the corner of the alley before sitting on a bench. The two he had with him were trackers. With him gone, he can't track me. Now it's my turn to hunt him. Izuku waited. The man came out of the alley and looked around. He began shaking with rage before grabbing his hat and throwing it on the ground. Damn it! Izuku then saw part his face and hair. He then reached down for his hat. If I don't get that Bay Midoriya will... He stopped as his phone rang. The man slowly took out his phone and answered the phone. Hello. Oh, hey, he said as his voice changed to a happier tone. No, I thought someone else was going to call me. Yeah. Don't worry, I'm good. I'll be home soon. Izuku continued to listen in on the conversation. It became clear that the man wasn't talking to his father, but it was also clear that his father did send him, trying to catch the elusive vigilante that used a Beyblade. Izuku waited and watched the man walk away. Izuku was ready and had a plan to deal with the guy, but his own phone rang. His mother was wanting him to come home. Izuku wanted to give chase, but it was getting late, and even though he had a plan, he still didn't know if it was good enough to fight the Ice Bay. Things will be different next time around. Vowed Izuku went home and spent the day with his mom. He had Merci check to see if he could pull anything up on the three he met today, but he could find nothing on a jacket man. The other two actually turned themselves in as minor criminals. They both had tracking quirks that they mainly used to help loan sharks find those who owed them. They weren't major criminals, and they weren't about to get themselves killed. They only did this job because the jacket man found them and offered them a bit of cash for their services. They didn't even get his name, let alone see his face. Izuku didn't know when, but he would find this guy again and have a rematch. The only lead he had was the guy's hair and the name of the person he was talking to over the phone. Izuku slowly opened his eyes as he felt something heavy on his chest. He looked to see two raccoons sitting on him holding his clock, which was ringing. Izuku reached and shut the alarm. Thanks, guys, I couldn't sleep last night. As he sat up, the raccoons tilted their heads in confusion. That was horrifying. Not gonna lie, I kind of wished I slept outside with you guys. The raccoons looked at each other as if asking if he was serious. I would have if I wouldn't get in trouble for it. After Izuku told his mom about the raccoons, she let them into the apartment as long as they didn't destroy anything, though she quickly fell in love with them and started leaving out food for them, even installing a dog door to the balcony so they could come and go. They also loved her and started giving her shining coins they found around town. They now had pocket change for days. Izuku made his way to school with a raccoon on his head, keeping him awake. Everyone was confused until he made a massive yawn. Izuku then saw his classmates looking at him. I didn't sleep well at all last night. Soon class started, and Izuku managed to keep himself awake, though he was struggling until he heard something familiar. I'm going through the door like a hero, said All Might. Soon the class erupted in shock, as the rumors were true that the #1 hero was indeed going to be their teacher. Looks like I did a good job at making an entrance, thought All Might before seeing Izuku glaring daggers at him. Oh crud. All Might quickly brought out his remote. Greetings class, let's skip the formalities and get right to it. He hit the button, revealing the boxes that had their hero gear. Grab your gear and meet me at Training Ground Beta. He then sped off to the training ground. That was quick, said Kirishima, slightly confused. It was efficient, such as befitting a hero, said Ida. Come, we should do the same and get moving as quickly as we can. Oaco grabbed her things when she noticed Izuku's face. Hey Izuku, are you okay? If you're not feeling well, you could always go see Recovery Girl, said Momo, also concerned. Don't worry, I just didn't sleep well is all, said Izuku, grabbing his gear. While the students were getting ready, All Might was in deep thought as he waited. I didn't do anything wrong, but I think I should have stayed and at least talked to Izuku. It wasn't planned, but he should be fine, right? I didn't break any of his rules. Izuku and All Might sat at the table as they were about to have dinner for the first time together with him dating Inko. So, Izuku, you have no issue with me dating your mom, right? Because I don't want to cause any trouble here. No, I'm completely fine with it. You're both adults, so you should be able to handle it. I just got a few rules for you. Rules. Rules, said Izuku. One, don't hurt my mom, physically or emotionally. I doubt you would do anything, but don't. Two, if things don't go well, and let's be honest here, you're a pro hero and the #1 hero at that. I don't doubt things can be stressful at times, and I don't know if you or my mother can handle a relationship under those conditions. So if this relationship goes south, end it gently. 3, if things go well, do things in order. I better see a ring before I hear you guys talking about having a kid. Whoa, we are nowhere near that, said All Might. I think we got a long way to go before that happens. Just in case, I want a ring on her finger before there's a kid in her, said Izuku. For inch, how many rules are there? Izuku paused for a moment. 4, don't bring any work home. I don't want any villain coming here. All Might slowly raised an eyebrow. I know I've attracted quite a few here before, but we don't need extra. Several villains already tried to attack, but there were more than enough heroes watching this place to take any of those idiots down. 5th and final rule. Make sure she is happy. As Izuku got a sad look on his face. Me and my SP donor have done a lot to her. We've put her through too much CRP, way more than she deserves. So promise me she will be happy. All Might sat in his chair a little straighter. I promise. Good. I haven't done anything wrong, so we should be good, said All Might as he turned and saw Izuku coming out. Young Midoriya, first one out I see. But where is your hero costume? Izuku was wearing his normal green hoodie and cargo pants. I wore this for the past few years. If it ain't broke, okay, said All Might before they fell in a bit of awkward silence. So about last night. Let's not talk about it. Izuku quickly replied. I had to sit through the most awkward breakfast ever, so let's just forget about it. It wasn't planned. It kind of just happened, he continued. All Might, just stop. I just want you to know I really like your mom and dash. Trust me, All Might, I know you like my mom. I heard last night. It was horrifying. That isn't horrifying. Love is dash horrifying if it's your mom, said Izuku, cutting All Might off. No one wants to hear about their mom doing the deed. Okay, and no one wants to hear it happening. How would you feel if I talked about me having fun with your mom? Or how about Nana? Tashinori shivered a bit at the thought. Okay, I get it, dropping the subject. Good cause, here comes the class, said Izuku as the other students came out of the tunnel, all wearing their hero costumes. Oh, now you all look like heroes, said All Might, checking all the costumes. Now is the time we start training you to be heroes. Soon all of the students were showing off their costumes and asking All Might questions. Though some noticed Izuku wasn't really wearing a costume. Izuku, is that your costume? asked Oaco in her skin-tight space-themed costume. It's what I wore for the past few years, so it works, not to mention it's comfortable, said Izuku. You look good, said Oaco before slightly blushing. I think I should have specified the size. They made it a bit tight, she said, referring to her suit. Izuku looked up and down. He then came to the conclusion that she looked amazing. It still looks good. What matters is if you can perform well and that your suit doesn't get in the way of your work. He's right, said Momo as she came by in her katome, getting a wide-eyed look from Oaco as she saw Momo's revealing costume. What matters mainly is the fact that it works, though it isn't wrong to show off a little, she thought, hoping to get a good reaction from Izuku. Izuku gave Momo a look, using all of his willpower to not blush. Yep, she's hot. Lucky that's when All Might decided to get the class's attention. Thank you, All Might, thought Izuku, then quickly glanced at the two girls again. These girls are going to be the death of me. Just keep calm and focus on class. He glanced at the two again. Damn it, all right, class, today we're going to do some combat training with an urban battle simulation, explained All Might. Earning some cheer, Tenya raised his hand. Sensei, are you sure we should jump into combat so soon? Of course, to teach you all properly, we must know how much you know and can do. After that, we can figure out a good pace for all of you, explained All Might. So today we will be having team battles. We will randomly split you all into 4 groups of 5. Then 2 teams will fight, one as villains and the other as heroes. The heroes win by getting to the bomb that villains have, and the villains win by holding off the heroes until the time runs out. Any questions so far? Way. All the class turned to the tunnel to see a girl with pink hair carrying a massive box on her back. Wait, she huffed, wait. She took a deep breath. Just wait a second. As she caught her breath, All Might didn't recognize the girl from either of the hero courses. Who are you, miss? The girl took a deep breath. I'm May Hatsum from the class 1H, the support course. Yep, and one student here didn't fill out a support form and didn't take any gear made for him, said May. Now which one of you is Izuku? Everyone turned to Izuku, who stayed silent, not wanting to deal with this. You must be Izuku. Don't worry if you lost your form, we have several, and in the meantime you can take one of my babies for a spin. No, was Izuku's quick reply. May's face froze for a moment. I'm sorry, but as your mechanic, you're not my mechanic. May was silent for a moment. As your mechanic, I'm supposed to make gear for you. I make my own gear, said Izuku, and it was true. For a long time, Izuku has been learning and handcrafting his own gear. Look, if this is like a school requirement you need to fulfill, I could talk to Nizu to get you a new hero to work for. May was silent again. Okay, I see you're on the fence a bit. No, I'm not. Just wait until you see my baby in action. As May opened the box and took the object out. Feast your eyes on this. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Is that a bazooka? As he saw the massive high-tech launcher. I heard that you use an inferior hand launcher to spin the top of yours, so I made this baby, which can launch it at 300 miles per hour. She held the device out to Izuku. Give it a try. Before Izuku could say anything, the launcher began to smoke and make a strange noise. Is it supposed to do that? Just some minor bugs here and there. The bazooka began to shake in her arms. Just some bugs, that's all. So if I could just see your bay, I can show you a demonstration. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the girl before walking up to her and grabbing the launcher, tossing it in the air with one hand. Before it could even hit the ground, it exploded into a million pieces. Who are you again? May Hatsum, inventor extraordinaire. So what do you think? Want to use my gear? She said with pride, as if no one just saw her creation explode and were currently looking at her, as if she was crazy. Izuku was paused for a moment as he thought of something else. You called it Bay after you called it top, as he stared at her. The girl just stared back at him, not giving any sign that she said anything wrong. And you knew who I was before you even exited the tunnel. MEI, said Power Loader coming out of the tunnel. What are you doing? He then saw the remains of her creation. Did one of your inventions explode again? Again, repeated Izuku. It's the second day of school. Yeah, and she has already created 14 devices, and 10 of them blew up, said Power Loader as he grabbed me by the collar. Come on, class has started, and you're interrupting the hero course. But my baby and my advertisement, she yelled as she was dragged away. The class became silent as the teacher dragged the student away. All Might coughed to break the silence. Okay, that was a bit random. Now let's draw the lots on the first two teams. Team A, Bakugo, Tenya, Kirishima, Toru, and Mina. Team B, Izuku, Momo, Denki, Jiro, and Shiro. Momo silently pumped her fist that she was on the same team as Izuku. Oaco was a little annoyed by that. Izuku was coming up with plans and strategies. Though judging from the glare he was receiving from Bakugo, he could already tell how the fight was going to go. Okay, Team A will be our heroes, and Team B will be our villains, said All Might. Now let's get started, shall we? Izuku's team was standing around the bomb. Okay, anyone got any ideas of how we should do this? Asked Shiro. Well, we could try and jump them as soon as they come in. Offered Denki. I think they would see that coming, said Jiro. They have someone who is invisible. That won't work. Said Izuku. They have a guy who can harden, an acid user, the robot, and Bakugo. He then looked at his team. We have someone who can make tape, a girl who can use sound, an electric user, and a girl who can create pretty much anything. Izuku thought for a moment. Hey, Denki, how exactly does your quirk? Denki was a bit surprised by the question. I can discharge a lot of volts of electricity, but I can't control it that well. It kind of just goes everywhere. Perfect, said Denki, a bit surprised. Wait, are you saying that sarcastically? Nope, 'cause together we're going to turn this building into one massive taser, said Izuku as he explained his plan. So what do you guys think? Momo, can you make the stuff? Momo nodded. Yep, I can do it, but are you sure about the last part? I mean, why won't the taser work on Bakugo? I've known Bakugo for years, and I don't think anything short of a punch from All Might will bring that guy down. He's way too stubborn. What about the others? Asked Shiro. I can't imagine all of them together would rush in. Bakugo wants to fight me above all else, so he's going to rush in. Tenya might come up with some idea of what to do, but I doubt anyone will listen, 'cause the guy with the red hair will rush in after Bakugo, and the pink girl will waltz in after him. Which, when that happens, Tenya will get frustrated and go in himself. Our only real problem is the invisible girl. She's level-headed enough to listen to a plan, but if they all break and do their own thing, then she might sneak past us to the bomb. Jiro raised her hand. How do you know things are going to play like that? It seems like quite a bit of stretch. Izuku smirked. I've been fighting from distance for a long time. Reading my opponent's moves has become a bit of specialty of mine. How they will go against our plan is another thing entirely. Jiro hummed a bit, not sure if it will be a good idea to go with the plan. Momo, on the other hand, was sold. He has more experience with us, and it's the best plan we got, so I say we go for it. I'm in as well, said Shiro. I got nothing better. Denki and Jiro looked at each other and nodded. The plan was a go. Okay, how's this for a plan? Asked Tenya, getting the group's attention. Bakugo was getting angry. For the last time, shut up, he said as his palms smoked. When the fight starts, I'm going after Deku. The rest of you losers can go after the extras. We need a plan, Bakugo, said Tenya, not understanding why he won't cooperate. Now, come on, help yous come up with a good strategy. Battle City, trial begin, yelled All Might over the speaker. Finally, said Bakugo as he rushed in. Time to die, DKU. Bakugo, wait. That's so manly, said Kirishima, just rushing into battle like, wait for me, I'm coming to, as the boy rushed after him. This all just made Mina laugh. There they go, come on or we'll miss all the fun. As she walked in, Tenya Ida began to shake in anger. I don't understand why. We are supposed to be heroes, why is no listening? Fine, I'll show them what it means to be a hero. As he ran in, wait, yelled Toru before dropping her hands. I like the strategy. Ugh, looks like I'm going to have to do something. As she took her gloves and shoes off, Jiro was listening to all of it from a few floors above. Well, looks like Izuku was right on the money. They acted exactly like he had predicted. Well, he isn't the great vigilante for nothing, said Denki, holding wires in both hands. Heads up, Bakugo just ran past Trap 1 on the second floor. Kirishima just passed it as well, and Tenya ran past Minute 312. Now, Denki grinned as he sent several volts of electricity down the wires. The wires were connected all the way down through several holes Izuku had made with Tanku to 2 lightning rods in the hallway Tenya was currently in. Tenya was trying to catch up to Bakugo and Kirishima when suddenly he saw that the walls were covered in Shiro's tape, but burned off as several volts passed through the metal, and then jumped to him, shocking him. He screamed as he passed out. IDA, yelled Mina, getting Kirishima's attention. Hey, what happened? Asked Kirishima as he turned and ran back. Above them, Jiro was surprised at how accurate Izuku predicted all of this. It was just like he said, every movement down to their timing too. Activate the second trap. Now. Denki reached and grabbed a second cable, sending a small current of electricity down. This cable went right below Kirishima, activating the small explosive below him, breaking the floor, causing him to fall. What the? Kirishima, yelled Mina as she saw him fall. She rushed to the hole to see Kirishima below, caught in a net of tape. Kirishima, are you okay? Yeah, I'm just stuck. I can't get out, he said as he struggled against the tape. This is so unmanly. At least fight me face to face. Don't worry, I'll get you out, said Mina, as she was about to spray some acid on the net. No, you don't, said Zero down the hall as he launched tape at her, grabbing her wrists and pulling her down the hall away from Ida and Kirishima. Sorry, but this is where you lose. That's what you think, smirked Mina as she made acid burn the tape, but her hand was still bound. Wait, this isn't tape. She then saw a metal cord inside the tape. A metal cord. It's official. Thought Zero. Izuku is on a whole other level to think of something like this. Hey Zero, can you put anything under your tape and relaunch it? Asked Izuku, it would have to be something small, and I know my elbows look like wheels, but they're different. How to properly explain this. Don't worry, that's enough, said Izuku. Hey Momo, can I get a ball thin of titanium cable? It doesn't need to be big, just 2 feet will be good. Sure. Momo produced the ball of cable in her hand and gave it to Izuku. When you run into Mina, put one end of the cable on your tape, and when you launch it, hold the ball loosely, so when you fire it will line up with your tape. The cable is made of titanium, which is non-corrosive. She'll try to burn through it, but won't be able to in the time limit we have. After that, just use the capture tape to take her out of the game. Zero wrapped Mina in the capture tape. Izuku won before the match even began. He really is good. Hey, Izuku, said Jiro. Just heard Zero, he got Mina. Perfect, said Izuku, standing up. He had been waiting for when it was his turn. Now I'm up. He turned to Momo, who was sitting next to the bomb, a little tired. Hey Momo, thanks for making those cables and explosives. You really helped make this easy for us. Momo smiled back at him. Don't worry, it was a great plan, and I still have quite a bit of fight left in me, so don't worry about it. Izuku gave her a smile, one that made her heart flutter, before walking into the next room. Denki and Jiro followed him. Hey dude, are you sure Bakugo will fight you one-on-one? If he wants to win, he would just go after the bomb, right? Jiro grabbed Denki's shoulder. We can ask him ourselves. She pointed and then walked Bakugo. Both Jiro and Denki got into their fighting stances, ready for Bakugo to charge. But Izuku put his hand up to stop them. All right, Bakugo, you have 2 choices. 1, go through the door behind us to the bomb and win the match, or 2, go through the door over there and fight me in the big open room where no one will interfere. Bakugo gave him a massive grin. You're dead, Deku. I'll kick your butt, and if those losers haven't kicked the snot out of your team, I will. As he and Izuku both walked to the other room. He really isn't going to go after the bomb. Doesn't he know that he's already lost 3 of his teammates? Asked Denki. I don't think so, said Jiro. I don't think he took one of the radios. He has no idea that only him and Toru are left. Denki realized she was right. Do you think Izuku knew he would do that? Jiro thought for a moment. Yeah, he's thought of everything else. Bakugo is playing right into his hands. They realized they all have been doing exactly what Izuku had predicted. Come on, all that's left is to keep the invisible girl from getting to the next room. Bakugo stared down Izuku, with anger and fury in his eyes. Izuku, on the other hand, looked like he couldn't care less about it. How long, Deku? How long were you just toying with me? Well, I've known you for a long time, so I knew how you would move and dash, not that. How long were you keeping your quirk a secret? What were you doing, trying to make a fool of me? Huh? Izuku was now a bit confused. Dude, I couldn't give a damn about tricking you. Then why were you playing the Vigilante then? Said Bakugo. The entire time I was being played while you trained. Well, it doesn't matter, your shitty quirk can't compare to mine. I'm going to be the #1 hero. You hear me? Yelled Bakugo. Cool, was all Izuku said for a moment, pissing Bakugo off. Good luck with that. Now Bakugo's face was turning red with anger as several veins popped on his face. What the FIS that supposed TO mean? It means that I don't care, said Izuku, completely honest. I don't care about becoming the #1 hero. I got a lot of other big problems that I need to deal with right now. Your ego and the hero rankings right now are nowhere near my priorities right now. Bakugo had reached a whole new level of anger. Don't F with me. He then charged at Izuku, reading a right hook. Izuku moved at lightning speed, grabbing Bakugo's right arm and slamming him into the ground. You're not winning this time, Bakugo, said Izuku, letting him go. Bakugo started getting up. Take out that DMN top of yours, and let's go. I will if you can make me take you seriously. Deku, screamed Bakugo as he charged Izuku, detonating a massive explosion right in front of where Izuku when he first charged him. But Izuku was able to quickly step back far enough away to dodge the explosion. Bakugo grinned, thinking he was able to successfully hit Izuku, until Izuku dashed forward through the smoke right in front of Bakugo. Too slow, as he punched Bakugo in the face hard enough to send him flying backwards. You're gonna need to do better than that. Bakugo slowly got up as his anger raised to a whole new level. He turned to Izuku before screaming as he sent blast after blast at Izuku, who only dodged back and forth between the explosions. Why? Why can't I hit him? Thought Bakugo as he kept sending blasts at Izuku. Izuku kept dodging, but to him the blasts were coming at a snail's pace. My kinetic vision is too good. I can see the path the blasts will take long before they leave his palms. His arm movements are dead giveaway. He then saw the frustration on Bakugo's face. Without a doubt, you're good, Bakugo, but I've been in fights where I need to track high-speed projectiles unless you get in close. You ain't going to hit me. Bakugo realized the same thing. He's a distance fighter. Time to get up close. Bakugo made one massive blast that caused a lot of light to shine into the room to blind Izuku before he launched himself at Izuku. Bakugo was able to get up close ready for an attack, only to feel something hit his face hard. What the? A tonfa? Bakugo could tell it was a distraction as he looked to see Izuku pull out a cylinder from his pocket, which quickly extended to a bow staff. Izuku twirled it fast as he jumped and used the staff to hit Bakugo in the head before Bagwo could counter, slamming him into the ground, with enough force to crack the concrete below them. Congrats, Bakugo. You may not have been strong enough to force me to use my Bei, but you were strong enough that I had to pull a weapon out so good for you. That's a lie, thought All Might from the observation room. Izuku could have easily fought young Bakugo without using a weapon, but he didn't want Bakugo to feel too bad about the loss. Izuku then left Bakugo as he went back to the room with the bomb, where he saw his teammates standing around floating rope, which he assumed was Toru. Looks like you guys got the last one. Nice job. Momo smiled at Izuku. It's all thanks to you. Your idea of putting Denki near the bomb while using Jiro to locate Toru worked perfectly. In the end, all Siro and I needed to do was make some tape and rope. Wait, said a faceless voice as they looked down at the floating ropes. You planned all of this? How? Izuku yawned. It was easy. I've known Bakugo for years, and I've been fighting villains from afar for just as long. Knowing how your opponents will move is half the battle. But we just met yesterday. How in the world could have figured out how we would move? I wouldn't say I figured it out, more like educated guesses. Bakugo, I knew, would rush in. The red head would follow after him. The robot would try to make a plan, but fail because of Red and Bakugo. You and the pink girl were the wild cards, but I kind of guessed with Pink's personality that she's more go with the flow and have a good time. So she would follow the majority. You'd be the only one that would either work with the others or just head straight for the bomb when you see that the remainder of your team down. With all of that, I just needed to plan accordingly. Toru couldn't help but stare at Izuku. He had played all of us. He knew everything. She thought before one final question. And Bakugo, he wanted to fight. I gave him a fight, but with that thick skull of his, he should be up right about. Izuku turned to the door. Now, boom came a noise from down the hall. Deep, roared Bakugo as he charged straight down the hall, kicking the door down. Everyone saw a monstrously angry Bakugo, with his palms sparking ready to go 100 more rounds. You son of a beach, We ain't done here. The intercom turned on. Language Bakugo, came All Might's voice with clear irritation in his voice as he hid his anger. I don't mind a little wordplay, but don't make it too personal and don't bring someone's mother into this. In the background, Izuku could hear Oaco giggling. Even Izuku couldn't deny he was somewhat pleased that All Might was defending his mom. F off, All Might, yelled back Bakugo, showing no respect for the hero. This is between me and Deku. I hate to tell you, Bakugo, but we're done here, said Izuku. What was that? Said Bakugo as a vein popped on his head. You pussing out. Izuku quietly raised his hand and slowly put one of his fingers down. When the last finger was down, a loud buzzing came over the intercom. Time's up. The villain team wins. Bakugo froze at the news as his anger slowly built. Izuku decided it was time to untie Toru, while his teammates celebrated. No. Everyone stopped as they saw Bakugo shaking. Hey dude, you okay? Asked Denkino, repeated Bakugo as he grinded his teeth. Oh, SHD, said Izuku as he saw where this was going. And Bakugo raised his gauntlet in pure anger. Died DKU. As he pulled the pin, what followed was a massive explosion that dwarfed all of Bakugo's other attacks as it engulfed the room, taking the others down in its path. Bakugo, yelled All Might before dashing out of the observation room towards the area. Izuku, yelled Oaco as her and the other students watched the destruction. Bakugo saw the smoke and rubble his blast made. How do you like that, Deku? Suddenly, something shot out of the smoke at high speed, hitting Bakugo's gauntlet, shattering it into pieces. What the? Bakugo tried to track the object, but it came back just as fast, breaking his other gauntlet. He finally caught up to the object that broke his equipment as it landed in front of the smoke. The top. Fine, Bakugo, you want my best. The smoke cleared enough for Bakugo to see that Izuku and all of the other students were unscathed. I'll give it to you. Tanku and Izuku began to glow green for a moment. Bakugo could tell instantly he was powering up. I'm not scared, bring it on. Enough, yelled All Might, getting between the two. Both of you power down now. Izuku complied with All Might's request and calmed down. Tanku came back and hopped back into his hand. Bakugo, on the other hand, still wanted to fight. Move! This has nothing to do with you, All Might. What about US? Yelled Zero. Yeah, you almost got us killed. Yelled Denki. And I'm supposed to be your teammate, said Toru. I don't think he cares about that, said Jiro. He's nothing more than a loose cannon, said Momo. How did he get into this school? Bakugo was now getting annoyed with them. Shut up. Enough, Bakugo. Stand down now. This will be your last warning, said All Might in a very serious tone. Bakugo growled before turning and destroying a wall as he walked out. Damn it, they all watched him leave. All Might took a deep breath before turning to the students. Is everyone all right? They all turned to confirm there were no injuries. Thanks to Izuku, no one here got hurt, said Momo, causing Izuku to blush slightly. All right, then let's return to the observation room. All right, everyone, we all saw the match. Can anyone tell me who the MVP was? Asked All Might. Oaco quickly raised her hand. Izuku was the MVP. He's the one that led his team to victory, came up with the plan, and even saved them from Bakugo when he went berserk. I don't know if they could have won without him. This caused Izuku to blush a little. Hey, we could have won without him, said Denki. Maybe, said Zero, doubting they could have. It definitely wouldn't have been that easy. Not to mention if it wasn't for him, Bakugo would have put us in the hospital, said Momo as she glared at the boy in question. I was aiming for Deku, yelled the explosion user. Yes, said All Might, now focusing on Bakugo. Young Bakugo, do you think it was very heroic what you did back there? Of course it was, he said, catching everyone beside Izuku off guard. Some of the students expected him to be remorseful or say his anger got the best of him, but he didn't. It's a hero's job is to crush villains, to pummel them into the ground so they don't get back up. All Might had a look at Izuku, as if saying really, which Izuku nodded. All Might turned back to Bakugo and cleared his throat. Young Bakugo, you do know that there is more to be a hero than to just stop villainy. Heroes have many duties that they must uphold. He paused for a moment to see if any of this was getting through, but couldn't tell. It is the beginning of the year. You'll see very soon everything that is needed of a proper hero. Hopefully, though I warn you now that I will not tolerate any excessive force, especially after the bell rang. This is your only warning. Do it again, and you'll get detention. Bakugo growled but kept his mouth shut. All right, then, let's continue. Soon the school day had ended once more, and everyone was heading home for the day. Izuku had grabbed his shoes and was walking out of the building when Denki came chasing after Izuku. Hey man, wait up. Izuku stopped and turned to Denki while yawning. Wow, you're really tired today. At first I thought you were just bored, but you really didn't get a lot of sleep, did you? Nope, but I doubt my sleep is what you wanted to talk about. And no, said Denki before moving in close. How do you do it? Izuku was too tired to raise an eyebrow. Huh, come on dude, help a brother out. You clearly have several girls after you. How did you get them all to like you? Izuku wanted to groan. He honestly wanted to say it was just luck, but he knew that wasn't what Denki wanted to hear. Look, I wouldn't say I'm an expert on girls, but just be nice and considerate. Don't be too forward, I'm never forward, but just help them out when they need it. Izuku stopped as he noticed Denki was writing all of this down. What are you doing? Writing this down. Knowledge given to me by the HRM King of UA. Izuku nearly fell over. What? I don't have a HRM. Dude, you got the hottest girl in our class, and one of the cutest girls in the class as well. Not to mention that hottie from Class B. You're a total chick magnet. Denki put his arm around Izuku's shoulder. You can be honest with me, man. How many girls are you dating? None, said Izuku, earning a look of disbelief. I'm not dating anyone. I got way too much SHD and baggage to start dating anyone. Denki took a step back. UGA-no, said Izuku, cutting him off. If that's all, dude, I'm going to head out now. As Izuku walked away, Rin came up. Hey, you ready to go train with Mei Mei and Mr. Tyson? Which was loud enough a few people could hear. Yeah, hopefully Tyson has some of that tea that can hopefully walk me up, said Izuku, about to send a text to All Might so the heroes know where he's at. He then saw Kendo and Ojiro walking towards them as well. You guys ready as well? Yep, I can't wait to see what Mei Mei has for us today, said Ojiro, genuinely excited to train with an MSTR from the Balin Temple. Kendo nodded in agreement. I hope she can teach me how she did that kick somehow, or maybe she can teach me how to do that with my fists. Wait, are you guys gonna go train? Asked Oaco. What form of training exactly? Asked Momo. Kendo looked at the two as they popped in. She then noticed them glancing at Izuku. Why do you two want to know? Momo looked a little guilty. Just curious is all. We are heroes, any way we can improve ourselves is something we should invest in. Oaco decided on a different approach. I just want to talk to Izuku real quick. This then earned a stare from both Momo and Kendo. Izuku sighed. Ojiro and Rin took a step back. Denki and Mineta were watching all of this. And he said he didn't have a H-arm. Mineta was crying, BLD, it's not fair. Okay, that can't be healthy. Shoto, on the other hand, ignored all of this as he was walking past when his phone rang. Hello. Yeah, I just got done with school. Okay. Yeah. I'll see you at home, Fumihu. Shoto felt something was wrong. He somehow wasn't holding his phone anymore. Or did. Hi, Fuyumi, right? Shoto turned to see Izuku had his phone. I'm Shoto's new friend, Izuku Midoriya. Oh my god, Shoto has a friend. Shouted Fuyumi with joy over the phone. Hey, shouted Shoto, about to grab his phone away from Izuku, when he suddenly heard a whistle and looked down to see a raccoon wearing a police hat, reflective vest, a whistle in its mouth, and holding a stop sign. What the? Hey look, I'm sorry to be a bit forward, but you mind if I come by for dinner tonight? Oh, also one other person, if that's all right. As Izuku backpedaled away from Shoto to the boy's irritation. Of course, I'll pick up some food on my way home. It was sudden, but she was too happy that Shoto was making friends. Izuku felt a bit guilty. All right then, invite the rest of the family. Invite your brother. Of course, he would love that. I have to make it worth your while. I'll invite All Might. Shoto and Fuyumi froze. Huh, it will be a blast. See you later. Izuku hung up and tossed the phone back. Shoto caught it and turned to Izuku in rage, to the point his left side was steaming. What the hell are you doing? He said in a low, menacing voice. Izuku gave Shoto his own serious look. Shoto, pray that my shitty luck is out for today and that I'm wrong. This just made Shoto confused. Come on, we need to grab All Might. Rin, tell Tyson and Mei I won't be able to make it today. As he walked away with Shoto begrudgingly followed. Okay, said Rin, a little confused at what exactly was going on. What was that about? Asked Ojiro. I have no idea, said Rin. Come on, we should get going. So Izuku is not coming today? Asked Mei. She was currently talking to Rin, Ojiro, and Kendo outside Tyson's dojo. Did something happen? Well, I guess, said Rin as they retold what Izuku did back at school. To be honest, we don't really get what happened. Don't worry, my dudes, said Tyson. I've known Izuku for a while now. He doesn't do anything crazy unless he has to. He must have a good reason. Anyway, we should get a move on. Time's a-wastin'. I'm Tyson, and welcome to my dojo. He said to Ojiro and Kendo. Hello, sir, and thank you for letting us use your dojo for training, said Kendo. Don't mention it. Just promise me you'll clean up after yourselves and you won't break anything, and we'll get along just fine. Tyson stopped as he felt an odd wind before going inside. Mei stepped forward. Okay, then gang, let's get started. Today, we're doing reaction tests. Oh, you mean the bounce ball exercise, said Rin as he saw confusion on Kendo and Ojiro. The bounce ball exercise is when you're in a small area and you're supposed to catch several bouncy ball going around you at high speed. Yep, said Mei as she grabbed a big bucket full of small bouncy ball. One of the biggest things that many fighters forget sometimes is reaction time. She grabbed one ball and tossed it fast, bouncing it off of a rock and then a tree back to her hand, causing the students to look at her in awe. If you can see an attack coming, then you can prep for it. Either counter it or dodge it. This will help with your speed, spatial awareness, and hopefully help eliminate hesitation. I'm going to bounce these around you. You get hit 3 times, you're out. Catch as many as you can before that. Okay, but Kendo then realized something. Shouldn't we do this inside? The ball won't bounce while out here. You guys ain't ready for that just yet, said Mei as she quickly proved how correct she was. She quickly tossed several balls out that danced and bounced around the students, bouncing off the fence, the rocks surrounding the pond, and the several bamboo trees around the yard. Ojiro and Kendo fumbled a bit, but Rin knew the secret of doing this outside. Since we're outside, she can't bounce the ball off of everything. She has to throw them at objects hard enough that will bounce them back at us. So it isn't so hard to see where they're coming from, but Rin looked at the others, who were having a difficult time. For a moment, Rin was a bit worried that they would fail, but shortly they began to start catching on and successfully caught 2 balls each. Not bad, guys are getting it. As he himself caught his 18th ball. Soon, though, the ball stopped flying, confusing the students. Hey, Huff, are we Huff done? Asked Ojiro, surprised how much of a workout that was. Kendo caught her breath. That was harder than I expected. Ms. Mei, as she saw the serious expression on her face as she looked past them. Can we help you? She said. The students turned to where she was looking near the gate of the dojo. Just come out. I can feel your anger from here. The 3 were then surprised as a boy stepped through the gate. Bakugo, what is he doing here? Where's Deku? He asked as he slowly walked forward until he stopped a few feet away. Well, where the hell is he? Mei didn't like this boy at all. He's just a ball of anger, and clearly he's on a short fuse. Who or what is a Deku? He's talking about Midoriya, said Ojiro. Or that's the name he calls him. Mei locked onto Bakugo as she slowly reached for a pouch on her hip. Rin realized what she was grabbing, and alarms in his head went off. Mei, what are you doing? The others looked at him for a moment while Mei kept staring at Bakugo. SHD, she looks like she's going to kill him. The guy may need a lesson, but this is overkill. I'm going to ask you again, why do you call Izuku Deku? She said in a very serious tone. Why does she want to know so badly? Bakugo was slightly confused why she was so pissed. Cause that's what he is, a defenseless Izuku. He's useless. Mei blinked a bit. Wait, wah. You heard me. He's nothing but a useless, defenseless Deku, said Bakugo. Now, where is he? We need a fight. Are you serious? Said Ojiro in disbelief. You guys already fought today, and you lost. He even saved your teammate after you almost killed her and the other team. Wait, he almost killed who? Asked Rin. You are in no way acting like a hero is supposed to, said Kendo. You can't just insult people. Heroes don't do that. And Izuku isn't useless. He's more of a hero than you. Bakugo was not ready to let loose. So Deku is just an insult you came up with. They turned to Mei, who was now very calm and had lost all the edge she had earlier. She was no longer ready to attack. That's all that is, an insult. The students stared at her confused why she just instantly chilled out. No, this HD, it's an insult, you old hag. One more nail in his coffin. Rin was now sweating bullets as he slowly turned to Mei. He knew there were a few things you never say to a woman, and he absolutely knew there was some things you never call Mei. He almost crapped himself as he saw her. Mei, he said nervously. The woman in question looked fine, but now had a demonic aura straight from the depths of hell itself. Yep, he's so F. Rin put his arms up slowly, pushing Ojiro and Kendo out of the way. Ha! You've really F up now, boy. Mei and everyone turned to see Tyson coming out of his house with a bakkin. Mr. Tyson, who the F are you, old man? Asked Bakugo. You're a rude one, aren't you? I'm a friend of Izuku. I helped out when he needed training. Explained Tyson. You trained Deku. Bakugo dropped his bag. So you're the one that trained that pathetic idiot. I came here to look for Deku, but all I found were these dumbass playing with ball. Make this worth my time. As he got into a fighting stance, Tyson looked at the boy. You know, Izuku mentioned you before, a big fish in a very small pond. You have yet to truly know how vast this ocean is. Tyson lifted his bakkin. Everyone in the area felt the wind pick up around them as they looked up to see the tornado form above them before shrinking down into a small tornado the size of a baseball, landing on the tip of the bakkin. The wind was too thick for anyone to clearly see it, but Mei and Rin could see in the center of the tornado was his Beyblade, Dragoon. Let me show you how vast the ocean really is. Bakugo grinned. You want to go, old man? I won't lose to someone who already has 1 foot in the grave. Bakugo charged forward. This old man isn't just some geezer. He probably thinks that he can beat me easy with that tornado. I'll play his game and give him an explosion so big it will blow that tiny twister away. Bakugo jumped into the air and brought his hands together. Time to die. Young brat. Smirked Tyson as he saw a massive explosion. Cute. Dragoon began to glow. Now, Dragoon, let's not kill the kid. It's been a while, but let's at least try to hold back a bit. Hurricane, a massive windstorm, appeared engulfing the explosion, and Bakugo blowing him away. He skidded across the ground until he landed in the pond. Bakugo flailed around a bit in the water before he set himself right and broke through the surface and grabbed the edge of the pond. He looked up to see the other watching. Where did the old man go? Then Bakugo felt something touch his shoulder. Huh. He looked to see Tyson standing on one of the rocks, poking Bakugo with his bakkin. Welcome to the ocean, son. You got a long way to go before you become a big fish here. Tyson turned and walked back to the others. Now apologize to Mei and get off my property. Holy SHD, said Ojiro in awe of Tyson. He wasn't alone in this as Kendo and Rin also dropped their jaws at this. You know, I could have handled that on my own, said Mei. You would have put that boy in the hospital. He needs humility, not pain. Not right now, at least, said Tyson. Also, this house has seen enough damage already. Bakugo finally got out of the pond as he stared at Tyson as he went back into his house. Bakugo, even though he wouldn't admit it, he was a hero fan and didn't recognize Tyson at all. Who was that? Was he a hero? You mean the old guy that just kicked your butt, said Mei, rubbing it in a bit. His name is Tyson Granger. He wasn't a hero, but his grandson is. Tyson Granger, how strong is he? Mei was tempted not to answer, but decided to do so to deter him from challenging Tyson again. Don't even try it. You're nowhere near the level to challenge him. At one point, I would have said he was the strongest man on the planet. Everyone was shocked by the statement. Bakugo stared at Mei, looking for any hint of doubt, but found none. Who's his grandson? If you can't tell by his name, Tyson is part American. His grandson is a hero there, the American samurai, Windblade. She said, which to her surprise, Bakugo recognized the name. But that's enough for now. She then shifted her leg. Don't call me a HAG. As she kicked Bakugo with enough force to send him over the fence, she then grabbed the boy's bag and tossed it over the fence. Bakugo landed in pain as he slowly held his stomach. That demon. His bag then hit him in the head. That DMN beach. Bakugo grabbed his bag and stormed off. Tyson had watched all of this from the window and chuckled. You have a long way to go indeed. Whoa, boss. What's the matter? asked Burnin as chased after her boss through the streets, who bolted out of his office in a fit of rage. He then saw the direction he was going. Your house. Did a villain attack your house? Worse, said the number 2 hero Endeavor as he landed in front of his home. It was sunset, but he saw the lights on in the dining room. He slammed open the door as he stomped down the hall and slammed the dining room door open to see something that made him furious to his core. All Might. I'll welcome Endeavor, said All Might a little nervously. He and Izuku and Shoto were sitting around the table eating food served by Fuyumi. Sit down, your daughter has made a fantastic meal. Burnin was now a little confused. All Might and the top kid, what are they doing here? Oh, hello, Burnin, said Fuyumi. Would you like something to eat? I'd like to know what exactly is going on. That's what I would like to know, roared Endeavor. What are you doing in my house, All Might? I somewhat got invited, said All Might, not entirely sure why he was here. What by who? As Endeavor turned to his son. Not me, said Shoto as he glared at Izuku, who was enjoying the food. Someone invited themselves, and All Might. Izuku swallowed his food. This food alone is worth it. This is delicious. Your cooking is superb, he said, complimenting Fuyumi's food. Oh, thank you, said Fuyumi, blushing a little since no one had really complimented her cooking. Shoto saw this and remembered what happened before with Izuku's girls. Get out, Shoto nearly shouted. Get out right now. Izuku was unfazed by this. Fuyumi didn't like this, though. Shoto, don't be rude to your friend, said Fuyumi. He's not my friend, said Shoto, standing up. He took my phone and invited himself and All Might. I didn't ask for him to be here. Endeavor looked at his son and then at Izuku. What is this true? Izuku looked at Endeavor. Well, this is not going good. I hope things could have stayed civil. Izuku took a deep breath when his eyes widened. He's here. Everyone now looked at him like he was crazy. What are you talking about, boy? Said Endeavor. Izuku, said All Might when he noticed he could see his breath. When did it get so cold? If it's already this cold, then his bay is spinning now, said Izuku, which alarmed All Might, but confused everyone else. Izuku slowly put his food down and turned towards the door. For a moment, everyone was quiet as they heard footsteps approaching the room. In the doorway appeared a young man who looked like a typical college student. Natsu, said Fuyumi, why don't you sit down? Food already on the table. Natsu didn't say a word as he moved across to where Izuku was sitting and stared down at the boy. Izuku looked up at him and smiled. Sit down, Natsu, and enjoy this meal your sister made. It's very good. Natsu didn't say anything or move and just kept staring down at Izuku, getting the attention of the entire room. What are you doing? I'm eating a fantastic meal. Would you like to have some? Asked Izuku. Don't F with me, said Natsu as his face twisted in anger, surprising Fuyumi, Shoto, and Endeavor. You're here for a rematch. Fuyumi knew Izuku was the Vigilante and had a bad feeling. Natsu, I was actually hoping to avoid that, said Izuku. I was hoping to have a nice meal and we could talk. I just want some information. I'd rather kill you. This caught everyone off guard as they looked at both Natsu and Izuku. I've gone through enough, so let's cut the bullshit. Okay. Fuyumi got next to Natsu, clearly now panicked. Let's all just calm down and eat. I'm truly sorry about this, Fuyumi, said Izuku sincerely, before turning to Burnin. Burnin, right? Take Shoto and Fuyumi and get out of here. Shoto looked at Izuku. Know what is going on here? Endeavor approached his son. Natsu, what is the meaning of this? Natsu spoke in a low, cold voice. I finally get to kill the person I was hired to kill and the one I've always wanted to kill. Are you sure you want to do this? Last time we fought, 5 people almost died, said Izuku, causing All Might and the others to be in shock. What? As Fuyumi looked at her brother in horror, who smiled. Natsu, I've been waiting for this day for years, said Natsu in a low voice. I was hoping your family and the number 1 hero would be enough to convince you not to do this. I just wanted some answers. As Izuku put down his plate and stood up, Endeavor grabbed his son's shoulder. Natsu, I don't know what is going on, but it ends now. Natsu turned to Endeavor with a crazy smile. Today, Dad, one of my longest dreams comes true. Something shot out into the room at high speed. Izuku jumped back along with All Might. Everyone else stood shocked as they saw the Beyblade on the table. Today you die, Ice Age. As ice filled the room, covering everyone inside. I just wanted to talk, damn it. As Izuku loaded Tonku. Let rip. Tonka broke through the ice, hitting Natsu's bay. He then locked eyes with Natsu. All right, rematch time. Soon the weather changed outside the Todoroki household, as the inside exploded outward in a blast of ice, sending everyone inside into the Todoroki garden. Izuku rolled and landed on his feet along with the heroes. Shoto, take your sister and get out of here. Shoto struggled to stand, still in shock about the turn of events. What? Listen to him, Shoto, said Natsu, stepping out of the house. Take Fuyumi and leave today. I will end our nightmare. Nightmare, thought Izuku. Something more is happening here. Natsu, called out Fuyumi, standing up. Don't worry, young miss, said All Might, appearing behind Natsu. This ends now, young man. Izuku sent Tonku at Natsu. All Might, no get away now. Natsu saw Tonku and grinned. Too late. Flash freeze. Natsu's bay landed right at All Might's feet, instantly covering and trapping All Might in a block of ice. God damn it, yelled Izuku as Natsu dodged Tonku. Well, now that the #1 hero is out of the way, time to take care of the rest. Natsu then bent back to dodge some fireballs. Burnin was the only one besides Izuku not still stunned by Natsu. Just because you're my boss's son doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. Burnin kept sending fireballs at Natsu, who didn't move as his Beyblade flew up and intercepted each blast. Oh, SHD, Natsu smirked. You're going to need to do better than that. Natsu's Bey burst into speed and hit Burnin hard, sending her back. Now stay out of this. Izuku was standing back ready to strike when he noticed something. Did his Bey change when it came into contact with the flames? Stop this now, Natsu, yelled Endeavor, still looking at his son in shock. Natsu's Bey came and stopped at his feet. Stop. Why should I? You always wanted one of your children to beat All Might, right? So why the long face? Shouldn't you be overjoyed that your rejection of a son took down the #1 hero? Or are you just pissed that the son you didn't try to screw over succeeded without your help? These words just gave Izuku more questions than answers. But one thing became clear: the one he wanted to kill was his father. Don't worry, you'll have plenty of time to think it over in hell. Natsu's Bey came flying at Endeavor. Endeavor saw it coming and on instinct fired a huge blast of flames at the Beyblade. If I destroy this now, then this all ends. As he heated up his flames to quickly end this as quick as possible. No, Endeavor, stop, yelled Izuku, realizing why his attacks didn't work last time. He wants to kill you. That Beyblade was designed to kill you. Endeavor stopped his flames, and when he did, the flames didn't disperse. Instead, the flames began to spin around the Beyblade as it absorbed the flames. SHD, no wonder last time none of my flame attacks worked. That Bey absorbs flames. Oh, it does more than that, said Natsu with a mad grin, as the Bey began to glow blue and pick up speed. It converted that heat into ice, blizzard storm. The next thing Izuku knew was a huge wave of snow coming for Natsu's Bey, surrounding everything in sight in snow. Izuku now found himself in the middle of a massive blizzard. Tonku then began to spin around Izuku, countering the wind from the blizzard. That thing has way too much power. Is it because Endeavor's flames were just that hot? Either way, this is going to be a lot more difficult. Endeavor and Burnin are no help, and All Might is a popsicle right now. Tonku stopped spinning around Izuku and was in front of him. Natsu saw this and locked eyes with Izuku. Well, if you can't beat them, join them. Endeavor, Burnin, give me a moment and we'll end this. I have enough information to use. Tonku. Burnin, clutching her stomach, gave Izuku a confused look. What? Natsu realized what Izuku was about to do. Oh, no, you don't. Natsu sent his Bey at Izuku, only for Endeavor to get in the way, using his body as a shield. The Bey connected with Endeavor's arm, shredding his suit, skin, and quickly cutting into his arm. Natsu, stop this. You're throwing your life away. As he deflected the Beyblade away. It will be worth it if I can take you out. Natsu dodged a punch from Burnin and with agility and strength punched her right in the face, knocking her down into unconsciousness. I told you to stay out of this. Burnin, said Endeavor before turning to Izuku. Are you going to do something or not? Izuku looked from Endeavor down to Tanku, which was just spinning and glowing as if it was trying to do something. I don't know. Something's not right here. Good, said Natsu, charging at Izuku in Endeavor. Now hold still and die. Natsu Bei flew past him at Endeavor. Izuku canceled Tanku's ability and sent him to intercept the Bei. I don't need my Bei to kill you. Endeavor brought his arms up to block the flying kick. When the kick landed, it had enough force to cause Endeavor to take a few steps back. What the hell? That kick had enough force to kill someone? He shouldn't have a strength enhancement quirk. Endeavor looked at his son in bewilderment. Where did you get this power? Izuku jumped in front of Endeavor and tried to punch Natsu, who caught his first before countering. For a moment, everyone saw two highly trained martial artists fighting each other, trading kicks and punches. Izuku bent backwards to dodge before punching Natsu in the chin, but Izuku could tell that Natsu barely registered the blow. What the hell? That should have at least made him flinch. Izuku jumped back. Tanku striker style. Tanku glowed green before charging at Natsu, only to be stopped by his Bei. He got that power after he sold himself to my father. That got the Todoroki family's attention. Endeavor looked down at Izuku. What do you mean? Izuku tried to focus, giving more power to Tanku, to push Natsu's Bei back, but with little success. Okay, something is wrong here. I'm missing something. This Bei is strong, and for some reason Tanku can't copy its ability. Why? Izuku looked up at Natsu, who was now grinning mad. Your son became a lab rat for my father. That's why he's so strong, and he's able to use a Beyblade. He became a living experiment for a mad scientist. Natsu reached back and grabbed his cylinder. All those experiments will be worth it when I finally get revenge for my brothers. Natsu threw the cylinder in the air as it burst into a massive ball of flame. The flame then moved to Natsu's Bei. Izuku knew he needed to end this as quickly as possible. I need to stop him now. Tanku striker style, lightning sword flash. Tanku's raccoon form emerged from the Bei before transforming into a unicorn as it charged as the Bei. Natsu's Bei glowed as a form emerged, a teenager wearing a Roman outfit with a flaming head and frozen ice arms. For a moment, Izuku had no idea what he was looking at. He didn't recognize it at all, but something about it seemed familiar, which made his mind race for a solution. Izuku's eyes widened as he recognized what he was looking at. Jimios. A few years back, Izuku had a chance to meet one of Tyson's best friends, a scientist by the name of Kenny who was running several tests on Tanku at Tyson's dojo. So, Mr. Kenny, how'd I do? The gray-haired scientist smiled at Izuku. You did excellent. I think I have a full layout of Tanku's abilities. It seems as long as you can understand the ability of another Bei, you can copy it. The more you understand the ability, the stronger you can make it. The only downside is no matter what, it can't be as strong as the original. I'm okay with that. It just means I can adapt to any situation, said Izuku as he began mumbling about all he could do. Kenny saw this and laughed. You have an excellent head on your shoulder, kid. You'd make a great scientist. Thanks. Kenny then turned back to the data. But still, I wish we could have tested every scenario. What do you mean? Well, while we know you can copy any single Bei's technique, we haven't checked to see if you can copy synchron abilities. I don't think I can, or at least not yet, said Izuku as he held Tanku. A while back I saw Sakio and Takanasuke synchron, and I couldn't copy any of their moves or any of their powers. Kenny thought for a moment. I wish I had more info on that Bei. Izuku gave Kenny a confused look. Kenny opened a file showing the image of a bit beast, two brothers named Jimios. One of them was fire and the other ice, both wearing Roman togas. Right after I moved to America, two bladers came onto the scene, twins. The thing is, both of them controlled one Beyblade. According to my research, they were the precursor to synchron Beyblades, a self-synchronizing Bei, and all it took was one of them to bring out the power of synchron. Of course, both of them needed to be present to bring out the full power. I always wanted to meet them and study their Beyblade. So you think I could copy their abilities? Asked Izuku curiously. Maybe, said Kenny a bit unsure. Or it might just be like another synchron Bei, a Beyblade you can't copy. Izuku watched as Jimios caught the unicorn's horn with its ice arms, pushing it back while leaning its head back, eating the fire from the cylinder. Ha ha ha, laughed Natsu a bit unhedged. Let me show you the power of Jimios. Jimios swallowed the fire before making a massive roar, creating a blizzard that was way bigger than before, sending everyone flying. Izuku landed with a thud. SHD, this isn't good. I can't copy that Bay, and it's synchron. Wait, how is it synchron? Izuku, while he did guess right that it was Jimios, he didn't know how Natsu had merged the two brothers together. Does he have a partner nearby, giving him power? That would explain everything. Izuku then began to look around but couldn't see too far in front of him as the blizzard was too thick to see through. Izuku focused and could feel Tonku still spinning. Tonku fall back. Izuku, through the blizzard, saw Tonku coming back to him. As it came back, it hit something metallic. Izuku looked down to see something out of place. A drag injector. Why is a drag injector here? There you are. Izuku turned to barely see Natsu through the blizzard. Now sit tight and wait your turn. Jimios landed in front of Izuku, creating a thick dome of ice around Izuku. But, said Izuku through gritted teeth as he reloaded Tonku, I'm not going down that easy. Izuku got into his launching stance. He caught me off guard, but not anymore. Tonku, let's show this F or what we're made of. Tonku glowed green as it was launched into the ice. Endeavor slowly got up covered in snow. Physically, he was still in okay shape. Mentally, however, was near broken. Several thoughts were going through his mind as it finally registered the situation. His own son was trying to kill him and was willing to become a lab rat to do it. Natsu, what have you done to yourself? Do you hate me that much? The hero asked himself, but as he thought about it, he barely remembered talking to Natsu. Though as he looked back, he remembered the anger in his eyes. Anger and rage, so intense it drove him over the edge. Endeavor was snapped out of his thoughts as pain shot through his shoulder. He looked to see Natsu stabbing him with a knife, with pure anger and joy in his eyes. Yes, I do, father. Endeavor tried to move to stop him, but in Natsu's other hand was a pistol as he shot Endeavor in the leg, causing the hero to fall to his hand and knees. When they landed, Jimios spun around Endeavor, freezing his limbs to the ground. For years, I had to watch as you made Toya suffer. Then I had to watch as you did the same to Shoto. You drove Mom away. I've waited years to do this as Natsu put his pistol away and grabbed another knife. And I'm going to take my time before I send you off to Toya. SDOP screamed Fuyumi as she hugged Natsu from behind with tears streaming down her face. Please stop, Natsu, please. Don't do this, please. Fuyumi looked up to Natsu with tears in her eyes. Natsu didn't turn to look back, but dropped one of his knives. Fuyumi saw this and smiled, thinking for a moment she was getting through to him until he turned and looked at her with nothing but anger in his eyes. Natsu. Natsu shoved his sister out of the way. Get out of the way. You did nothing before, so why are you trying to do something now? Those words cut deep to Fuyumi as she looked up to her brother. Natsu, screamed Shoto as he looked at his brother, scared at what his brother had become. Natsu calmed down a bit, looking at Shoto. Take Fuyumi and go. Natsu, this needs to happen, Shoto. He needs to pay for everything he's done. Natsu reached down for his fallen knife. Oh, shut up. Natsu quickly grabbed his knife and brought his arms up in time to block Izuku's kick. Izuku's kick sent Natsu skidding back several feet. Tonku then circled Endeavor, breaking the ice, pinning him down. Endeavor, I don't know what the F is going on here, but you can't fight this fight. So take the two kids that aren't trying to kill you and get out. I'll handle this. Natsu looked at Izuku with pure rage. You have no idea what you're doing. If you knew what he has done to this family, then you would still be trying to stop your dumbass, stated Izuku. You've met my father. If I had a chance to kill him, I wouldn't. Don't get me wrong, I would still kick his, but I wouldn't stoop to his level. I don't know what's up with your family, but there are several better ways to deal with this than killing your father. As Natsu listened to this, his eyes began to twitch and veins began to pop around his head. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut you pee 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 pee. Jimios glowed bright as it sped up to high speed. Even Izuku was surprised by its speed, and for a moment lost sight of it as it changed directions and attacked Endeavor. The Bei hit Endeavor's stomach and began to dig through him, slicing his muscles and internal organs as it went through him. Endeavor screamed in pain as the Bei exited his back. Endeavor hit the ground hard, barely keeping consciousness. "Nu!" screamed Fuyumi as she saw Jimio's coming around for another attack. Its attack was halted as a wall of ice appeared in front of it. Fuyumi followed the ice. Shoto. Tanku bull style. Dark bull uppercut. Tanku charged Jimio's as a bull, knocking the Bei into the air. Izuku capitalized on the moment and attacked Natsu directly. He was distracted and didn't see it coming, but Izuku stopped as Natsu suddenly started to vomit BLD. "What the?" "I didn't even hit him." Izuku then turned to Jimio's that landed and saw that Jimio's image was changing. It was splitting into two separate beings. Jimio's is sinking. Izuku turned to Natsu and, for a moment, didn't realize what was going until it dawned on him. "You don't have a partner to synchrome with. Is this because of my father's experiments? Did one of the arrangements give you the ability to synchrome on your own?" Natsu, for a moment, didn't say anything as he grinned, showing bloody teeth. "You're right, I don't have a partner, but I haven't had an arrangement since your dad died." Izuku's mind raced for as he thought of all the possibilities that it could be. Slowly, Izuku pieced it all together. "You're F-doping, aren't you?" Natsu opened his jacket, showing several syringes. "Trigger. It allows me to reach my full potential with some side effects." "Of course it's that SHD again. I thought we got rid of that CRP." Thought Izuku as he remembered all the SHD he and the Vigilantes went through the first time. "My dad has been dead for years, so you use Trigger as a substitute, since you can't keep getting your arrangements. Do you have any idea what that SHD is doing to you?" Natsu breathed heavily as he grabbed another syringe. "After your dad died, they threw me out cause my one useful ability was to synchrome without anyone's help. My quirk is pretty much useless, and I can't kill Endeavor without an edge. For the sake of my family, I don't care what happens to me, but that man needs to be stopped." Natsu jammed the syringe into his neck, pushing the dragon a body, increasing his quirk factor. "To be honest, I never cared about killing you. It was the only condition I had to meet before I could kill him. So either get out of my way, or I will kill you." Jimio's roared as it merged together once more. Izuku crouched low to the ground. "Yeah, that's not happening, Tanku." As Izuku dashed at Natsu, Tanku flew at Jimio's. Natsu brought out his knives as he clashed with Izuku, now wielding his tonfas. Natsu got a few cuts in, while Izuku landed several hits in. Nearby, Fuyumi and Shoto could see a giant teenager made of fire and ice clash with a giant raccoon. "Shoto, we need to do something," said Fuyumi, grabbing Shoto. "We need to do something right now." Shoto couldn't move. He was conflicted because on one hand he understood why his brother was doing this, and on the other hand, Shoto looked down at Endeavor, who was trying to stay awake. They locked eyes for a brief moment. Shoto could see the pain in his eyes. Shoto hated his father, but at the same time, he never imagined his father like this. "What do we do?" Fuyumi thought for a moment before she came up with an idea. Izuku and Natsu were trading quite a few blows until Natsu jumped back and brought out his pistol, firing at Izuku. Tanku came and deflected the bullets before they could touch Izuku. Jimio's jumped in front of Natus, who shot Jimio's, turning it into a flaming shot. Izuku put his tonfas together, transforming it into a staff with Tanku spinning at the end, blocking Jimio's attack and pushing it back. "You're good," said Natsu. "Clearly you outskill, but thanks to Trigger I can synchrome, which makes me stronger than you. Don't get ahead of yourself." Izuku jammed his staff in the ground. Galleon style, spiral lightning. Natsu looked behind him as Tanku transformed into a black tiger with lightning around it. Using his staff as a lightning rod, the lightning shot out of Tanku through Natsu, giving him a high-voltage shock. Jimio's rushed and hit Tanku away. Natsu tried to recover, but Izuku gave him no time for that as he pressed his attack. Izuku brought his staff for a big swing. Natsu brought up his knives for a block ready to counter, but the strike was too strong, shattering his knives. "My knives!" "Jimio's!" Natsu called his Bei for backup as he had no weapon and was running low on bullets. SHD at this rate, I'll lose. Images of Toya popped into Natsu's head, his mother crying, and then Shoto's face covered in bandages. No, I can't lose like this. Jimiyo's are going to end this with one final attack. Natsu and Izuku got ready for one final clash when suddenly flames cut across the battlefield, being absorbed by Jimiyo's. Natsu followed the flames to see his brother Shoto, creating a massive burst of fire from his left. Shoto. Natsu smiled as his brother fed Jimiyo's fire. Natsu looked at, with my brother we will end this, huh? Why are you smiling? Izuku was smiling as he knew what was going on. Look at what Shoto is burning. Natsu looked at Shoto again, and indeed Shoto was trying to burn something or unfree someone. Shoto flames burst as something shot out of the ice and into the air. I am cool, yelled All Might as he dashed forward, smash, as he hit Jimiyo's with enough force to send the bay flying. Jimiyo's, yelled Natsu. Izuku dashed at Natsu, raising his staff like a baseball bat. As Izuku swung the staff, Tanku came from behind, hitting the staff, increasing the power of the staff as it hit Natsu in the head, making a massive cracking sound, sending him to the ground. For a moment, Izuku waited to see if he would get up. It's over, he's out. He then saw that All Might was shivering. You okay? You know, in my entire hero career, I've never been frozen before. It's cold, said All Might. Don't worry, you'll be just fine. Izuku pulled out his phone. Merci. Contact the police and get an ambulance over here. Way ahead of you. Monsieur Izuku, said the AI as it had already called law enforcement a while ago. Natsu, screamed Fuyumi as she went to check on her brother. She then looked up at Izuku and All Might with tears in her eyes. Is he going to be okay? I hit him pretty hard, but he should be fine. Might have knocked some sense in him, said Izuku as he grabbed Tanku. Nice job, buddy. Izuku then saw Shoto walking towards him. Sorry about this. I just wanted to talk. I didn't mean for all of this to happen. Shoto looked at Izuku. What had happened? What did your dad do to my brother? Izuku looked down at Natsu. That's what I would like to know. Behave. They all looked down at Natsu, who was muttering something. Behave. 2. Protect them for Toya. Jimiyo's came dashing back in front of Natsu's unconscious form, scaring Fuyumi away from her brother. Even though the bay was wobbling and clearly about to lose steam, it glowed, showing the images of the two Jimiyo's. Brothers holding their arms out to shield Natsu. Even with their user unconscious, no longer able to fight, they still sued ready to protect him. Fuyumi put her hands over her mouth as she got a closer look at the two. For a moment, she saw a young Shoto and Toya trying to protect Natsu. I really haven't done anything, have I? She steeled herself and looked the two in the eye. I promise nothing will happen to Natsu. I will help him this time. The Jimiyo's twins seemed to be satisfied with Fuyumi's promise and disappeared as the bay stopped spinning. Fuyumi then hugged her brother as she cried. Izuku looked down at the fallen Beyblade. Hey, Shoto, mind picking this up? I doubt they want me to carry them. Shoto, a bit wary of the top, did as Izuku asked and picked up Jimiyo's. What is this? We all have questions, but they ain't going to be answered right now. But until then, don't let anyone touch that, said Izuku as he heard and saw the ambulance coming towards them. Indeed, said All Might as he walked towards Endeavor, who was struggling to stand. We all have questions, as he and Endeavor locked eyes, knowing soon they all would get answers. Thank you for joining us on this journey through What If Deku Became Beyblader. We hope you found it as captivating as we did. A big thank you to Lorenzo J10 for creating such an engaging story. Don't forget to visit their profile on fanfiction.net for more fantastic works. The link is in the description below. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends, and subscribe to Zen and Fanfics for more intriguing explorations into fanfiction and fantasy. Your support helps us create more content like this, and we love hearing your thoughts and suggestions in the comment section. See you soon in the next video.